places. But I can always fight for the last place. Are you kidding me? This is a ranking of both the immortal and demon realms. In this situation, even a top-grade imperial weapon might not even have a chance to show up, let alone your low-grade one. Actually, this is a good thing. After all, even if a man is innocent, he will be guilty of possessing a treasure. If a mortal like us were really on the list, we would definitely become the target of public criticism. For a while, there were many different opinions. Unlike the joy of most people, Cao Wenbin, who had just advanced, had a grim look on his face. Although this list did not reveal any information, he was still certain that this thing was definitely aimed at him. Are you trying to turn me into Tang Monk's meat? You are so insidious, God. Accurate. Extremely unhappy. At the same time, Cao Wenbin also discovered an advantage of the way of heaven. That is the strong control over people's hearts. Magical weapon. Beauty. Handsome man. Aren't these the things that attract the most experts? And both men and women are taken into account. Even a second-rate person like Zhang Shuixian couldn't escape. Good trick. Of course, since others have already made their moves, Cao Wenbin will naturally not sit idly by and wait for death. After thinking for a while, he disappeared from the spot. The demon realm has the Bodhi formation and Sister Yuen'er's 12 heavenly gods. Ordinary people would never dare to touch the tiger's whiskers. Then the only one left is the Cao family. Just in time, it's time to show off my other magical formation. Otherwise, it will get moldy. Time is indeed precious. But 1 hour alone is nothing. Look, in just the blink of an eye, the fonts on the list changed rapidly. The treasure list of the immortal and demon worlds has started updating. No. 10. God-slaying spear. Mid-grade innate treasure. Owner. Mara. Ranking reward. Low-grade innate treasure, demon cloak. Not surprisingly, the onlookers were stunned. What's the meaning? There are only 10 places on the list. Are you sure you're not kidding? Damn. Didn't they say they lowered the list because they felt the suffering of all living beings? Oh my God, it turns out that in the eyes of heaven and earth, all living beings are just 10 people. A mid-grade innate treasure to start with. There are so many divine weapons in the two realms. In the past, weren't low-grade innate treasures extremely rare? Damn it, I originally thought this list had to start at number 1000. Now it seems I was obviously overthinking it. If we do this, won't polarization become even more serious? The strong will always be strong, and the weak will always be weak. We're just here to make up the numbers. Our only purpose is to highlight the boss's power. Pessimistic. Those who were full of confidence before suddenly became like eggplants hit by frost. At the same time, he also realized how big the gap is between himself and the top masters. The guy who holds the inferior imperial weapon wishes he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Of course, they are not the only ones who are dissatisfied. Moro, who received the reward, was also extremely dissatisfied. That's just nonsense. My god-slaying spear can slay gods and demons. How could there be 9 things in this world that are stronger than it? However, his dissatisfaction did not last long. Because soon, a piece of armor appeared in his hand. The exterior is pitch black, and the interior is blood red. To be honest, this divine and demonic cloak doesn't look very good. But the more Moruo looked at it, the more he liked it. Good baby. Absolutely wonderful baby. If we had it 10,000 years ago, the immortal realm would have long since changed its name to demon. The grass on Cao's grave must be at least tens of thousands of meters tall. Chapter 314. Cao Wenbin's name is all over the screen. Part 1. Treasures from the immortal and demon realms, number 9. Yin-Yang Mirror. Mid-grade innate treasure. Owner, Bai Yuya. Ranking reward. Low-grade innate treasure, Heaven Binding Belt. Good. This list is quite insightful. That broken spear of Moluo is indeed not as good as my yin-yang mirror. Bai Yuya is very proud. Unfortunately, this happy mood did not last long. Because, treasures of the immortal and demon realms, number 8. Innate spiritual roots, twin lilies. Mid-grade innate spiritual roots. Owner, Lily. Ranking reward. Low-grade innate treasure, Book of the Future. Why? How come Lily, that money loser, is ranked higher than me? How am I any worse than her? Regardless of body shape or appearance, I completely beat her, okay. As happy as she was just now, Bai Yuya is as angry as she is now. But obviously, this is not the end. It's just the beginning. As the 7th, 6th, and 5th place appeared one after another, Bai Yuya's eyes became more and more crazy. As for the reason, the 7th place goes to Zhang Shuixian. I don't get along with her either. Although the 6th person is neutral, he is still someone she hates. And when the 5th ranked name came out, it was like a knife stabbing into her heart. Rose. Dark secrets. There must be something shady about this list. Rose, apart from her flirtiness, can't compare to me in other aspects. At this moment, Bai Yuya perfectly interpreted what it meant to be afraid that her best friend would have a hard life, but also afraid that she would drive a Land Rover. But obviously, this is just her personal opinion. In both the immortal and demon worlds, there is no one who can empathize with her. After others saw the rankings from 9th to 5th, they only had one thought left. That's why Baihua Valley is so strong. As expected of the former number 1 sect on the continent. This foundation is truly terrifying. 5 out of 6, how can anyone else compete with them? I originally thought that Baihua Valley had fallen into decline and was now ruled by Moluo. But judging by this list, your uncle is still your uncle. Baihua Valley doesn't accept men, but I wonder if they will accept rootless people. If they do, I'll take action immediately. Brother, that's not the case. Without that thing, what's the point of becoming the number 1 in the 2 worlds? Especially when you're in the 100 Flowers Valley, you can only see but not eat. I just want to wake up and take power. As for sleeping drunkenly on the lap of a beautiful woman, how can I have my cake and eat it too? For a moment, there was a constant sound of exclamations. But this topic did not last long. Soon, everyone started discussing who would be shortlisted for the top 4. She should still be the supreme of Baihua Valley. After all, the previous rankings have proven that although Senior Wuyu has disappeared, she has left behind a considerable legacy for Baihua Valley. I think it must be those old monsters hidden in the demon realm. If it really happened as you said, then wouldn't there be no one on the list in the immortal realm? After all, it's an independent world, they can't be so miserable. What's impossible? A world that almost became our subsidiary, what kind of background can it have? That's true. We in the demon realm are just not united. Otherwise, it's just a small fairyland, not even qualified to carry our shoes. Confidence. Every single one of the people in the demon realm is extremely confident. But that's true. After all, these 2 wars were fought in the fairyland. Although both sides have won and lost. But they are invaders after all, how can they not have a sense of superiority? It is precisely because of this that even though the 2 worlds have been connected for such a long time, the vast majority of people in the demon realm, except for Cao Wenbin, do not know anyone else in the immortal realm. Even the supreme. As for whether Cao Wenbin can make the list. Stop joking. Even if that guy is a monster, he is only a first-grade one. What can I use to fight against the supreme? But things in the world are often so unpredictable. Look, the slap in the face came soon. Treasures from the immortal and demon realms, 4th place, Star Mother Umbrella. Top grade innate treasure. Owner, Zhongzhou, wife of Cao Wenbin. Ranking rewards. Innate spiritual roots, world tree seeds. The people in the demon realm subconsciously wiped their eyes. No change. They didn't believe it and quickly wiped it again. But there is still no change. So, they exploded. What the hell is this Zhongzhou? How can she be ranked 4th? A top grade innate treasure. This woman is already seeking her own death. I just realized now that being on this list isn't necessarily a good thing. Of course, it's fine if she has the strength and background, but if she's unworthy of her position, then she's in big trouble. If we're not mistaken, someone might have already left by now. After all, the title of Cao Wenbin's wife can only intimidate the younger generation. Those onlookers really didn't guess it right before. But this time, they were right. The moment the 6 words, superior grade innate treasure, appeared, at least 5 supreme beings in the demon realm took action. In an instant, they had found out all of Zhongzhou's basic information clearly by using various means. Of course, it's not just the supreme who has ideas. Some of the 12 ranks also started to have evil thoughts. Yes, your Cao family does have many supreme beings. But so what? They didn't believe that a supreme ruler could follow a wife of a junior for his entire life. So they always have a chance. As for wasted time. If you can get a top-grade innate treasure, what does time mean? But just as they were about to set off, they were all shocked by what happened next. Treasures from the immortal and demonic realms, number 3, precious lotus lantern. Innate treasure, soon to surpass the innate. Owner, Cao Wenbin. Ranking reward, 3 lights divine water. Dumbfounded. No matter whether they were from the demon realm or the immortal realm, they were all stunned by the words on the list. Innate treasure, about to transcend innate existence. Is there such a thing in the world? Why the hell isn't it mine? At this moment, almost 90% of people suffered from conjunctivitis. At the same time, more people are preparing to set off. But the same situation soon happened again. This group of people who were just moved couldn't go far. Because treasures from the immortal and demonic realms, 2nd place, Kunlun Mirror. Innate supreme treasure. It is about to surpass the innate existence, and it also contains the 2 supreme laws of time and space. Owner, Cao Wenbin. Ranking reward, colorful stones. Chapter 315. Cao Wenbin's name is all over the screen. Part 2. Silence. At this moment, everyone was silent. Especially the big guys in the fairyland, their eyes are more complicated than each other. They all know that Cao Wenbin is rich. But being this rich is still something they cannot accept. 2 innate treasures. Could he be the illegitimate son of heaven? This absurd thought subconsciously emerged in everyone's mind. Of course, a question also arises. That is, if the Kunlun Mirror, which contains the 2 top laws of time and space, is not the best, then what else deserves to be the best? I can't think of it. There's nothing they can do about it, since this is beyond their understanding. However, this situation where all living beings were confused did not last long. Soon, the list came forward to answer their questions. A flash of divine light. Then a piece of golden font appeared in front of everyone. Treasures from both the immortal and demon realms. Number 1, Tai Chi diagram. A half-step chaos treasure. This treasure was created in the chaos, so it contains a vast amount of chaotic energy. With it, even a 12th grade cultivator can become a supreme. Owner, Cao Wenbin. Ranking reward, Chungzhen pill. This time, the silence lasted even longer. However, everyone's conjunctivitis is gradually getting better. But for Cao Wenbin, this is not a good thing. Because what replaces greed is murderous intent. The murderous aura is extremely strong. After all, when a whale dies, all things come to life. If they kill Cao Wenbin, even if they can only get a little soup, it will be enough for them to eat their fill. Thus, invisibly, some people with sufficient abilities quickly formed a tacit understanding. Cao Jot is unworthy of his position. Cao Wenbin is guilty of rape, robbery and other evil deeds. So we must enforce justice. Eradicate this cancer of the 2 worlds completely. It just so happens that the next list won't be released until 5 days later. That's more than enough time. Obviously, Tiandao's plan was successful. The big guys, who were originally a group of scattered sand and had all kinds of fears in their hearts, suddenly became energized. Everyone wanted to tear the Cao family to pieces immediately. As for whether or not one can achieve what they wish for, then we can only wait and see. Cao family. As expected of you, I gave birth to you and chose you. That's awesome. What happened to the Supreme? Wasn't he still left behind by my son and daughter-in-law? Looking at the list in the sky, Lin Xian's face was filled with pride. But Cao Wenbin and Zhongzhou beside her both had serious expressions. Especially Cao Wenbin, his little face is as black as the bottom of a pot. Originally, he was just suspicious. But now, he is sure of it. All of this is caused by the will of heaven. After all, the traces are too obvious. The rewards given to others can immediately improve their combat effectiveness. But what we give them can only be effective in the future. Not bad quality though. But if there is no future, what is the point? Humph, this time I'll let you, a bitch, see what it means to steal a chicken and end up losing the rice. As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin's figure disappeared from the spot. When he appeared, he had already arrived in a small courtyard. The owner here, it was none other than the 3 from the Qingling dynasty. Of course, he's not here for entertainment, but to prepare for the war. But it is obvious that Yi Xiaofu and Yi Shuiyu both misunderstood. So, the 2 of them came forward subconsciously. But before they could get close, Cao Wenbin just waved his hand. Then his attention was all focused on Yi Qinger, who was about to run away. I'm here to find you this time. Come on, let's go inside. After saying that, Cao Wenbin turned around and walked towards the attic. Extremely cool. But when Yi Qinger heard this, her face turned red immediately. She never thought that Cao Wenbin would come for her. They hadn't seen each other for such a long time that she thought Cao Wenbin had forgotten her. But I didn't expect. In fact, Cao Wenbin has never forgotten her. After all, she has an extremely rare growth-type armor. It can become stronger as its master becomes stronger. And there is no upper limit. The reason why I never came to see her before was because I was busy. Secondly, it is because it is not useful. Before growing up, it is natural that the 7th grade armor is more convenient to use. But as Cao Wenbin reached the 2nd level, the situation was completely different. Besides, this woman is also on the list. 17th place is not high, but it is not low either. If you're lucky, you'll definitely be able to get something from the treasure chest that can change the situation of the battle. Yi Qinger, who didn't know all this, was still winking desperately. The meaning is very clear, that is asking for help. Unfortunately, her eyes almost popped out, but still no one helped her. So, she had no choice but to go to the attic. I hope he really has something he needs me to do. Stream peak. Looking at the scroll in the air, Bai Yuchu, who had just come out of the place of inheritance, had a complicated expression on his face. Her delicate body was shaking continuously. Good, you're good. It turns out that when you fought me, you didn't show your true strength at all. You were just teasing me the whole time. But you seem to be in some trouble right now. Obviously, she also saw through the essence of the matter. After muttering to herself, she didn't stay in this desolate wilderness for too long. His figure flashed and he disappeared from the spot. When he appeared, he had already arrived in front of Bai Yuya. Plop. Without any hesitation, she immediately knelt on the ground. Actually, it's nothing. After all, it is perfectly normal for the younger generation to pay respects to the ancestor. But what she said next shocked Bai Yuya and the other 2 girls who were discussing something, so much so that they stood up immediately. What did you say? You actually want us to help that Cao guy out of his troubles? Unbelievable. No matter if it was Bai Yuya, Rose, or Cao Aoshui, their faces were filled with disbelief. They never thought that their younger generation would say such words. And he looked serious. This is obviously not a joke. Therefore, it took a full while for the 3 of them to come to their senses. Yuchu, you didn't fall in love with that guy, did you? This question is quite sharp. So, Bai Yuchu just stood there in a daze. Are you feeling emotional because of this? Am I such a cheap person? But this feeling did not last long. Soon, she reacted. In her mind, she unconsciously recalled the method Cao Wenbin used on her on the day she was arrested. No, that's not it. Chapter 316, The Changing Flags. Clear your mind instantly. Then Bai Yuchu said decisively, Old Ancestor Rose is worrying too much. I asked you to help me because I wanted to take revenge myself. That Cao guy can die, but he must die in my hands. The reason is perfect. But the puzzled look in Rose and the other 2's eyes did not diminish at all. Obviously, they don't believe it. But, they didn't expose it. Because the purpose of their gathering here is to discuss whether to help the Cao family. After all, they had already regarded Cao Wenbin's things as their private property. Now, someone dares to reach out. How can I tolerate that? So, now that you've spoken, let's go join in the fun. We'll only stop a few people for him though. As for the rest, it depends on him. If he still can't get hard. The 3 women didn't say anything else. But the meaning is that even a fool can understand it. Bai Yuchu achieved his goal, and a smile finally appeared on his lips. Mr. Cao, just wait. My revenge will come soon. Name, Yi Qinger. Identity, Empress of the Qingling dynasty. Strength, 2nd rank Emperor, symbiotic with the leader. If the leader lives, she lives, if the leader dies, she dies. Appearance score, 94. Loyalty, 100. Note, this woman is very sensitive to pain, so try not to let her fight alone. Attaching herself to the leader of the list will allow her to exert her greatest power. Looking at the last comment, the corners of Cao Wenbin's mouth twitched unconsciously. No wonder she sent 2 different people before and after. So she thought it would hurt. Cao Wenbin shook his head speechlessly. But soon, he turned his attention to the treasure chest. After all, this is the highlight, everything else is just empty talk. And the treasure chest did not disappoint him. With the flash of light, 2 objects soon appeared before his eyes. Versatile formation flag, an innate treasure generated in conjunction with the principles of formation. Once any formation possesses it, its power will be doubled without limit. Acts of destruction. Born alongside the law of destruction, it can practically ignore all defenses. Since its creation, nothing has been able to withstand 3 strikes from it. Note: those who possess this item for an extended period of time have a high probability of comprehending the law of destruction. It's really like someone gives you a pillow just when you're sleepy. Cao Wenbin smiled. The next moment, he threw the 100 changes formation flag into the air. No abnormalities occurred. As soon as the formation flag left his hand, it disappeared. It looked as if it had never appeared before. However, the smile on Cao Wenbin's face became even more radiant. Coincidentally, he had just finished the arrangements. An obviously mixed aura of terror completely enveloped the Cao family. Is it finally here? It's really fast. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and then a space crack appeared in front of him. And as he took a step forward, his entire body disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he had already arrived in the void. Just as he expected. It is indeed the army approaching. And no minions. Everyone here is a master. The worst ones are all of the 12th grade. Obviously, people below the 12th rank have no right to get a share. As for the leader, it's none other than Mara. He possessed 2 innate treasures, and was so full of energy at this moment. Because of this, as soon as he saw Cao Wenbin, a look of dissatisfaction immediately appeared on his face. Is there no one left in your Cao family? Such a big thing, and they actually let a child come forward. Disdain. Extremely disdainful. And Cao Wenbin is obviously not the kind of person who spoils his children. Therefore, before Moro's words even faded away, he immediately retorted. Moro, you must have become stupid from practicing martial arts. How am I like a child? If you don't believe me, you can just call your wife or daughter over. It won't take long. In one day, they will tell you whether I am a child or not. The scene, which was originally filled with some discussions, suddenly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. No one could have imagined that Cao Wenbin would dare to speak like this. You have to know that he is facing Mara. 10,000 years ago, there was an extremely vicious man who almost killed his way through the fairyland. Something's going to happen. Really. As soon as this idea came to their mind, Moro exploded. No warning at all. A huge gun shadow emitting endless demonic energy soon appeared above Cao Wenbin's head. Then he plunged down. Go to hell. The momentum is quite amazing. But Cao Wenbin had no intention of dodging at all. He didn't even blink. Isn't this child scared silly? That shouldn't be the case. Given his courage in playing tricks on Bai Yuchu, this attack should only be a minor event for him. Don't understand. What's even more bizarre is that even at this point, the supreme leader of the Cao family still hasn't shown up. What on earth is the Cao family doing? All the brows were furrowed. At the same time, the gun shadow finally arrived in front of Cao Wenbin. Boom. The sound was earth-shaking. Unfortunately, it's of no use at all. At some point, a layer of starlight suddenly appeared around Cao Wenbin. Very light. If you don't look closely, you might overlook it. But it was this faint starlight that directly dissolved the terrifying attack of Mo Luo within 3 inches of Cao Wenbin. This is formation. Besides the terrifying 12 heavenly gods and demons formation, the Cao family actually has another formation that can even make the supreme being suffer a setback. In an instant, everyone understood everything. No wonder none of the Cao family's masters showed up. It turns out that they are all maintaining the operation of the formation. But it's different from their calmness. Having lost face again, Moro suddenly became even crazier. I don't believe it. So what even if there is a formation? One force can defeat 10 skills. Today I must beat you to pieces. As soon as the roar fell, the god-slaying spear immediately turned into an afterimage. Chop, stab, and cut. All the tricks that can be used were used by Moro. As for the results, still the same as before. No matter how hard Mara tried, he could never break through those bits of starlight. Of course, this is not the most amazing thing. What really made everyone's eyes widen was that after suffering such a severe attack, the starlight did not change at all. What it was like before. It's still the same now. In other words, Mara is doing completely useless work. How so? Logically speaking, the Cao family only has 6 supreme beings. Even if the demon can't break through the formation they've formed, it won't be so severe that it can't even hurt the skin. Chapter 317 The Zhaodian Star Fighting Array shows its power. The demon outside is going crazy. But the Cao family was filled with laughter and joy. And bursts of exclamations. Cao Xing, the great Zhaodian Xingdu formation that Wenbin has figured out is truly amazing. It's actually possible to draw upon the power of the stars to work for us. With this thing here, what are we afraid of? As long as the supreme beings from both worlds don't all come to attack us, no one can do anything to us. Lin Wenchen, the most amazing thing is this flag formation. Without its main body moving, it can actually split infinitely. With it in hand, I feel like I can beat 2, or even 3, by myself. Mr. Wang, if I had a son, I'd have Cao Wenbin. Only praise. No criticism. In the eyes of these supreme beings, Cao Wenbin is perfect. As for the lifestyle issue, can that be called a problem? Of course, they chatted, but they didn't forget about the important things. When they felt the time was right, they immediately formed a hand seal together. Not much action, but the consequences are extremely shocking. The full moon in the sky seemed to be guided by something and trembled slightly. Then, buzz. An extremely cold and sinister force of the Taiyan energy descended directly from the void. And the target is none other than the still mad Moro. Boom. Without any surprise, the unprepared Moro was hit directly. Fortunately, he had the demon cloak, otherwise this one strike would have taken at least half his life. But good fortune and misfortune always come together. Although he was in a mess, Moro was suddenly awakened. So quickly, he turned his head. Everyone, you've been watching the show for such a long time. Have you figured out anything? These words are directed at everyone. But his blood-red eyes were always staring at a tall and thin man. This man's name is Shankui. He is the one among them who knows the most about battle formations. Even though I haven't comprehended the principles of formations yet, I'm not far off. So if he can't understand it, then it's even more useless for others. And this guy is really good at it. After noticing that most eyes were focused on him, he immediately started to show off. I don't know what this formation is called, because it has never appeared in the demon realm. But I have figured out the general principle of its operation. There should be 36 array points inside it. It corresponds to the 36 stars in the sky. The reason why how you moved just now is because someone activated the corresponding array center. That's why Brother Moluo can't shake this formation at all. After all, the power of the stars is endless. If we can't break it with one strike, then even if we die of exhaustion, we won't be able to break the formation. His expression was shocked. Then, everyone present had a look of horror on their faces. Can this formation mobilize the power of 36 stars? Are you sure you're not kidding? If that's the case, then what's the point of playing? So, Brother Shankui, you are kidding us, right? No answer. Shankui just shrugged his shoulders, saying everything depend on. Is this operation going to stop here? Unwilling. Extremely unwilling. You know, in order to completely destroy the Cao family without any accidents, they dispatched 15 supreme beings this time. There are more than 112 rank emperors coming. If he only gets some benefit and then leaves in disgrace, he will definitely become a laughing stock in both the immortal and demon worlds. The kind that will never be able to hold your head up. I shouldn't have come if I had known. But just when everyone was at a loss and didn't know what to do, Shankui spoke again. Of course, everything has its flaws. After all, no one is perfect, and naturally no formation is perfect either. His eyes lit up. Then, anticipation appeared on everyone's faces. And Shankui didn't keep anyone in suspense. An action plan was quickly put forward. It's almost impossible to break through this formation from the outside. So we have no choice but to go deep into the enemy's interior. Then find a way to destroy the center of the formation. It doesn't take much. We only need to remove 1/3 of them, and the formation will be paralyzed. The feasibility of the plan is extremely high. But everyone's brows furrowed unconsciously. After all, once they enter the formation, they will inevitably be separated. In this way, the danger will inevitably increase exponentially. Yes, there are many of them. But the Cao family also has quite a few. And they have the advantage of geographical location. Should I gamble or not? For a moment, everyone was in a dilemma. But this feeling did not last long. Soon, all kinds of treasures possessed by Cao Wenbin appeared in their minds. Especially for those 12th grade emperors, the three words Cheng's and Dan have been echoing in their minds. Damn it, let's fight. When a person dies, the bird flies upwards, and he will live forever. If you don't fight now, you will definitely regret it when your life is almost over. Once this idea came out, it was like a raging fire that could not be controlled at all. So after just a few breaths, everyone took a step forward. Very small movements, but it shows an attitude. When they saw that no one backed down, everyone laughed. Immediately afterwards, they rushed towards the interior of the Cao family. But just as they were about to cross the wall, 6 figures descended from the sky. Stop right there. I, Baihua Valley, will protect the Cao family. Anyone who dares to move forward will be an enemy of Baihua Valley. The figure paused. Then, confusion appeared on the faces of Moro and others. They expected that conservative people like Lily would come. After all, the news that Lily had a fight with Bai Yuya for Cao Wenbin had already spread throughout the entire demon realm. Even if you are deaf, you can hear it. Therefore, they had already made plans to deal with the conservatives. But they would never have thought that Bai Yuya would actually get involved in this mess. And he still stands on the side of the conservatives. As the sun rising from the west. Confused. But they didn't intend to sit and wait for death. Soon, someone started roaring. Bai Yuya, you haven't woken up yet, have you? Look carefully, we are going to destroy the Cao family. The Cao family has a great grudge against you. You should be standing with us right now. Besides, don't you want to get the vast treasures in Cao Wenbin's hands? Appeal to their emotions and enlighten them with reason. Unfortunately, Bai Yuya was not moved at all. Chapter 318, The Great Zhaodian Star Fighting Formation Shows Its Power. Part 2. Are you done? If you're done, get out of here. In all these years, when have you ever seen me change my mind? Bai Yuya's voice was cold. But also crazy. As expected, the faces of Moro and others turned black. If you don't accept my toast, I'll punish you. Since you don't want to eat the Cao family's fat meat, then we will eat it ourselves. After all, he is a well-known figure. Therefore, Moro and others did not try to persuade him. After a glance, 6 supreme beings immediately stood up among them. As for the remaining 9 and those 12 great emperors, they turned around and entered the formation. No obstacles. It went smoothly, just like coming home. Stop right there. But they were happy, but Lily was anxious. Everyone who came with her had their own ulterior motives, but she didn't. She is here purely for the rescue. No distractions at all. So she rushed out immediately. Unfortunately, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. After just a few breaths, she was forced back. Okay, you're all good. It seems I haven't taken action for too long. Now even cats and dogs dare to stop me. As soon as she finished speaking, the twin lilies ranked 8th appeared behind her. All of you, go to hell. Inside the formation. This is. Originally, Moro and others were very confident. After all, no matter how you calculate it, their strength is absolutely superior. Plus, with Shan Kui, the formation master, here. But after entering the formation, they were all stunned. Because the situation before them was completely different from what they had expected. There are no houses around. There's not even any land. All of them actually came to the starry sky. As for the eye of the formation, God knows where it is. Brother Shankui, what should we do next? Without any hesitation, after realizing that they couldn't figure it out, everyone's attention immediately fell on Shankui. Eyes full of hope. But just a few breaths later, they were dumbfounded. Dull eyes. His face is pale. His body was shaking violently. This is Shankui's current state. Obviously, he was also confused. But what puzzles everyone is that if you don't understand it, then just understand it. Just rely on your strength to get through. Is it necessary to be scared like this? But how would they know? The stars that seemed ordinary to them, contained great terror in Shankui's eyes. Each one seemed like a giant beast that would choose its prey and would open its huge mouth to swallow them at any time. And the facts have proved that his perception was not wrong. This is not. Everyone, welcome to the Zhaodian Star Fighting Array. After looking for so long, I wonder if you have found a satisfactory star. Just say it boldly. After all, you'll be buried there forever, so you'll have to choose someone you like. Come, take a look at this Zhiwei star. It contains the aura of an emperor. Buried here, you're guaranteed a crown in your next life. Cao Wenbin suddenly appeared before their eyes like a ghost. And once they start, they go all out. He directly selected a cemetery for Moro and others. As a result, the Demon Realm Supremes, who were already furious, suddenly exploded. Boy, you're looking for death. Just because we can't do anything to you outside doesn't mean we can't do anything to you inside the formation. After that, they didn't care about face anymore. A group of big guys of the lowest rank of 12 directly rushed towards Cao Wenbin, a second-rank minion. They think very simply. Anyway, there are no outsiders here. If you don't say it and I don't say it, who would know? Besides, compared with those innate treasures, how much is face worth? As long as we can capture this kid in front of us, then we can have everything we want, right? Unfortunately, the idea is beautiful, but the reality is extremely bleak. At the same time as they were taking action, masters of the Cao family also appeared one after another. Except for Zhao Yuaner and Yang Xiao who stayed on the nameless island, all the others are here. However, although the lineup of the four Supremes was strong, they made Moro and others laugh. After all, they still have 9 Supreme beings on their side. Even if it's 2 to 1, there's still one left. Cao Wenbin, have you been deserted by everyone? Those 2 female Supremes who are always following you, didn't they know that disaster is about to happen, so they ran away? What a pity. I still want to fight with the formation they formed. It is obvious that Moro wants to kill me. But what he got was. Don't worry, your wish will come true soon. The smile is evil. So, Moro panicked. Is there another ambush? Thinking of this possibility, all the hairs on Moro's body stood up. There was no way, the impression left on him by the 12 heavenly gods and demons formation was too deep. He still remembers the power of that axe. No, I can't delay any longer. We must take this guy down first. As a result, his speed instantly increased to a higher level. At the same time, the god-slaying spear in his hand directly stabbed towards Cao Xing who was blocking the way. You defeated General, get out of here right now. Otherwise, this day next year will be your memorial day. I have to say, this Moro is really a talent. He was timid when facing Zhao Yuaner. But when facing Cao Xing, he attacked with heavy punches. He directly demonstrated with his actions what it means to bully the weak and fear the strong. Unfortunately, it was too early for him to be happy. Cao Xing at this moment is no pushover. Just like that, as a flag with a special inscription appeared in his hand, Cao Xing's temperament suddenly changed. Boom! Tip of the gun against the tip of the flag. As for the results, Cao Xing didn't move at all. But Moro retreated several miles. And until he stopped completely, his right arm holding the gun was still shaking. That's impossible. You old fellow, there's no room for growth anymore. It's impossible for you to suddenly become so strong. Even with the help of formations, it's impossible. Crazy. Moro, who couldn't accept it at all, looked crazy. But there are some things that you just can't do unless you believe in them. Next, no matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't do anything to Cao Xing. Even joining forces with others is still useless. It wasn't until it was 3 against 1 that the combat power of both sides was balanced. And soon, they discovered that this was not an isolated phenomenon. The Cao family, with only 4 supreme beings, actually managed to stop all 9 of them. The 12th rank emperor of the Cao family was beating up the others they brought with them. As to why this is the case, that's because every single one of the Cao family members holds that strange flag in their hands. So the people from the demon realm are no match at all. After all, innate treasures are not cabbages. Some supreme beings don't even have it. Not to mention the 12th rank emperor. Damn it, can't the innate treasure reproduce? Where did the Cao family get so many identical flags? Chapter 319, The Supreme Reveals Himself. Part 1. What should I do? Seeing the increasingly chaotic scene, a thin layer of sweat instantly appeared on the foreheads of Moro and others. Just as they were thinking of a solution, the first person to fall finally appeared. The funeral home. And his death was extremely tragic, his head was blown off. As a result, the 2 supreme beings of the Zhang family became angry immediately. Especially the current head of the Zhang family, Zhang Hun, he jumped up directly. Because the one who died was his younger brother. The younger brother who has depended on me since childhood. You all have to be buried with him. The momentum is amazing. But it's useless. Because he simply couldn't get away. He even got slapped in the face by Mubai for this sentence. But it's still a loss. But he didn't back down. After taking a breath, he immediately prepared to fight to the death. But at this moment, everyone come back. It's not a solution for us to fight alone. They have the blessing of formations, but we have nothing. If this continues, we will be defeated one by one. Obviously, Moro has thought of a way to deal with the current situation. But when he heard someone back out, Zhang He, who had already lost his mind, didn't think too deeply about it and just retorted, "Go back." Where can we go back to? Look carefully, there's no exit. In other words, we've been made into a fool. The only chance of survival now is to find a way to break through the defense and capture Cao Wenbin. This statement is not without reason. But as soon as he finished speaking, Zhang He knew that something bad was going to happen. Because he has already reacted. The person who just spoke was his elder brother. But he is. It's over, I'm going to get beaten. Sure enough, a voice filled with anger soon reached his ears. Zhang He, you're itching for trouble, aren't you? How dare you talk to me like that? Get back here right now. Brother Shenkui and I have discussed this and are ready to fight in formation. Only in this way can we break through the siege and even turn defeat into victory. This time, Zhang He didn't dare to refute. After fighting with Mu Bai for another move, he used the recoil force to retreat directly back to Moro's side. But in order not to embarrass himself, he subconsciously stood a little further away. This is to avoid getting kicked. But he was obviously worrying too much. At this time, Moro was busy organizing everyone to take their positions. I don't have time to deal with him at all. 100 demons howling sky formation. After the danger was gone, Zhang He quickly understood everything. At the same time, his confidence returned instantly. As Mo Luo's younger brother, he knew very well that the 100 demons roaring sky formation was a trump card of the Mo family. Extremely powerful. In addition, they have a lot of people, so if the arrangement is completed, it is really hard to say who will win. Don't worry, brother, I won't let you be alone. I'll send someone down to accompany you right away. The idea is beautiful, but the reality is extremely bleak. Cao Wenbin is not dead. How could he get what he wanted so easily? You wanna set up a formation. Dream. Just when Moro and the others were halfway through their efforts, they suddenly discovered that the surrounding environment had changed. The sun and the moon, which were originally very far away from them, suddenly appeared beside them at some point. Not good. Hurry up and be on guard. Everyone, bring out your strongest defenses. The reaction was quite quick. But it's still not enough. Maluo's voice had just fallen when Cao Wenbin's voice, like a death warrant, began to echo in the minds of the big guys in the demon realm. The sun and the moon shined together. The next moment, the sun and the moon burst out with dazzling light. Very bright. If it weren't for the strength of Moro and the others, their eyes might have been blinded. And this is just the appetizer. Soon, these rays of light gathered into a beam of light. Then it shot directly towards the gathering place of all the people in the demon realm. Boom. No surprises, right on target. After all, Moro and others were standing too closely together. Even if you want to hit it wrong, it's very difficult. As for the effect of this attack, puff, 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 the sound of vomiting blood is endless. 6 of them just fell to the ground, no longer able to show any signs of life. Of course, those who were injured were all 12th grade emperors. There's nothing we can do, they are just too weak. What a horrible method. And those who survived had a hard time too. I feel palpitations and panic at the same time. Because they can't see the way out at all. And they knew very well that what happened just now was definitely not the end. It's very likely just the beginning. I have to say, they are quite far-sighted. Look, just a few breaths later, the moon and the sun became bright again. Boom. Same attack. But the results achieved are completely different. This time, even the Supreme was injured. And this unlucky guy is none other than the one from the Zhang family who is about to be buried. To be honest, this funeral family is really unlucky. Ever since the two worlds were connected, nothing good has ever happened. First the heir was killed. Then the daughter-in-law was sent on an undercover mission. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be. Then he lost an entire continent because of a bet. Although Moro gave them compensation, it was just some rare treasures. How could it compare with the mainland? It's even better now, even the Supreme is about to be defeated. This is simply a rhythm of genocide. No, we can't go on like this. Otherwise, within 1,000 years, there will most likely be no Zhang family left in the world. Thinking of this, the old supreme being, who already had not much time left, immediately turned his head and looked at Meluo. The boy from the Mo family. If I can open a gap for you, can you promise to protect the Zhang family forever? Moro was stunned, but soon, his eyes lit up. Not only him, but everyone else's eyes also showed a hint of excitement. Promise him. This is the voice of everyone. Meluo did not go against the will of the people. He put 3 fingers together and pointed to the sky, then said loudly, I, Meluo, swear to the heaven that as long as we can escape today, I will never let the Zhang family fall into decline. As long as the Mo family exists in this world, the descendants of the Zhang family will never die out. This is our ancestral motto, and we will never break it, whether in heaven or on earth. The scene is very touching. But at this moment, I can't take it anymore, I'm dying of laughter. Hee hee. 2 laughs rang out one after another. The first one is from Cao Wenbin. As soon as the laughter died down, he immediately mocked, Mora, are you imitating my ancestor? It seems that your cultural level is not very good. Even taking an oath requires reference. Chapter 320, The Supreme Reveals Himself. Part 2. As soon as these sarcastic words came out, Moro was stunned. Then, a look of obvious embarrassment appeared on that angular face. He just said that off the cuff. It didn't even cross my mind. Looking back now, it really seems like I was just repeating what others have said. The most important thing is that he said it in front of the original owner. Depend on. Awkward. Quite embarrassing. However, he was not going to pay any attention to Cao Wenbin. After all, the most urgent task now is to quickly fool the old man from the Zhang family, and thus escape from death. But just as he was thinking about what to say, Shi Feng, who had just stopped laughing, attacked him again. Moro, it seems that you don't really want to protect the Zhang family. As someone who has already been to the immortal realm 3 times, you should have known long ago that the last person who said this didn't fulfill his promise. This time, it's not just Moro who is embarrassed. Cao Xing, who was smiling not long ago, subconsciously twitched the corners of his mouth. I'm dizzy. We were chatting happily, why are you coming to me? Although he thought so, Cao Xing didn't dare to say a word openly. There's nothing he can do about it, since she's his goddess. Just glaring at the other person secretly was the limit of what he could do. Of course, he didn't intend to let this go. Yes, he doesn't dare to retaliate. But does anyone dare? Once this matter is over, I must prepare some more nourishing foods for Wenbin. Whatever dragon whip or tiger whip, prepare them all. If you dare to tease me, I will make you lose sleep. Just when Cao Xing was secretly getting angry, Meluo had already spoken in a hurry. Senior Zhang, don't listen to this woman's nonsense. She's trying to sow discord between us. If she succeeds, we'll all have to stay here. As for that oath, that was just a coincidence, it wasn't a hint at all. Don't forget, I swore this oath to the heaven. If you don't believe in me, don't you believe in the way of heaven? Besides, in all these years, when have I, Meluo, ever spoken out of turn? It is not difficult to see that Moro is really anxious. Not only him, but also the surviving masters in the demon realm were anxious. Yes, Master Zhang, Meluo's credibility is beyond doubt. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a strong appeal. Don't worry, Master Zhang. As long as you can get us out of this damn place, the affairs of the Zhang family will be my business from now on. Even if Meluo doesn't show up, I will. Think about it, Master Zhang. After this, it's like all of us owe the Zhang family a favor. And with our help, how could your Zhang family decline? It's only a matter of time before it soars again. Sugar-coated bullets one after another. So, this so-called Zhang Lao just became arrogant. The next moment, his body began to swell rapidly. In that case, let this old bone of mine shine once more. Remember, don't say anything wrong. Otherwise, even if I become a ghost, I will not let you go. As soon as he finished speaking, his body expanded to its limit. Then, boom, the sound was earth-shaking. And the Supreme is worthy of being the Supreme, his control over energy is extremely precise. Look, all the energy from the self-explosion is madly impacting the formation, without any waste. Click. Click, click. Soon, the sound of breaking that excited Moro and others appeared. Then, a huge hole soon appeared at the place where the impact occurred. On the other side of the cave is the square outside the Cao family's ancestral home. Swish. No need for organization at all. The surviving people in the demon realm all flew over the moment the big hole appeared. The speed is really faster than the other. As for the rearguard, that's impossible, because that's seeking death. Cao Wenbin will definitely not let them leave smoothly. Really. Just a few breaths later, 2 more beams of light chased towards them. At the same time, 2 extremely strange symbols appeared out of thin air not far from the hole. Under their influence, the hole is shrinking rapidly. Fuck. It's actually another innate treasure. Where on earth did the Cao family get so many treasures? Greedy. But no one dared to have any bad thoughts. After all, if you are slow, you really won't be able to get out. We can't expect another supreme being to sacrifice himself for others. Unfortunately, even if they gave up everything and even risked their lives, they still couldn't escape safely. This is not. Boom. Puff. The sound of vomiting blood rang out again. The several 12th grade emperors who fell behind were directly vaporized. Damn it. Watching their relatives and friends being killed, many people showed resentment on their faces. Of course, I am more grateful. Because of this delay, they finally escaped. Cao, just wait for me. We will avenge today's shame. The voice was full of resentment. But Cao Wenbin looked indifferent. Then he took the river map and Luo's shoe back. After all, everyone has left, so there is no point in repairing it. Revenge. If you don't come to me, I will go to yours. Tell all the girls and wives in your family to wash themselves clean for me. I am always ready to provide you with free service. This is. Outside the Cao family, the 12 supreme beings who were confronting each other were all stunned when they saw the sudden appearance of Mo Luo and others who were in a very embarrassed state. What is going on? Even though they had an absolute advantage, they actually lost. And lost so badly. Is Moro such a waste? Wrong. The number of people is wrong. Originally, they were just complaining, but after taking a closer look, their pupils shrank unconsciously. Where is Mr. Zhang? Could it be? My body began to tremble subconsciously. To be honest, they really don't want to think about it that way. But Zhanghan's extremely sad and angry expression forced them to think in that direction. Mara, what the hell is going on? Of course, just as there are those who like to make blind guesses, there are also those who like to be straightforward. So, Zhang Chen asked the question in his mind immediately. However, Moro did not answer. The others also remained silent. After leaving only the word, go, they all disappeared from the spot. Something really happened. Damn, this Cao family is so weird. He glanced at Cao's mansion with great fear, and then the 6 generals and ministers followed quickly. Chapter 321, Kill Another One. Part 1. Buzz. Buzz. As the sounds of space vibrations rang out one after another, Mo Luo and others who had been fleeing for their lives finally returned to the demon realm. And the moment they saw the blood moon, their self-confidence immediately returned. Tell me, what are your plans next? Don't talk much. But the sensation it caused was quite big. Zhanghan jumped out immediately. Needless to say, of course we should prepare a little bit, and then go and kill him. We were caught off guard this time, so we suffered a huge loss. But once we are prepared, the Cao family will be nothing. Rough words. But the logic is sound. Everyone nodded subconsciously. Brother Zhang is right. We underestimated the enemy this time. If we meet again, the Cao family will definitely be defeated. Damn it, those bitches in Baihua Valley are such a slut. If it weren't for them, we could enter the formation with 5 times the combat power. In this way, even if the Zhaodian Xingdu formation is powerful, it will definitely not be able to stop us. That's right, this time the blame will definitely be placed on Baihua Valley. Next time we go, we must reserve enough manpower to deal with the entire 100-Flower Valley. By the way, the Immortal Realm doesn't seem to be a monolithic entity. Such a big incident happened today, and surprisingly, none of the other immortal forces in the Immortal Realm came to support us. I think we can definitely take advantage of this. Sowing discord is our forte. The more we talk, the more ideas we come up with. The smiles on everyone's faces became bigger. But they didn't stay for too long. After all, if you really count this place, it is still the Cao family's territory. So soon, everyone went back home. Only Moro and Zhanghan were left there. Let's go. Come sit with me. Let's talk about it later. I have to say that Moro is still very honest. When Zhang He heard this, he subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. But before he could agree, a teasing voice suddenly reached their ears. Want to come to your place? You have a beautiful idea. If you ask me, you should just go sit downstairs. The Yellow Springs Road is long, enough for you to chat about. His expression changed. Then the two of them subconsciously looked towards the southwest. There, suddenly, 12 more women appeared. 2 supreme beings. The rest are all above grade 7. Actually, if it were just that, the two of them would really not be afraid. After all, Moro is not an ordinary person. Neither of the 2 female supreme beings before him is his match. As for those great emperors, in the battle of the supreme beings, what role can these ants play? But the reality is that the moment they saw who was coming, both Moro and Zhang He began to tremble unconsciously. There was only one word left in my mind. That's running. Unfortunately, it's too late. Before the two of them could turn their ideas into actions, Zhao Yuaner and others had already disappeared from the spot. Instead, there was a strong man holding a huge axe. Damn, so you were waiting for me here. No wonder Cao Wenbin's smile is so weird. The anger is beyond words. After all, ever since he was born, it has always been him, Mara, who has blocked others. When have you ever been blocked by others? Just as he was daydreaming, the giant axe had already reached his head. Just like last time, it's still a locked attack. There is no way to hide. Zhang He, join forces with me to block this attack together. This 12 heavenly gods and demons formation consumes a lot of energy. These girls won't be able to hold on for long. As long as we can hold on, we can not only avenge Master Zhang, but also blackmail Cao Wenbin. Money moves people's hearts. Especially after having just lost a supreme being, Zhang He could no longer resist this temptation. So he didn't hesitate at all and stood directly behind Moro. The next moment, boom, the sound of the explosion was earth-shaking. Originally, Moro thought that this time would be just like last time, and he could just take a few steps back and it would be over. But the reality is completely different from what he expected. Buzz. The god-slaying gun is shaking wildly. The devil's cloak was fluttering in the air. And behind him, puff, the familiar sound of vomiting blood rang out again. As a result, Moro's expression changed immediately. He knew that he had to find a way to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, his 10,000-year reputation would be ruined. And his combat experience quickly helped him plan the best escape plan. That means selling burial souls. Of course, he can also choose to self-destruct an innate treasure. But as soon as this idea appeared in his mind, he rejected it immediately. He is not Cao Wenbin. But there aren't so many innate treasures to waste. Brother Zhang, I'm sorry. It's not that my brother is not a human, it's just that the innate treasure is too charming. I really can't bear to part with them. Once he had made up his mind, he immediately started acting. After roaring loudly, he flew backwards at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he, who was originally in front, came directly behind Zhang He. The acting is quite good. Look, Zhang He didn't even find any clues. Because of this, when the axe came again, the only child of the Zhang family was doomed to tragedy. Brother Mo Luo, I'm in front this time. The planning is very reasonable. But we haven't received any support yet. So, he subconsciously turned his head. But just this one glance almost scared him to death. Because behind him, there was already nothing. Where is the figure of Mara? He left me here and ran off alone. Thinking of this possibility, Zhang He's face changed immediately. Mara, I'll fuck your ancestors. This was a shout of anger, so the entire demon world heard it. Of course, while roaring, he did not sit still and wait for death. He instantly brought the art of tomb repair to its peak. The next moment, the scene around the two of them turned into a strange scene with graves everywhere. But this vision came quickly, and it went away just as quickly. Wherever the axe passes, everything turns to nothingness. You can do whatever you want. I will break it by myself. Boom. This time the collision sound was obviously much smaller. But the sound of vomiting blood became louder. It was obvious that Zhang He had been seriously injured. And the fact is, it is indeed so. And this blow directly shattered Zhang He's self-confidence. In his opinion, this great formation of 12 heavenly gods and demons was not something he could contend with at all. So soon. Those who owe me a favor, come and save me. This is what you promised my ancestor. Chapter 322, Kill Another One. Part 2. Compared to the previous roar, this time it was even louder. It even brought about space vibrations. Therefore, even those who are in deep retreat will definitely be awakened. Of course, this is very unethical. After all, voices don't recognize people. People with low cultivation and who are close to the enemy may even get hurt. But how could Zhanghan, who was about to die, care about so many things? He did this so that those who owed his family favors would have no excuse to complain. But it was obvious that everything he did was in vain. Look, even when the axe was about to fall, no one showed up. So, boom, the voice of resistance has become weaker. And this axe directly removed all of Zhanghan's resistance. Now even if a random cultivator comes, he can be easily killed. Of course, the Supreme is the Supreme after all. His body is recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. It won't take long, just a few tens of seconds at most, and he will definitely be able to resist again. Unfortunately, the time that used to pass in the blink of an eye has now become an insurmountable chasm. Because the axe did not stop for a moment, it soon came in front of him again. And this time, it was no longer the body that was chopped, but the head. You are such treacherous, cowardly villains. God will never let you go. I believe it won't be long before you will come down to accompany me. The roar got louder. Even a fool can easily hear the resentment in it. But this also became his swan song. The next moment, pa! The sound of objects breaking soon rang out. A supreme leader has fallen. At the same time, the world, which was originally noisy, gradually became quiet. It looked as if all living beings were mourning for this matter. Of course, this is just appearance. In fact, secretly, both the worlds of immortals and demons have been in an uproar for a long time. Mo family. Moro, who had just returned, subconsciously wiped the sweat from his forehead. Then I felt a deep sense of relief. Because he could feel that if he was not afraid, the outcome would definitely not be good. It seemed that he had overestimated himself before. Even though he revealed an innate treasure, it seemed that it really couldn't save him. Damn it, this 12 heavenly gods and demons formation seems to have become even stronger. It's only been a month or so since we last met. How on earth did those women do it? Confused. Extremely confused. After all, it is extremely difficult to improve upon their level. That's why they are so obsessed with innate treasures. But now, I guessed you would come back alone. Oaths and such are just bullshit in your eyes. Just as Moro was thinking hard, a joking voice suddenly sounded behind him. And Moro was not surprised by this. Obviously, he had expected someone to come. I just didn't expect it to happen so soon. Zhong Chen, big brother, don't talk about second brother. Didn't you also break your promise? Zhanghan's last words weren't just addressed to me, but to everyone. Okay, explain your intentions. I just came back, and I have a lot of things to deal with. There was a slight pause. Then Zhong Chen stopped beating around the bush and said, I came to you because I want to join forces with you to quickly divide up the Zhang family. After all, even if a mosquito's legs are small, they are still meat. Besides, it's a continent. Don't talk much. But Moro laughed. It is not difficult to see that this touched his heart. Okay, that's it. The space where the way of heaven exists. Waste. A bunch of trash. We mobilized so many people, and it would have been fine if we didn't gain any advantage, but we actually lost 2 of them. Why don't you just go fucking die? At this time, the sky is no longer completely spherical. If you look closely, you can even see some human features. Obviously, she made the right move to connect the 2 worlds. Compared with the heavenly Tao of the demon realm, she is selfish. But because of this, she is stronger. However, her emotions came quickly, but also went away quickly. After just a few breaths, she completely calmed down. It doesn't matter. You may have escaped this time, but you will never escape the next time. In just over an hour, the beauty list will be out. When that time comes, it seemed that she thought of some funny scene, so soon Tianyan started giggling. The list of beauties from both the immortal and demon worlds has started updating. No. 10. Demon Ruching. Owner. Mara. Physique. Celestial demon body. Women with this physique will automatically generate celestial demon chi within their bodies. This gas is a catalyst for any spiritual energy. Long-term absorption can lead to a qualitative leap in one's strength. It is also extremely effective in healing injuries. As Mara's legal wife, she has reached the realm of nobility and is the perfect wife and supporter. She deserves at least half the credit for Mara's success. Ranking reward. Low-grade innate treasure, heavenly demon banner. The failure of the expedition against the Cao family and the deaths of the two supreme beings of the Zhang family soon caused an uproar in both the immortal and demon worlds. Anyone who is well informed is discussing it with their friends. But when this beauty list appeared, everything changed. The two supreme beings are dead. What does that have to do with them? You love me so much. I just want to see beautiful women now. Actually, if it were just dry text, it wouldn't be like this. But the key point is that this list is extremely coquettish. After the text, it actually posted a photo of Yao Ruqing's daily life. A refreshing white dress. The long hair is gently gathered behind. Although she has a pair of foxy eyes, no matter how you look at her, she looks like a good wife and mother. Is this the woman that the top boss collects? As expected, good stuff never circulates on the market. The ones left for us are all the leftovers from the bosses. My demon world is truly full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Such a beautiful supreme being, yet there was no news of him before. No wonder there's never been a struggle for power in the Mo family. With such a perfect woman in charge, who would dare to act rashly? So what if she's pretty? She can't have me after all. It's perfect. I couldn't even dream of this. If only I could. Stop dreaming. Of course, you can also commit suicide now and try your luck in your next life. If you act quickly, she might still be useful to you when you rise to prominence. No matter how much I say, it all comes down to one sentence: observe the appearance of the weak, and follow the way of the strong. Chapter 323 by Yuya was almost angry to death. When it comes to appreciating beautiful photos, Cao Wenbin is of course indispensable. Of course, his focus is not on beauty. After all, he has seen many beautiful women. Although Yao Ruqing is stunning, she is still far from being able to make him fall in love with her. The reason why he was so fascinated was because he smelled a hint of conspiracy. She's Moro's wife right from the start. Heaven is tempting me. The corners of his mouth curled up. Then he pinched his chin and started thinking. Even though I know it's a trap, I still have to jump into it. Otherwise, it would be such a disgrace to his surname. Besides, his Wanmei Lu has also been activated, so it is reasonable for him to find an opportunity to go there. The only problem now is how to make this woman cooperate obediently. And as the saying goes, there is always a way out. Just as he was pondering, the answer came to him. 9th place on the list of beauties from both the immortal and demonic realms, Zhao Yuan. Owner: Cao Wenbin. Physique: innate sword body. A woman with this physique is naturally able to wield any divine sword. She can master sword techniques with a single realization. Furthermore, she is an expert in external affairs. Whether it's interpersonal relationships or invading enemies, she can handle them with absolute clarity. As Cao Wenbin's right-hand man, her strength has also reached the supreme level. Moreover, under Cao Wenbin's protection, she has absorbed all the gifts from heaven and earth. Therefore, her strength is extremely strong. Ranking reward: ecstasy pill. His eyes narrowed slightly. Then Cao Wenbin shook his head speechlessly. At this moment, he was 100% sure that this was a trap. After all, the appearance of this ecstasy pill was such a coincidence. It's so coincidental that it seems fake. Moro, Moro, you can't blame me this time. This is the will of heaven. I, a mere monk, dare not disobey. The corners of his mouth curled up. Then Cao Wenbin led his team towards the space crack. He must get the ecstasy pill as soon as possible. While he was rushing on his way, the spectators from both the immortal and demon worlds were also madly discussing who would be on the list next. The 8th place will definitely go to someone from Baihua Valley. After all, that's where beautiful women gather. Even the next 8 spots might be taken up by fairies there. As for the fairyland, a place with such scarce resources, even just one is already a rare talent. Great minds think alike. 100 years ago, I once saw a registered disciple of Baihua Valley. She looked so pitiful. And if the registered disciples are so outstanding, let alone Lily Supreme and the others. Their looks are absolutely unmatched. Damn, if that's the case, doesn't that mean that 100 Flower Valley is about to take off? After all, the rewards on this list are extremely impressive. They're often innate treasures. If we get 8 of them at once. Go ahead and dream of your grand plans. And you've even bought everything. Ask Lily if they dare to say that. Putting aside everything else, just young Master Cao's collection alone is enough to make them mad. That's right, you're just a bunch of frogs in a well, yet you dare to talk about how big the sky is. Listen to my advice, just close your eyes for now. Otherwise, once Mr. Cao's woman shows up, I'm afraid you'll explode and die. People from the immortal realm. You're quite brave, actually daring to come to our demon realm. Idiot, we have a base in the demon realm. Don't forget, your demon supreme lost a continent to us. The two sides were arguing fiercely. No one gives in to anyone else. Of course, the list didn't keep them waiting long and quickly gave the answer. Beauty ranking of the immortal and demon realms, number 8. Bai Yuya. Owner, none. Physique, body of natural fragrance. Having grown up among flowers, she has become the source of all fragrance. If one's concentration is poor, getting too close to them will very likely lead to intoxication, unable to extricate themselves for the rest of their lives. As the leader of the new generation, she has also long since reached the supreme realm. She is responsible for the fact that the 100 Flowers Valley, leaderless, has been able to maintain its current size. Ranking reward. Low-grade innate treasure, Wanxiang Yi. Haha, I told you, the 8th place will definitely go to Baihua Valley. Where are those Sao Kui? Come out and take a walk. When you hit your face, it makes a loud slapping sound. Ignore them, they're just a bunch of country bumpkins. How could they have ever seen a beautiful woman? In their eyes, anyone with long hair and no Adam's apple will make the list. Everyone in the demon realm was very excited after winning a small victory. But Bai Yuya, who was on the list, couldn't be happy at all. Yes, the rewards are really good. At this moment, she has already gathered the 3 innate treasures in one, and her combat power has soared. But the key point is that roses are not on the list yet. Know your own business. If you say she is better than Rose, even she herself wouldn't believe it. In fact, in every aspect, the two are on par with each other. So, that slutty fox isn't going to get in front of me again, is he? Thinking of this possibility, Bai Yuya's face suddenly turned dark. And things in the world are often so magical. The more you don't want to see something, the more likely it is to happen. The next moment. Beauty ranking of the immortal and demon realms, number 7, Rose. Owner, none. Physique, charming saint physique. Born with a natural rose, she is the epitome of charm. She is passionate, unrestrained, and dares to love and hate. While seemingly open-minded, her heart can only accommodate one person. The flower blooms for him, and also withers for him. Those who can get there first are definitely lucky. As the backbone of the new generation, she is also a supreme power. She has also made great contributions to the prosperity of Baihua Valley. Ranking reward. Low-grade innate treasure, 5 elements divine soil. Ah! Without any surprise, Bai Yuya exploded. Although there are 3 lists in total, women can only be on 2 of them. And now, she has lost 2 games in a row. How could she ever hold her head high in front of Rose in the future? Wild ranking. This is a pure wild list. Bai Yuya tried to reject it. Unfortunately, she simply couldn't do it. As soon as she showed this crazy state, Tiandao in the special space immediately started to giggle. That's right, it was her doing again. As for the purpose, that is of course to prevent the new generation from having time to support Cao Wenbin. Hurry up and start tearing it apart. You are the leader of the new generation, how can you be suppressed by a subordinate in every aspect? Chapter 324, Cao Wenbin, envied by everyone. Part 1. I have to say, Tianyan is still very resourceful. Look, after dealing with the new generation, she quickly turned her attention to the conservatives. Of course, she didn't take action immediately. After all, nothing can be rushed. Otherwise it will be easy to reveal your true identity. So, she didn't have any bad thoughts about the 6th and 5th place. I just chose the 2 most beautiful women from the neutral group. Perfect. Looking at the astonished expressions of all living beings, Tianyan, who had just looked a little human, jumped up and down happily. Then, beauty ranking of the immortal and demon realms, 4th place, Lily. Owner, Cao Wenbin, Zhong Shuixian. Physique, inner charm. A woman with this physique is absolutely worthy of the title of top-notch. She is the perfect partner, allowing you to enjoy all the beauty of the world. And whether in life or on the path to immortality, she can provide you with great assistance. As the leader of the conservative faction, she not only possesses the supreme realm, but has also completely absorbed the gifts of heaven and earth twice. Therefore, her combat power is extremely strong. And her feelings for Baihua Valley are deeper than the ocean. Ranking reward, Heavenly Dao Token. Bang! Looking at the list in the air, Zhang Shuixian, who was drinking tea, crushed the teacup in her hand. That face, which was no less beautiful than anyone else's, was instantly filled with a sinister look. Cao Wenbin, Zhang Shuixian. What does this mean? Lily has always been hers. Belongs only to her. No, we can't go on like this. I must think of a solution as soon as possible. Otherwise, when that guy has time, Lily will most likely be. The more I think about it, the stronger the murderous aura becomes. Then she hesitated, her figure flashed, and she disappeared from the spot. As for where to go, I guess only God knows. However, unlike Zhang Shuixian's anger, as soon as the fourth place list was released, the spectators in the demon realm were instantly excited. Haha, another one from my demon realm. This is the fifth one. It seems my prediction is very likely to come true. 100 Flower Valley is really going to dominate the charts. You country bumpkins from the immortal realm, have you seen how abundant our resources are? Not only are they all top-notch beauties, but the vast majority are unowned. This means that everyone from the demon realm has a chance to win a beautiful woman. Arrogant. Extremely arrogant. As a result, every single cultivator in the fairyland had a dark face. But they couldn't find any reason to refute it. After all, ever since the two sides started competing, no one from the immortal realm has ever been on the list. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Cao Wenbin's women are no worse than those on the list. But why can't it make the list? It seems that because it has been dealt with more frequently, the rating has dropped. Confused. But soon, the list gave the answer. It's not that I can't make the list, but the time is not right. This is not. Beauty ranking of the immortal and demon realms, 3rd place, Mu Qianqin. Owner, Cao Wenbin. Physique, Asura extreme yin body. The Asura clan itself is synonymous with coldness and yin, and women with this constitution are the coldest of the cold. Ordinary contact might not feel it, but if too close, those with insufficient yang energy are very likely to suffer frostbite, or even freeze to death. Of course, danger and opportunity always coexist. If someone can survive, the benefits they can gain are absolutely unimaginable. Having led the Shira tribe in the struggle for 10,000 years, she possesses an incredibly tenacious character. This experience has become a valuable asset for her, a powerful catalyst for her meteoric rise. Especially after receiving the Chengzhen pill from Cao Wenbin, she has become even more unstoppable. It won't be long before a new female war god emerges from both worlds. Ranking reward, God of War Token. It's okay, it's okay. Everyone in the fairyland breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, someone of theirs. If the list is really occupied by the demon realm, then they will really become a laughing stock. This is just the beginning. The top 3 on the list are definitely our people. Of course, although they thought so, they did not say it out loud this time. He didn't even return the previous ridicule. After all, there is only one person on the list, it is not convincing at all. What's interesting is that the people in the demon realm didn't say anything this time either. It's not that they were shocked. Instead, he was attracted by the location of Chengzhen Dan. Why did Mr. Cao use it so quickly? What should they do? Of course, this anger did not last long, and soon they came up with a solution. Make elixirs with people. Mu Qianqin had not taken the pill for a long time, so she definitely could not absorb too much of the medicinal power. If we stuff her whole body into the alchemy furnace now, the effect of what we get will definitely not be worse than the Chengzhen pill. The only thing you need to pay attention to is that you have to clean her up. Otherwise, if she brought some contraband, the smell. I have to say, the demon realm is the demon realm. There are so many evil tricks. But these distracting thoughts soon disappeared. Because, beauty ranking of the immortal and demon realms, 2nd place, Wu Yu. Owner, Cao Wenbin. Physique, Emperor's physique. Those with this physique are born to be emperors. Once they embark on the path to becoming an emperor, they are unstoppable. And the man who becomes her emperor is the emperor of all emperors. They can look down on everyone. As the leader of Baihua Valley, she survived some setbacks, but she's still alive. Currently, with Cao Wenbin's help, she's working hard to recover. I believe it won't be long before she makes a triumphant return. Ranking reward. Royal token. Silence. Every single person in the demon world was stunned at this moment. What the hell? Tens of thousands of years ago, the female demon king who dominated the entire demon realm did not die. And he will make a comeback as a king in the near future. No. This is almost the common voice of all masters in the demon realm. They have been living freely for thousands of years and simply cannot accept that there is another person above their heads. Even if this person can lead them to greater glory. This Cao guy must die. Wu Yu must die as well. Obviously, Tiandao's plan succeeded again. It can even be said to be a decisive blow. Of course, if there are disadvantages, there will naturally be advantages. Well, after reading the contents on the list, Lily could no longer remain calm. In the blink of an eye, he called all the people in his lineage over. From today on, we must always guard Master Cao, thus ensuring that Ancestor Wu Yu can be resurrected smoothly. Who is in favor of this proposal? Who is against it? Chapter 325, Cao Wenbin, envied by everyone. Part 2. While the big guys were frantically making arrangements, the spectators in the fairyland were also busy. Cao Wenbin's collection has been on the list for 2 consecutive times. So if not now, when? So, now you know what awesome means. The second and third place picks are both ours. If nothing unexpected happens, the number 1 pick will be ours too. Haha, what's the point of having a large number of people? Quality is king. One of Master Cao's collections is at least worth 3 of those mediocre women. Friends of the demon realm, you'd better be careful. After all, few women who have crossed paths with Cao Wenbin can escape his clutches. Even if they aren't taken in by him, he will most likely deal with them. Where are those people who said that demon realm would dominate the charts? Come out and shout again. Arrogant. Extremely arrogant. But the people in the demon realm had no way to refute it. After all, their former emperors have all been taken down by others. What else can they say in this situation? Yes, Wu Yu essentially belongs to them. But so what? They still understand the principle of marrying a chicken and following the chicken. Damn, it hurts. Why does it feel like the entire demon realm has been brought down? The more they think about it, the more aggrieved the people in the demon realm feel. At the same time, his jealousy towards Cao Wenbin grew stronger. There's nothing we can do, it's Wu Yu's fault. The most beautiful woman in the history of demon realm. Whether it's figure, appearance, or strength, it's all impeccable. But such a perfect person was. While feeling frustrated, a question also arose in their minds. That is, who can be more perfect than Wu Yu? It seems that this list is not very authoritative. I don't believe there's anyone in this world who's more handsome than Senior Wu Yu. Question. Strong doubts. But soon, this situation no longer exists. Because. List of beauties from both the immortal and demon realms. Number 1, Shi Feng. Owner. Cao Wenbin. Physique. The body of the phoenix ancestor. As the first phoenix in the world, she was born and raised naturally, so everything about her is so perfect. Those who possess her are the happiest people in the world, and that's no exaggeration. It's no exaggeration to say that she embodies the very essence of success. She, who is about to recover to the supreme realm, will soon let the world know what a fire spirit is. All kinds of birds will once again have their kings. Ranking reward. Domination token. Is it rated so highly? At this moment, everyone's curiosity was piqued. I am even more looking forward to the upcoming life photos. And the list did not disappoint. In order to fully display Shi Feng's beauty, the photo was even replaced with a video. In the video, Shi Feng is holding his chin with one hand, looking at Cao Wenbin with deep affection in his eyes. That look, anyone who sees it will feel intoxicated. As a result, both the immortal and demon worlds exploded. Why, how could this Cao guy capture the heart of such a beautiful woman? Isn't he just a little more handsome than me, a little younger than me, and has more potential than me? Apart from these, how else is he better than me? Is there no justice in this world? Such a beauty should belong to everyone, not be kept privately. My heart is completely broken. The thought of such a perfect woman being damn it, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to kill this Cao guy today, no matter what. Even the gods can't stop me. Cao, I have an irreconcilable relationship with you. From now on, it's either you or me. Is there anyone who dares to stab this guy twice? What's the price? Just name the number. Without any suspense, Cao Wenbin immediately became the object of envy of all male creatures. There's nothing I can do, Shifeng is just too beautiful. It's so beautiful that it seems unreal. As for the previous doubts, they have long disappeared without a trace. Yes, Wuyu is indeed perfect. But if we just compare her appearance, she is really a little bit inferior to Shifeng. Ah, it's true that comparing people will make you die, and comparing goods will make you throw them away. We can't even see the goddess, but she can play with her at will. The most infuriating thing is that there are only 10 people on the list. But this guy surnamed Cao has all 5. What a beast. But how would they know? 5. That's not what Cao Wenbin wants at all. To take them all, that is what he pursues. Just when most people were obsessed with Shifeng's beauty, Cao Wenbin was about to launch an attack on the one ranked 10th. At this moment, he had just taken the bewitching pill from Zhao Yuaner's hand. And found an extremely perfect time. Sister Yuaner, are you sure the information is correct? Did Mo Luo and Zhang Chen really go together to take over the Zhang family's territory? A flash of divine light flashed across his eyes. And Zhao Yuaner did not disappoint him. Gave a positive answer directly. It's absolutely correct. The joy on his face became even more intense, and then Cao Wenbin started to make arrangements. We killed both of the Zhang family's supreme masters. In that case, the Zhang family's territory should be ours. Then why did Mo Luo and Zhang Chen get involved? How about this, Sister Yuaner, you and Xiao go over there. Don't seek to achieve anything, but avoid making mistakes. As long as we can hold those 2 guys back, I have my own way to make them retreat. Not much information revealed, but Zhao Yuaner and others guessed what this little man was going to do in an instant. So, one after another, they rolled their eyes at me. You're so brave, but I'm really curious, how are you going to drug me? No matter what, Yao Ruqing is also a supreme master. The corners of his mouth curled up. Then Cao Wenbin said mysteriously, of course I have my own way. If you don't believe me, how about we make a bet? If I succeed, you'll be at my mercy for the whole day. If I fail, I'll let you do whatever you want for a day, how about that? It seemed very reasonable, but Zhao Yuaner and the others' faces all turned red. After all, this reward is really dispensable to them. It's even worse than losing if you win. But after some consideration, they agreed. There was nothing they could do, because they saw a hint of hope in Cao Wenbin's eyes. You have to swallow the melon you chose, even if it is hard to swallow. Therefore, okay, we agree, but we must make it clear first. You absolutely cannot deny your debt when the time comes. Without any hesitation, Cao Wenbin nodded immediately. A gentleman's word is as good as gold. Chapter 326 Breakthrough. Since the girls have already fallen into the trap, Cao Wenbin will naturally not waste any more time. His figure flashed and he disappeared from the spot. When he appeared, he had already arrived near the Mo family. Didn't go in immediately. He was unfamiliar with the place, so he went to the city closest to the Mo family first. After all, only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. And the hard work has not let down those who work hard. As soon as he sat down in a pub, Cao Wenbin immediately heard the information he wanted. Although the top 9 on the list are all rare beauties, for some reason, I still think the Demon Queen is the most beautiful. Brother, we are soulmates. I feel the same way. Even if there are thousands of lakes, I only love the Devil Queens. Can you please stop pretending to be clueless when you know the truth? And you still don't know why. That Yao Ruqing is your boss's woman, how could you not like her? Putting aside her beauty, her status alone is enough to make your heart flutter. If you could get close to her, wouldn't it be so exciting? One word reveals the other 2 people's little thoughts. The 2 guys who spoke first obviously knew this man's character. So instead of being angry, he started laughing in a mean way. You are such an annoying guy. You always expose other people's past. But I have to admit that what you said is correct. Oh, sometimes I really envy that monster for his talent. If I could sit in his position, even if it meant losing 10 years of my life, I would be willing to do it. Hearing this sigh, the guy who was willing to kill someone without paying for it quickly spoke again. I still say that, stop daydreaming. That Yao Yukai is the Demon Queen's biological brother. That's why he can become the steward of the Demon Palace. Want to replace him? May I ask what gives you the right? The other 2 were speechless. The next moment, everyone raised their wine glasses. Obviously, they were preparing to suppress this outspoken person at the dinner table. But as soon as the wine entered their mouth, their expectations suddenly became irrelevant. However, this information is enough for Cao Wenbin. Does the demon have talent? That's a good candidate. Then he waved and called the waiter. Go, serve me all the signature dishes in your restaurant. The same goes for good wine. After saying that, Cao Wenbin took out 10 high-grade magic crystals. Then without saying anything, he slammed it on the table. That should be enough. If there's any extra, just use it as your reward. No reply. At this moment, the waiter has turned into a stone sculpture. His eyes were fixed on the top-grade magic crystal. Didn't leave for a long time. As for the reaction, of course, he stretched out his claws quickly. 10 top-grade magic crystals, these are a full 10 top-grade magic crystals. Even if only a part of it could belong to him, it would be enough for him to marry several concubines and then completely lay down his life. But obviously, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Just as his hand was about to touch the top-grade magic crystal, a folding fan suddenly touched his wrist. Not much force, but the waiter was sure that if he dared to make any unusual movements, he would definitely lose his hand. But Xiao did not give up. After organizing his words a little, he said quietly, Sir, what are you doing? Seeing the fish take the bait, Cao Wenbin smiled. Then he said in a lower voice, Let me make a deal first, take this money, then after I have eaten and drunk my fill, you have to take me to the most famous fireworks place here. Of course, you just have to bring me there. The expenses inside have nothing to do with this money. The waiter was obviously stunned. But after just a few breaths, he breathed a sigh of relief. Sir, you scared me to death. The way you looked just now, I thought you were going to discuss something involving losing your head with me. Isn't it just to go to the fireworks place? Don't worry, I know all about those places. Just wait and see. After saying that, he took his hand back. And this time, Cao Wenbin did not stop him. But just when he was happily preparing to arrange the dishes, Cao Wenbin stopped him again. To be honest, if this was an ordinary customer, the waiter would have been furious. After all, this is not how people play. But for the sake of the money, not only was he not impatient, but he smiled even more brightly. Sir, do you have anything else to do? He nodded gently. I just thought about it carefully, and I think we can eat at any time. But going to a fireworks display area is something that simply can't wait. Because if you go too late, all the good girls will be picked. I don't want to eat other people's leftovers. The waiter was speechless. He really couldn't understand why a young man who had spent 10 high-grade magic crystals would be so impatient. Logically speaking, a person like this should not be short of women. However, as he observed more deeply, he understood it instantly. It turns out to be a young man. Well, it must be because of too strict upbringing, so he went crazy. Of course, although he thought so, he didn't say it out loud. Instead, he made a gesture of invitation to Cao Wenbin. Without a doubt, the two of them disappeared right where they were. But this time, it really disappeared. Since then, no one has ever seen this waiter again. As for Cao Wenbin, when he appeared, he had already arrived at a fireworks place called Zhongzhou. This monster is really talented. Such a beautiful sister actually fell in love with a prostitute. Could it be that in my brother's eyes, all my sisters are really ugly? That's right, at this time Cao Wenbin had already obtained all the information about Yao Yukai. First-class strength. Not bad. But there is absolutely no possibility of promotion. It's not that Yao Ruqing doesn't care about her younger brother. On the contrary, Yao Ruqing hopes more than anyone else that her only relative can succeed. Unfortunately, Yao Yukai is a piece of mud that can never be helped up the wall. His body is like a bottomless pit. No matter how much resources are invested, no sound can be heard. This guy isn't difficult to deal with. One move is enough. The key now is how many guards he will bring with him. Thinking very deeply. But soon, he was awakened by a sweet laugh. Ouch. Don't be impatient, sir. We have girls here who can definitely satisfy you. The only problem now is. While speaking, the person who looked like the boss or the madam rubbed his fingers gently. The meaning is very clear, that is to get the money quickly. Chapter 327, Food and drink are poor, but not bad. It's better to eat and drink than to go whoring. This is a man's bottom line. Therefore, After understanding what the other party meant, Cao Wenbin did not even hesitate, and a top-grade magic crystal soon appeared in his right hand. Judging from the appearance, there must be at least 20 or 30 of them. As soon as these cute things appeared, the madam's eyes widened. At the same time, her attitude also changed 180 degrees. Ouch! My eyes should be gouged out. I didn't recognize the true god. Come on, please come in. As soon as she finished speaking, she led the way. As she walked, she shouted loudly, "Girls, come out. It's time for a big job. As long as you can serve this gentleman well, you will be like Miss Ruyan, and never have to worry about your livelihood again." These words are extremely lethal. After all, Zheng Ruyan, who captured the demon young master, is the object of envy of all of them. Therefore, swish, swish, in just a blink of an eye, Cao Wenbin was surrounded by beautiful girls. And after these women saw Cao Wenbin's appearance, they were even more shocked. Such a handsome young man. If this is selected, what's the difference between that and winning the jackpot? So, these women started showing off their advantages without saying anything. Some people stick out their chests. Some of them lifted up their skirts. Some even make strange poses to imply that they can do everything. I have to say, they are really professional. But soon, they discovered that the young man's brows were slowly frowning. And as time goes by, the wrinkles get worse. Broken. This little guy won't buy it. He must have quite a bit of experience. We did it. In an instant, an emotion called regret gradually spread. After all, as the saying goes, if he is in love for the first time, then undress for him. If he has seen many women, then you stay by the stove. And the truth is pretty much the same as what they thought. They really overdo it. What kind of people hasn't Cao Wenbin seen? Even if you puff out your chest, can it still be bigger than Shi Feng? Even if you are lifting her skirt, can you be better than Zhao Yuaner? As for the flower work, in this regard, who can compare to Empress Pei Luoxue of Tianwu? That woman studies whenever she has nothing to do. Depend on. Who says that after being accustomed to delicacies from land and sea, one will only like pickled radish? I'm now sure that the person who said this has never been rich. Have no choice. Extremely helpless. But as the saying goes, there is always a way out. Soon, he found a woman behind the women who was not competitive and was extremely calm. Let's pick her. There's no way around it, because all men want to persuade prostitutes to become good women and lure decent women into prostitution. Young master, you have good taste. After seeing that Cao Wenbin had a girl he liked, the madam did not hesitate any longer. He simply pushed and shoved the other women away. Of course, Cao Wenbin and the other man did not stay in the lobby either. After introducing their names to each other, they walked into the private room with great dignity. Ms. Mengya's boudoir is quite extraordinary. There's no decoration at all. Don't your previous benefactors give you any rewards? To be honest, Cao Wenbin was really surprised. After all, prostitutes have always been lavish with their money. Even for those who were frugal before, it would be difficult for them to stay out of trouble once they enter this big divat. But now, I need money for many things. All the money I earned from selling myself was given to my family. As for the previous benefactor, this is my first time receiving guests today. Cao Wenbin was stunned. Then, with an incredulous look on his face, he asked, "Don't tell me you have a gambling dad and a sick mom at home." This time, it was Song Mengya's turn to be stunned. "How did you know that, sir?" But even though she was puzzled, she didn't delve into it further. Soon, she started massaging Cao Wenbin's shoulders. The technique is very professional. Of course, while her hands were busy, her mouth was not idle either. "Master Cao, do you have any plans for tonight? Let's have a drink and chat first. Or just..." A trace of nervousness immediately appeared on her little face. Obviously, she hopes Cao Wenbin will choose the first option. But when Cao Wenbin really told her the arrangement, she was completely stunned. "We'll just chat tonight. Nothing else. Of course, you won't lose any money, don't worry about that." His eyes widened instantly. "Just chat. Come to the fireworks place to chat. This is too weird. Isn't he hiding something?" Thinking of this, she subconsciously lowered her head. Then he stuck out his tongue embarrassedly. "If there is a secret that cannot be told, then being a woman must be very difficult. I have to suffer torture every day." And how could the change in her expression escape Cao Wenbin's perception? "So, Pa, Cao Wenbin first slapped the towering part, then said, "Don't talk nonsense. By the way, are you the top star here?" Without any hesitation. Song Menga immediately shook her head, "Of course not. The title of top performer has belonged only to Zheng Ruyan since a year ago. After all, she can make money. Every time that Demon Master comes, he has to spend at least a few high-grade magic crystals on her." Cao Wenbin smiled. "This woman is good. That's quite reasonable." With a little enticement, he immediately started talking about the topic he wanted to know. Of course, satisfaction is satisfaction, but if it is necessary, then it still has to be done. This guy surnamed Yao is really weird. If you like him so much, why don't you redeem him? Do you just like this kind of environment? If we leave here, we won't be able to perform well. Puff. Not surprisingly, Song Menga was so amused that she started shaking all over. Master Cao's way of looking at things is truly unique. Unfortunately, it's totally wrong. Actually, that demon boy has always wanted to redeem Sister Ruyan and then keep her as his mistress. But Sister Ruyan absolutely refuses to agree. In her own words, she feels free and at ease in Zhongzhou. Seeing each other every now and then keeps things fresh. But once it becomes your personal property, you have no control over it. Sooner or later, people will get tired of playing with it and throw it away. Cao Wenbin secretly gave a thumbs up. This woman can do it. I see it clearly enough. Song Menga didn't stop talking and continued to talk. By the way, Sister Ruyan also gave me a magic weapon. She bought it from a merchant for a huge sum of money. It's called something called stockings. It makes you look very elegant when you wear it. Damn it. Sister Ruyan has already controlled that demon boy for over half a month. If I hadn't had such a good relationship with her and my temperament wasn't completely different from hers, she would never have given it to me. Please wait a moment, sir. I'll go change it for you. After saying that, she walked towards the crib. Chapter 328, Capture Successful. Obviously, this act of chatting made Song Menga feel uneasy. After all, they spent so much money. So she decided to do something fancy. Fuck. Without any suspense, Cao Wenbin was shocked by what happened before his eyes. After all, this was the first time someone wore stockings in front of him. At the same time, Cao Wenbin also admires those businessmen very much. How long has it been since the two worlds have been communicating with each other? They actually came here to do business. Master Cao. What do you think of this magic weapon? Have I become more beautiful? Good times are short-lived. Before Cao Wenbin could even get enough of it, everything was over. Of course, now that his heart has been moved, he will naturally not be polite anymore. When Song Menga returned to him, he hugged her in his arms. Young master. At this moment, Song Menga suddenly felt like she was shooting herself in the foot. But before she could say anything else, Cao Wenbin had already placed a finger on her lips. Don't talk yet. Let me indulge myself for a while. When I open my eyes, we'll be talking. After he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin closed his eyes. The reason for this is that the demon is talented and has also arrived. As the person who came to greet him appeared, Cao Wenbin subconsciously curled his lips. At this moment he already understood that everything that was said in the outside world was wrong. There is no such thing as being manipulated. The reason why Yao Yukai can't let go of Zheng Ruyan is entirely because this woman is somewhat similar to Yao Ruqing. Although it is only 30% similar, it is completely sufficient as a substitute. That is to say, this kid is really good at having fun. At the same time, the conversation between the two also reached Cao Wenbin's ears. Husband, why did you come here alone today? Where's the old man who kept you safe? I don't know if it was because he was really awesome or he was just too confident, but Yao Yukai didn't shy away from such a sensitive question at all. The answer came out without hesitation. My brother-in-law has something important to do. So we took all the experts away. But whether that old guy is here or not has no effect on me. After all, this is the demon city. Who dares to trouble me? The more he talked, the more confident this guy became. Then, in order to show his masculinity, he gave Zheng Ruyan a princess hug. Okay, let's discuss these details during our break. Don't forget, my fighting ability is very strong. Although the night is long, it will surely be enough. As soon as they finished speaking, the two of them just happened to walk to the door of a bedroom. And as the door was closed, everything disappeared. It's not that Cao Wenbin's consciousness doesn't want to follow in, but he is powerless. This is a brothel after all. There is no need to repeat what the people who come here will do. So for the sake of privacy, all the rooms in the building are equipped with isolation arrays. Otherwise, wouldn't it become a live broadcast? However, although he could not grasp Yao Yukai's movements in real time, for Cao Wenbin, the information he had obtained before was enough. No expert protection. In that case, your life ends here. The corners of his mouth curled up. The next moment, Cao Wenbin's figure disappeared from the spot. And disappearing with him was Song Menga, who was originally in his arms. After all, meeting is fate, so Cao Wenbin will naturally not let her stay in a place with fireworks. Even if you don't use it when you bring it home, you can still let it help you. When you have nothing to do, you can let him act as a teacher to shy women. It's like killing two birds with one stone. Of course, Cao Wenbin didn't disappear for too long. Just a few minutes later, he appeared in Yao Yukai's room. No sound was triggered. The formation is still intact. Therefore, Yao Yukai didn't even notice that there was an extra person in the room. As for the divine consciousness, please, who would release their spiritual consciousness while doing something like that? Besides, he was just about to lift Zhang Ruyan's legs at this moment. How fun would it be if you could successfully put it on your shoulders? How can you do such a difficult move without taking it seriously? But it was obvious that no matter how hard he tried, he would not be able to fulfill his wish. Because, who are you? How come you're here? The roar came from Zhang Ruyan's mouth. After all, she was lying on her back. As long as you open your eyes, you can immediately see what's going on inside the house. After she yelled like that, Yao Yukai finally realized something was wrong. The next moment, Yao Yukai didn't say anything and directly crashed into the wall closest to him. I have to say, this guy is quite quick-witted. If he succeeds, Cao Wenbin will have no choice but to withdraw. Unfortunately, no matter how fast his reaction was, it could not defeat the advance arrangements. Just when his head was about to hit the wall, a small tower suddenly appeared above his head. Immediately afterwards, he and Zhang Ruyan were all sucked in. So easy. Cao Wenbin looked incredulous. Originally, he thought that a talented demon with first-grade strength would be able to flutter a few times. But now it seems that he obviously overestimated this second-generation rich kid. It seems that Yao Ruqing protected him too well. Shaking his head, Cao Wenbin then entered the heaven-swallowing tower. What greeted him was naturally a roar. Boy, let me out now. Otherwise, your ancestors will be skinned alive. You may not be afraid of death, but aren't they afraid too? By the way, you probably don't know who I am yet. Let me tell you, I am a talented demon. The younger brother of the supreme demon Ruqing. Cao Wenbin smiled. Then he asked casually, then do you know who I am? He curled his lips in disdain. I don't care who you are. Anyway, there's no way their backers aren't stronger than mine. Again, let me go. Otherwise. At the beginning, Yao Yukai was still very arrogant. But as Cao Wenbin took off his disguise, he could no longer speak. My body began to tremble subconsciously. Obviously, he has recognized Cao Wenbin. But that's true. As a high-ranking member of the Mo family, how could he not know Cao Wenbin? Why don't you continue to threaten? Isn't your background very strong? The corner of his mouth twitched. The next moment, he knelt down on the ground. Master Cao, I am blind and have offended a true god like you. By the way, your purpose in arresting me is to deal with my brother-in-law. If that's the case, everything will be easy to talk about. I can even lead the way for you. To be honest, I've always felt that Mara is not worthy of my sister. You are the real match. Chapter 329 Blue-silver grass mixed with rabbit head. Cao Wenbin was stunned when he heard this. To be honest, he has seen many shameless people. But this was the first time he had seen such shamelessness. Of course, no matter how much this Yao Yukai talks, Cao Wenbin will never let him go. Look, the soul-searching technique soon appeared again. Sure enough, I like Zhang Ruyan because of her resemblance. Sister Lian, what a scumbag. Now that he had what he wanted, Cao Wenbin naturally wouldn't linger any longer. After all, the night is long and he doesn't want to be alone in the empty room. Soon, his figure disappeared again. He didn't kill Yao Yukai directly. Because important people all have soul tablets. If Yao Yukai died, Yao Ruqing would know it immediately. And he will completely lose the opportunity to get close to Yao Ruqing. You are talented, I will do for you what you want to do but dare not do. Cao Wenbin is very fast. In addition, the two places were not far apart, so he arrived at the gate of the Mo family in just a few minutes. Of course, at this time, he has completely transformed into the appearance of Yao Yukai. Regardless of height, still temperament, or the strength, they are exactly the same. Not to mention outsiders, I believe that even if Yao Yukai's biological mother came, she would definitely not find anything wrong. Zhang Gujin's disguise technique is truly incredible. Luckily I got it. Otherwise, if someone disguises themselves as me. I shuddered subconsciously. But soon, he had no time to think about these messy things. Because as he stepped into the gate of the Mo family, more and more people came to greet him. Monster Butler, is there anything I can help you with? Butler Demon, I've already finished my own work, so if you need any help, just tell me. I have to say that Yao Yukai is really useful in the Mo family. Look, even some emperors of the 6th or 7th ranks would greet him with a smile when they saw him. That's why, very quickly, the servants quickly prepared a table full of food and wine that he needed. And it's delicious. It makes you hungry at first sight. Butler Demon, have all these wine and food been delivered to your residence? The chef finished his work perfectly, and his smile was so wide that you could hardly see his eyes. The whole person was extremely excited. And after Cao Wenbin said the next sentence, he was so happy that he almost lost his mind. Send it to my sister. It's been a while since we last communicated. I want to have a drink with my sister tonight. The demon housekeeper's sister, Demon Queen, he actually got to see that perfect woman with his own eyes. The more he thought about it, the more unreal it seemed to the chef. Of course, his movements were not slow. Soon, 2 plates were brought to my hands. But just when he was thinking about how to pick up the last plate, Cao Wenbin took it first. Okay, I'll take this last one. After saying that, Cao Wenbin naturally walked towards the depths of the courtyard. At the same time, some powder unknowingly fell on one of the dishes. Blue silver grass mixed with rabbit head, Yao Ruqing's favorite. Why are you not sleeping in the middle of the night and coming here to cause trouble? No surprises. The moment Cao Wenbin and the food and wine appeared, Yao Ruqing was completely stunned. In her opinion, her little brother should be on some woman's belly right now. But now, I'm bored, so I wanted to communicate with you, my sister, about our relationship. His eyes widened instantly. Then Yao Ruqing waved her hand helplessly. All right, stop talking nonsense. Tell me what trouble you've gotten yourself into. Is it someone who slept with someone they shouldn't have slept with? Did you hit a wall? Cao Wenbin rolled his eyes speechlessly. This Yao Yukai is really a complete scumbag. Otherwise, how could Yao Ruqing be so sensitive? Sister, what are you thinking about? I really came here to drink with you. There is absolutely no other idea. I mean it from the bottom of my heart. All that's missing is a swear. But even so, Yao Ruqing was still skeptical. But after thinking about it for a while, she slowly sat down. After all, the food and wine are not fake. It would be a waste if you don't eat it. The first dish she picked up was the rabbit head mixed with blue silver grass. You still have some conscience. You know I'd eat this. Come, have a drink with me. Without any hesitation, Cao Wenbin immediately accompanied him. And it's a special accompaniment. As the 3 rounds of wine and the 5 dishes were served, Cao Wenbin's hands started to become knotty. As for the goal, of course, those are extremely tempting white legs. Paw, great skin, full of elasticity. But before he could fully comprehend it, Yao Ruqing simply slapped the rebellious hand away. At the same time, a roar went straight into Cao Wenbin's ears. Smelly boy, are you drunk? Look carefully, I'm your sister. She's not the barmaid you paid for. If you dare to touch me again, I'll cut off all 4 of your hooves. The threat is extremely strong. But Cao Wenbin didn't care at all. Because he had been observing carefully, he had already seen a hint of confusion in Yao Ruqing's eyes. Obviously, the ecstasy pill is starting to work. I believe it won't be long before this woman will let him do whatever he wants. And the fact is, it is indeed so. Look, as time goes by, Yao Ruqing's resistance becomes weaker. At the beginning, as soon as Cao Wenbin put his hand on it, it would be slapped away immediately. Then you will be beaten up. But just a few minutes later, Cao Wenbin could let go of his hands at will. Now, we can do whatever we want. Yao Ruqing could do nothing but say no. Mission accomplished. Girl, I'm going to show you what a real man is. After he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin directly picked up Yao Ruqing. But I don't know if it was because Cao Wenbin was too rude and hurt the other person, or if it was for some other reason. In short, before Cao Wenbin walked into the bedroom, a hint of clarity quickly flashed across Yao Ruqing's eyes. You little bastard, put me down right now. Otherwise, I will be really angry. A faint smile. Cao Wenbin did not reply. Just wiped his face with his hands. The next moment, everything changed. Height increased by 10 centimeters quickly. There has also been a drastic change in appearance. As for temperament, there is no need to mention it. Even Mo Luo may not have a man like Cao Wenbin. Who are you? Yao Ruqing's eyes widened instantly. At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief. And as the last bit of persistence disappeared, she could no longer hold on. After just a few breaths, everything was replaced by infatuation. Please have mercy. Chapter 330, Killing and Destroying the Heart. Part 1. Buried in Tianzhou, the ancestral home of the family. In the past, this place was always bustling with people. After all, this is one of the most holy places in the demon realm. But with the deaths of the two supreme leaders of the Zhang family, this place quickly became a ghost town. Every one of the Zhang family members ran away. And these people are also very smart. Apart from the clan protecting skills and necessary cultivation resources, they didn't take anything else. The meaning is very clear, that is to tell the world clearly that there is no need to come to us. We have no more oil. And this trick really works. Look, no matter whether it was Mo Luo and Zhang Chen who arrived first, or Zhao Yuaner and others who arrived later, none of them paid any attention to them. All the attention of the two groups of people fell on this feng shui treasure land and the treasure house of the Zhang family. Of course, they are cool. But the two groups of people with conflicting interests are completely at odds with each other. Zhao Yuaner, you really are haunting me. By the way, you are not attracted to me, are you? Why else would you follow me wherever I go? Looking at Zhao Yuaner who refused to give in, Mo Luo's eyes turned red with anger. Of course, it's not just him, the generals and ministers are the same. Originally, everything was fine. They looted very smoothly. But when they were about to get the biggest benefit, this group of women who had caused them countless troubles suddenly came out and interfered. Not only did he want to monopolize all the benefits here, but he also wanted to kill the two 12th grade ones right away. To be honest, this is because both of them are aware of the fighting power of these women. Otherwise, they wouldn't hesitate. I've been risking my life for a long time. But it's different from their dissatisfaction. At this time, Zhao Yuaner and other girls had a calm look on their faces. But that's true. The purpose of dragging people away has been achieved. In that case, why rush? Of course, there is no rush, but if you need to fight back, you still have to fight back. Therefore, is he interested in you? Mara, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? With your character, how can I like you? Do you like it when you don't take a shower? Or do you like your body that's half buried in dirt and can't do anything? Sharp. Extremely sharp. You. So, Mara, who was already furious, suddenly exploded. But before he could do anything, a feeling of palpitation suddenly arose in his heart. Something happened. In an instant, Mara regained his clarity of mind. Then without saying anything, he immediately closed his eyes and began to deduce. But the more he deduced, the more his brows furrowed. Because he couldn't deduce anything. That shouldn't be the case. Confused. Quite confusing. Yes, he is indeed not very proficient in the art of deduction. At best, he is just a half-baked one. But for someone who has reached his level, he should be able to calculate things that concern himself very accurately. But now it is. No, we can't go on like this. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes. The next moment, his spiritual consciousness spread out rapidly. His idea was very simple. Since he couldn't calculate it, he would just observe it himself. And the latest place he checked out was the Mo family. After all, that's his base. As long as nothing goes wrong there, it's not a big problem. But after looking for a long time, he still couldn't find anything. Everything is the same as usual, there is no difference. This time, Moro was completely confused. Young Master Yao has been in Madame's room for such a long time, nothing will happen to him, right? Are you stupid? What could possibly happen to the two of them? Are they going to drink themselves to death? I'm afraid of drinking. How dare you? Okay, let's stop here. Otherwise, if the Queen of Demons hears, your whole family will suffer. I was just joking, it shouldn't be that serious. It's obvious that these two people are just arguing because they are bored. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. At this moment, Moro suddenly felt that his head seemed to be a little green. In fact, he had already noticed Yao Yukai's little thoughts. The reason why he didn't take any measures was because he was sure that Yao Yukai would not dare to do so. But now it seems that he is a little too confident. Yao, this is best just a misunderstanding. Otherwise, even if your sister begs on her knees, she won't be able to save you. After gritting his teeth, Moro turned around and prepared to leave. Obviously, he is ready to give up the interests here. But what he didn't expect was that as soon as he made a move, Zhao Yuaner actually brought people to block him. Judging from the expression, it is obvious that she doesn't want him to leave. So, Moro exploded. Zhao Yuaner, are you fucking sick? I'm not even going to argue with you, why are you still stopping me? The voice was full of anger. But Zhao Yuaner was not afraid at all. I can stop you if I want to. What's it to you? I'm making this clear today. Don't even think about leaving this place within 1 hour. Very infuriating. But Moro gradually calmed down. He sensed something was wrong. It seems like these 12 stinky women have been using the procrastination tactic since the very beginning. It was as if he had known something was going to happen to my rear. Could it be? In an instant, he figured everything out. Who else could order these 12 women around except the man surnamed Cao? Plus that ecstasy pill. Although Moro didn't know how Cao Wenbin pretended to be Yao Yukai. But at this moment, he was already certain that the man who went in to drink with his wife was not his brother-in-law Yao Yukai at all. But it was his rival Cao Wenbin. Oh shit. The analysis was well reasoned and presented everything directly before his eyes. But at this moment, Moro hoped very much that his analysis was wrong. After all, if the person who went in is really a talented demon, then there is still hope for this matter. But if it was Cao Wenbin who went in, then... No. I have to go back as soon as possible. If we're fast enough, Ruqing might still be saved. After making up his mind, the god-slaying gun instantly appeared in his hand. Then he didn't even hesitate and rushed directly towards Zhao Yuaner. No need for victory. Just hope to break through quickly. My lady, you must wait for me. I will definitely be back to you in 10 minutes at most. Chapter 331, Killing and Destroying the Heart. Part 2. Great idea. But how could Zhao Yuaner, as an enemy, let him get his wish? Look, just as Mo Luo was halfway through his charge, the figures of Zhao Yuaner and the other 12 people disappeared. Roar. It is still the 12 heavenly gods and demons formation. One trick is enough to conquer the world. But it is obvious that Moro was well prepared. Before the muscular man raised the giant axe, a flag with a ghost painted on it suddenly appeared in his hand. Heavenly Demon Banner. Yao Ruqing's ranking rewards. An innate treasure that can only be used once every 10 days. As the magic power began to flow in, the ghostly shadow on the flag became more and more vivid. In the end, it actually completely broke away from the flag. Roar. The sound is also very brutal. And this guy is clearly out of his mind. The first moment after appearing, he actually set his attack target directly on Moro. Noisy. Moro is very depressed. Because his luck is so bad. This magic flag can summon 3 kinds of celestial demons in total. The first type is the intelligent demon, who controls the rules of judgment. Extremely strong. Whenever I make a judgment, it is almost certain to be correct. Although each summoning can only last 10 minutes, with its assistance, Moro has 100% confidence that he can break out of the encirclement. The second type is the mediocre demon, who controls the law of mediocrity. The strength is quite passable. But its ability is to make all goals become mediocre. If he could summon it, although it would be a little troublesome, Moro was also confident that he could escape as soon as possible. As for this situation before us, it is a killing demon that controls the law of killing. It harbors resentment towards all living creatures. Therefore, kill whoever you see. Of course, if there are bad things, there are naturally good things too. It is the strongest among the 3 monsters. It is also the one that can exist the longest. A full 30 minutes. It is a veritable double-edged sword. Looks like we can only escape in the chaos. He rolled his eyes slightly. Then Moro did not retreat but advanced. He actually rushed towards the giant axe that was about to fall down as if he was looking for death. However, although his move seems crazy, it is quite effective. Look, the killing demon seemed to have discovered a new world. He gave up on Moluo and turned around to rush towards the strong man. The bet was right. This strong man is made up of 12 women. His life force must be stronger than mine. If that's the case, there's no reason for the slaughter demon not to be jealous. I was happy, but the next moment. Boom! The gun and the axe collided. Without any suspense, Moro flew backwards. What made him even more depressed was that the killing demon actually attacked him as well. If it weren't for the protection of the demon cloak, he would have had a hard time getting up after these 2 blows. Oh shit, this thing is really evil. Of course, even though he complained, his reaction was not slow. After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he slowly moved out of the battle group. He didn't dare to make any big moves, afraid of attracting the attention of the killing demon. After all, if he was really caught in a pincer attack, not to mention saving others, he would have to sacrifice himself. Boom! Obviously, he made the right choice again. Without other living creatures to distract him, the killing demon's entire attention was focused on the burly man. All I want is to tear it into pieces. Unfortunately, the idea is nice, but it simply doesn't have the ability. Instead, he was brutally beaten by the strong man. Look, after the first axe, the killing demon had one arm cut off. But this thing obviously didn't feel any pain. After relieving its strength, it rushed up again. As for the result this time, it no longer has the good luck it had before. After another blow of the axe, its head was separated from its neck. A mayfly shakes a tree. Disdain. Looking at the slowly disappearing body of the killing demon, the sturdy man's face was full of disdain. But soon, disdain turned into anxiety. Then it directly became 12 women. What should I do? That demon has already escaped. Sister Yuener, let's chase after him. What if Wenbin gets addicted to playing? Then there is reason to worry. However, Zhao Yuener quickly shook her head. Wenbin is not that unreliable. We've got 20 minutes left for him. He has the law of time, which is definitely enough. Okay, let's stick to the original plan. Just take all the spiritual veins and supplies here back. Mo family. Buzz. As the sound of space vibration sounded, Moro finally came back, and he appeared directly at the door of the master bedroom. At this moment, he only needs to gently push open the door, and the formation in the room will be closed immediately. At that time, everything will be presented in his perception. But what he could easily accomplish in the past was now extremely difficult for him. His right hand was raised many times, but put down many times. I still don't have the courage to take that last step. As for wasting time, he's already here. Is he still afraid of wasting time? If the person inside hasn't left yet, then even if you lend him a pair of wings, he can't leave. Just when he was hesitating, Yao Ruqing's 2 personal maids suddenly appeared. So, when was the last time you saw the lady? Moro's face was full of anticipation. He really wants to hear an answer that is favorable to him. Unfortunately, it's just a delusion after all. Master, the last time we saw Madam was when she was washing up. Then the demon steward came to the Madam with wine and food to drink. Originally, we wanted to go in and serve. But the demon housekeeper refused to give in. And the Madam acquiesced. So, despair. All illusions are gone. All that is left is deep despair. By the way, sir, why don't you go in? No answer. Moro just waved his hand gently. For the sake of Yao Ruqing's reputation, he must not let too many people know about this. And as the clearing was completed, he finally made up his mind. The next moment, crack, the sound of the door being pushed open was heard soon. Then everything in the house appeared in his perception. Messy. Extremely messy. It's hard to imagine what happened here before. As for the demon queen Yao Ruqing, lifeless eyes. The body keeps twitching. The bed under her even had 2 legs broken off. Without any surprise, Moro exploded directly. The murderous aura was as solid as substance. If there was someone beside him at this moment, he would definitely be cut into pieces by this murderous aura. And this is not the most infuriating thing. As his attention began to shift, a poem soon caught Mara's eye. Strong wind blows at night, sexy and enchanting. Put down the wine in your glass and lead your troops to attack the love nest. Sao, I will never coexist with you. From now on, there is Cao but no me, there is me but no Cao. Chapter 332 Cao Wenbin's ambition. Name: Yao Ruqing. Identity: Demon Queen of the Demon Family. Strength: a supreme being who has received a complete gift from heaven and earth. She controls the laws of illusion and is extremely adept at deceiving people, so please be careful. Appearance score: 96. Loyalty: -99. This woman hates you to the extreme. So if you are not absolutely sure, do not approach her. Note: she has great potential. If she hadn't devoted herself entirely to the Mo family, her current strength would definitely be much greater than this. If possible, it would be best to try to win her over. Looking at the data presented by Wanmailu, Cao Wenbin, who had just returned to Wuming Island, subconsciously curled his lips. This woman is really like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, she doesn't know how to appreciate a good person. He tried so hard, yet she still hated him so much. Ah, it really is true that the more you do, the more mistakes you make. Speechless. Extremely speechless. But soon, he no longer had time to pay attention to this. Because those two glittering treasure chests immediately attracted all his attention. Open. Zhu Xian Sword Formation, the greatest killing formation of all time. Once the formation is complete, it is filled with murderous aura, requiring only an 8th grade sword to enter. Those who attempt to enter with insufficient strength will be reduced to ash in an instant. The strength of the formation depends on the strength of the swords used to set it up. The stronger the sword, the stronger the formation. There is no upper limit. Note: the minimum requirement for setting up the formation is a mid-grade imperial weapon. Swords below this level simply cannot withstand the pressure of the formation. One Qi transforms into 3 pure ones, a supreme magical power. When facing an enemy, you can temporarily summon 3 individuals of equal strength. This creates a 4-on-1 situation. Note: these summoned individuals possess independent consciousness, so you don't need to command them. However, their duration is limited, at most 10 minutes. And despite their realm, their attack power is only 70% of yours, so use with caution. His eyes narrowed instantly. Then Cao Wenbin started to have a headache. The rewards are good rewards. They can all be used as trump cards. But where can I find the 4 swords for the formation? Use mid-grade or high-grade imperial weapons to form the formation. Stop talking nonsense. The formation they set up will be of no help at all. Looks like I need to think of some tricks to trick people. No matter what, we must gather 4 innate swords as quickly as possible. Coincidentally, just when he was secretly pondering, Zhao Yuaner and others just happened to return with the Zhang family's collection in dragon veins. Feel refreshed. Then Cao Wenbin immediately organized people to take inventory without saying a word. As for himself, he personally arranged the dragon veins. Originally, the girls didn't take it seriously. But after Cao Wenbin drove the dragon vein directly into the center of the island, the women were all confused. The spiritual energy of this island has become extremely rich. In some places, spiritual energy even turned into water. In this case, continuing to arrange the dragon veins would be a complete waste. Husband, you are. Without hiding anything, Cao Wenbin explained while busying himself. First, I believe that quantitative change will lead to qualitative change. 1 or 2 dragon veins might not reveal anything, but if there are a lot of them, there will definitely be unexpected gains. And the second one, I hope that in the near future, only the area where I am will have spiritual energy. After all, heroes use force to break the law. Once people have power, they tend to overthink things. So it's safest if only our own people can practice. The tone is very calm. But Zhao Yuaner and the others all looked stern. Is this to cut off other people's path to cultivation? Is it so cruel? But if you think about it carefully, this is really a great strategy. Once they succeed, their descendants will have no worries. After all, I can practice, but you can't. Then what kind of waves can you make? But soon, they noticed something was wrong. Husband, for people in both the immortal and demon worlds, they are already accustomed to practicing whenever they have nothing to do. It's going to take up a lot of their time. But once their path to cultivation is cut off, what are you going to let them do? You can't just play with children all day long. Cao Wenbin smiled. Obviously, he has thought about this problem too. It's simple. Let them swim in the ocean of knowledge. This way, these people can create more gadgets for us that will benefit our lives. It's really killing two birds with one stone. My eyes instantly became brighter. The excitement is becoming more and more obvious. That's it. From now on, any hostile land we occupy must first be drained of its dragon veins. Of course, although the women were in a state of excitement, their hands were moving very fast. Look, Cao Wenbin had just finished settling the dragon vein, and before he had time to feel any changes, they had already finished taking inventory of the Zhang family's inventory. Husband, the Zhang family has a total collection of 817 low-grade imperial artifacts. 522 mid-grade imperial artifacts. 169 top-grade imperial artifacts. 3 pseudo-innate treasures. 617 emperor fruits. The more he listened, the sleepier Cao Wenbin became. At the same time, I am more disappointed. He would never have thought that as one of the most powerful forces in the demon realm, the Zhang family could be so poor. What rubbish. But just when he was about to wave his hand to tell the girls to stop talking, a turning point occurred. Husband, we also found this. After saying that, Yang Xiao handed over a rusty sword. Don't be fooled by its appearance. But the Zhang family protects it extremely strictly. We almost didn't find it when we were searching. And it's incredibly strong. No matter what method you use, it won't damage it in the slightest. Can't even get the rust off. After hearing these words, especially seeing that it was in the shape of a sword, Cao Wenbin instantly became excited. It's really like someone gives you a pillow just when you feel sleepy. But after playing with it for a while, his brows unconsciously frowned. Because he also couldn't figure out what this thing was. He even used the laws of time and reincarnation, but it was still useless. Can't see through. Still can't see through it. But just when he was about to give up, a flash of inspiration suddenly came to his mind. That's right, I can use the Hichu Luoshu to calculate it. Do it when you think of it. The next moment, the two symbols that appeared in the Zhaodian star array appeared in front of him. As for the results, the scabbard is in the Mo family's treasury. Combine the two and the puzzle will be solved. Fuck. Cao Wenbin almost vomited blood. Couldn't you show up a few hours earlier? If we let him go to the Mo family now, what's the difference between that and asking for his life? Chapter 333, an admission ticket that even the Supreme is helpless. Cao Wenbin, who got a great deal, was all smiles. On the other side, the Moro couple, who had reaped a lot of rewards, had a look of grief and anger on their faces. After more than half an hour of breathing exercises, Yao Ruqing has now completely woken up. But because she was too tired, she didn't get up. Her abdomen was covered with Meluo's clothes, and she leaned lightly in Meluo's arms. Speechless. Silence for a long time. Until the sky gradually brightens. Husband, let's separate. Don't talk much. But when Moro hugged her arm, he subconsciously held it tighter. It is obvious that Moro does not want to lose this good wife. And the fact is, it is indeed so. This is not. Ruqing, don't say that again. You and I have been one for tens of thousands of years. How could we be separated because of such a thing? You were. Let's just treat it as a dog bite. It's nothing serious. I will never take it to heart. I won't hold any grudges against you. Moro was very generous. But if you look closely, you will find that his eyes are full of humiliation. But that's true. Others have to overcome their addiction, but he has to bear the consequences. Normal people wouldn't be able to bear this, let alone him, a famous boss in the demon realm. But as the saying goes, there is a reward for every effort. After being comforted by him, Yao Ruqing, who had been keeping her head down, finally raised her head slowly. Is everything you said true? Can you really pretend nothing happened? His eyes were full of anticipation. When he saw that his wife had agreed, a hint of joy immediately appeared on Moro's face. It's been a night. A whole night. Finally there is good news. Of course it's true. After all these years, when have I ever lied to you? If you don't believe me, I can swear. After he finished speaking, he actually raised his right hand. But it was obvious that Yao Ruqing would never let him swear any oath. The little hand stretched out and directly held his big hand. I believe you. After hearing these three words, Yao Ruqing seemed to have come to terms with it. All the negative emotions such as sorrow, despair, weakness, etc. disappear. What replaced it was endless coldness. The whole person jumped directly to the ground. Patta. The sound of water drops hitting the ground suddenly rang out. Moro's eyelids were twitching when he saw this. But at this moment, Yao Ruqing didn't care at all. Husband, I will no longer guard the Mo family. Leave the things here to others. I want to fight against the immortal realm with you. If I don't destroy the Cao family, I will not be a human being in this world. After saying that, she simply adjusted the hem of her skirt and then strode towards the demon family's treasure house. Judging from the look of it, it's obvious that he's going to pick out treasures. As for the mess here, and the dirt that just fell. Anyway, this room will not be used again in the future. If that's the case, then why bother cleaning it up? This Cao guy really couldn't resist the temptation. I used a little trick and he fell for it. Humph, you'll die on a woman's belly sooner or later. In the special space, the moment Yao Ruqing was about to come out of the mountain, Tianyan immediately burst into giggles. At the same time, she also gave up the idea of continuing to announce the results. After all, the goal has been achieved, and those who should split have split. Continuing will only be a waste of resources. There are only 100 disadvantages and no advantages. The most urgent task now is to quickly gather these guys who have already harbored grudges against each other together. In this way, we can maximize the benefits. Do it when you think of it. The next moment. Buzz. As the sound of space vibrations rang out, the list that had been silent for a long time finally changed again. Due to insufficient energy, the list will no longer be updated. But in line with the principle that everything has a silver lining, this list will exist forever. In 1 hour, this list will be published on the top of Tongtian Mountain. At that time, anyone who has absorbed the complete gift from heaven and earth will be able to enter the list and look for opportunities. Until the core of this list is taken away by the destined person. Note, for the sake of fairness, the cultivation of all those on the list will be suppressed to the first rank realm, without exception. Even the supreme. There are very few words this time. But the sensation it caused was extremely shocking. Before the last word was even uttered, all the cultivators in the two worlds exploded. A complete gift from heaven and earth. What is that? Does everyone have it? Bullshit. Even most supremes don't have this thing, let alone ants like us. Fuck, isn't that just teasing people? Haven't we been fooled enough since this list appeared? They keep saying it's for the benefit of all living beings, but who among those who make it onto the list doesn't have a powerful background? So, I've given up hope a long time ago. Just being safe and sound is good enough. Dissatisfied. The faces of the vast majority of ordinary monks were filled with dissatisfaction. Unfortunately, their complaints are like the wind fanned by mosquito wings, which can't cause any waves at all. Of course, they are not the only ones who are dissatisfied. Those supreme beings with weaker strength also had dark faces at this moment. They would never have thought that as the supreme beings, they would one day worry about tickets. A complete gift from heaven and earth. Are the tickets so expensive? Fortunately, there are strength restrictions in there, so we can send our younger generation to fight for it. If you're lucky, your gains won't necessarily be less than others. Just when everyone was secretly thinking about how to maximize their profits, Cao Wenbin, who had just stopped, just laughed. After entering the list, everyone's realm is the same. Doesn't this mean that he will be invincible? Thinking of this, Cao Wenbin turned around. Originally, he was planning to go to the Mo family again and find a way to retrieve the scabbard. But now, he has no such idea at all. My only thought is to reach Tongtian Mountain as soon as possible. After all, the scabbard won't run away. You can pick it up anytime. But if he gets to the list too late, he will definitely miss out on the good stuff. It may even be unknown whether the list will still exist by then. While his body was busy on the road, his brain was not idle either. An action plan was quickly developed. Find the heart of the list first. If you really can't find it, look for other treasures. If he is really unlucky and has no connection with anything, then go find those women who don't get along with him. This is a rare opportunity. They must all be subdued inside. Not a single fish can slip through the net. Especially those two slutty bitches Yao Ruqing and Bai Yuchu. I'll make you lose 99 inches. I must get rid of this negative word at this rally. Chapter 334 Unfair Treatment. Anyone who has accepted the gifts from heaven and earth will never be slow. Look, before the list was released, many figures had already appeared on the top of Tongtian Mountain. Old and young. The old ones are naturally the ancestors of each family. They are extremely powerful. The momentum is devastating. However, a small number of them were surrounded by a lingering aura of death. Obviously, their lives have begun to enter the countdown. If nothing unexpected happens, this trip is to risk one's life. If you succeed, you will live. If you fail, you will die. As for the less, that naturally means someone of Cao Wenbin's generation. Among them, the most outstanding ones are the twin sisters by Yuchu and Miao Jia. Of course, no matter how outstanding the three women are, the attention they receive is completely incomparable to Cao Wenbin. Look, Cao Wenbin's presence just appeared. All the men, women, young and old present looked over immediately. And their expressions are different. I am happy. There is murderous intent, but more of it is curiosity and jealousy. There is no way, it's because Cao Wenbin occupies too many resources. Whether it is a beautiful woman or various natural treasures. It's all too much. If we can catch him, even if we don't get anything on the list, this trip won't be a loss at all. This is the voice of the vast majority of people. Of course, there are people with bad intentions, but there are also people who consider Cao Wenbin. And Lily is a typical example. Her speed is even faster than Zhao Yuaner. Without even taking a breath, she appeared next to Cao Wenbin. Then he said with concern, "Sir, please don't get involved in this mess. Many people here regard you as a thorn in their side. Just tell me what you need, and I'll definitely be able to get it out for you." So sincere and heartfelt. After she finished speaking, she even gave Miao Fan and Miao An a wink. It was obvious that the twins' purpose of coming here was not for this opportunity at all. But it was to stop Cao Wenbin. Unfortunately, even God couldn't stop Cao Wenbin from making his decision, let alone these two little girls. You're just too concerned. Don't forget, once we get in, we'll all be first-rank emperors. If we are at the same level, do you think you can be my opponent? Lily was stunned, because she suddenly discovered that this seemed to be the case. The person in front of me has mastered a lot of awesome rules. Outside, the Supreme treated him like an ant. But once you're on the list, it's hard to say who is the ant. Yes, the Supreme has plenty of combat experience. But experience is only useful when the combat power is equal. If one side is too strong, the experience will immediately become useless. But, however, even though she understood it, Lily still didn't want Cao Wenbin to take any risks. After all, it's better to be safe than sorry. But before she could finish her words, the list that had been floating in the air for some time suddenly came down. As it got closer, everyone suddenly realized that they seemed to have underestimated this thing before. Judging from the momentum, this list is definitely not an ordinary innate treasure. As a result, the crowd, who were already very excited, suddenly became even more jealous. And soon, someone couldn't help it. Swish! With a flash of his body, he rushed directly towards the list that had just landed. Originally, everything was normal. There is no energy shield around the list. But the moment the two sides came into contact, "Pa!" a crisp sound was heard. Then this pioneer exploded. A piece of east. A piece of west. Everyone subconsciously took a step back. There is no way, the situation in front of me is too weird. At the same time, various conspiracy theories have emerged in everyone's minds. The first thing that came to mind was that someone was playing a trick. After all, the guy who just died was only a third grade one. If we can use him to scare away most of the competitors, we will definitely make a lot of money. I have to say, those who can come here are really smart people. The correct way to look at problems is to look at them. Soon, someone figured out the general situation. Damn it, that guy just now never accepted the gift from heaven and earth. He's just looking for death. In an instant, everyone's faces turned dark. But the interesting thing is that even though the truth has been revealed, no one dares to step forward. Obviously, no one is willing to take risks for that little bit of first mover advantage. But everyone also knows that there is no point in continuing this stalemate. So soon, most people's attention fell on a young man. This person's name is Su Yi. Very famous in the demon realm. Although he only has the strength of the 5th rank, he has already received gifts from heaven and earth twice. It is an extremely rare talent. As for why everyone is looking at him, that's because he has no background. Everything was achieved through his own hard work. In this case, it's perfect for exploring. Su Yi was also very single. When he found that he had no way to retreat, he did not hesitate. His figure flashed and he disappeared from the spot. When it appears, it is already in front of the list. Then he slowly stretched out his right hand. No strange noise. In full view of everyone, that hand went straight through the list. Immediately afterwards, Su Yi was sucked in completely. All the previous content is true. This time, no one hesitated. As the sounds of breaking air rang out one after another, the people on the top of the mountain quickly disappeared. Is this the world on the list? Damn it, it can only belong to me, no one can take it away. Looking at the birdsong and flowers around him, Cao Wenbin's eyes turned blue. After all, if this is his own, then he can carry a cannon with him. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. But after just a few breaths, he noticed something was wrong. After making sure his perception was correct, he jumped up directly. Tianyan, I'll fuck your ancestors. We clearly agreed that they are all first grade. Why does it change when it comes to me? The peak of the holy realm. Why the hell don't you suppress me to the mortal realm? But how would he know? Tianyan doesn't want to, but she can't do it. This list can only suppress the strength of those on the list to 2 fixed levels. Either the first rank or the peak of the holy realm. Oh shit. Cao Wenbin, who was not satisfied with his scolding, quickly scratched the word, Tianyan, on the ground with his toes. Then, he slowly untied his belt. Then, wow, the sound of flowing water can be heard. Due to the large volume, the word, Tianyan, was soon washed away and could not be seen clearly. Chapter 335, Meet Yao Ruqing again. After peeing, Cao Wenbin felt much better. But what he didn't know was that his action almost made Tianyan explode with anger. Insult to heaven. How dare this brat insult the heaven so blatantly? How dare he? The black energy that made up her body was shaking wildly. But how could she know that they were just in the wild at that time? Cao Wenbin couldn't bring himself to do that. If this happened inside the house, who knows what would happen if she was called by name? No, my revenge is back. When has my aunt ever suffered such a loss? Do it when you think of it. But just when she was about to take action, she suddenly became numb. Because she suddenly realized that she had no means to punish Cao Wenbin. As for the conspiracy, she has already used what she can. Ah, crazy. Extremely crazy. Then, without saying anything, she immediately accelerated the speed of absorbing the demonic realm's heavenly Tao. She has reached the point where she can no longer tolerate Cao Wenbin. But precisely because of her action, some interesting things happened quietly. The world of rankings is huge. Therefore, the probability of meeting someone can be said to be extremely small. Especially when their strength is suppressed. But fate is really a wonderful thing. Look, although Cao Wenbin didn't encounter any opportunities, he met an extremely familiar woman just half a day later. As for how familiar, let's put it this way, he even knows where the other person's birthmark is. After all, we just broke up not long ago. I can't forget it even if I want to. However, this acquaintance encountered some trouble at this time. No wonder Su Yi was able to cultivate to the 5th level single-handedly. That's really brave. How dare you mess with Mo Luo's woman? And just as he was secretly complaining, the two people in the battle also got really angry. Yao Ruqing, retreat immediately. This temple belongs to me. Even if the gods come, it won't help. If you dare to pester me again, I'll make you give birth to a pearl. After saying this, Su Yi glanced up and down at Yao Ruqing. To prove that he wasn't kidding. But he had no idea that this action of his would directly touch Yao Ruqing's reverse scale. This made Yao Ruqing unconsciously recall the scenes from the day before. So, you're looking for death. You're just a mere 5th grade cultivator. Do you really think that just because we're at the same realm, you can stroke the tiger whiskers of a supreme being like us? It's totally nonsense. As she snorted coldly, a strange power suddenly emerged from her body. Illusory. One look at it and you can't help but have mixed thoughts. This is the law of illusion. Su Yi, who had a relaxed look on his face just now, immediately changed his expression after figuring out Yao Ruqing's methods. After all, the reason why he dared to be so arrogant was that he relied on the fact that he had received 2 gifts from heaven and earth, and he could split the laws and bestow the laws. With these 2 things, he can create unlimited clones whose strength is 2 levels lower than his own. Thus achieving the effect of a group fight. As long as he is given time, he is confident that he can defeat any opponent of the same level. But now, the law of illusion is still his nemesis. Yao Ruqing can easily pull all his clones into the illusion. Don't even think about fighting then. He would be lucky if those clones didn't turn around and beat him up. Damn it, why am I so unlucky? As he spoke, he glanced at the temple not far away. In the center of that hall, there is a pair of wise eyes. If he could get it, his only weakness would disappear immediately. By then, he might really be able to make the woman in front of him give birth to a child. Fight her. The more he thought about it, the more Suyi felt that he couldn't give up. So soon, he also moved. Just a few breaths later, 100 clones at the peak of the quasi-saint realm appeared around him. And 99 of them quickly formed a formation with him. As for the other one, then of course we'd go straight to the temple. His strategy was very simple, which was to take most of his clones to stop Yao Ruqing. Then let that only one person get the wisdom eye. With the formation in place, although he was restrained, he felt that he should be able to hold on until his clone came back. And his actions made Yao Ruqing, who was already furious, even more angry. After all, who doesn't need wisdom? If she had a pair of eyes that could see through everything a day ago, how could Cao Wenbin have taken advantage of her? Therefore, stop right there. Boom. No surprises. The two of them collided immediately. Just as they were fighting fiercely, a dark shadow slipped silently into the magnificent temple. No one knew what method this person used, but the two people fighting each other were completely unaware of anything. The little thing is pretty fast. But your mission ends here. That's right, the one who sneaked in was Cao Wenbin. As for the first thing he did after coming in, that would naturally be to crush that clone to pieces. In order to prevent him from passing on the message, he even used the law of time. Perfect. Looking at the guy who had been lost in the long river of time, Cao Wenbin smiled. Then without saying a word, he turned around and walked into the main hall. The two people outside were not wrong in their observation. There is indeed a pair of wise eyes enshrined here. As long as you refine it, you will be able to see through all illusions immediately. However, Cao Wenbin was not interested in this thing at all. There's no way, who has the eyes of reincarnation? A supreme divine object that is 100 times better than the wisdom eye. Let's see if there are any other good things. Of course, even though he looked down on it, he still put away his wisdom eyes before walking in. After all, just because he can't use it doesn't mean the women's army can't use it. As he went deeper, he gradually realized that what was enshrined here was not Buddha. Not that Bodhisattva either, but the happy Buddha. This time, Cao Wenbin was immediately delighted. Isn't this professional? In an instant, Cao Wenbin's interest in this place increased by several levels. However, this state did not last long. Because the murals on the wall are so lacking in creativity. It's the same stuff over and over again. Not to mention comparing it to the action movies he had in his private collection, even some Enlightenment reading materials couldn't compare to it. I hope you've hidden all your secret skills in there. Otherwise, I'll tear this place apart. So that you don't mislead the students. As soon as he finished muttering to himself, Cao Wenbin immediately began to check each room one by one. That level of detail is unprecedented. But it is not common. Chapter 336, Gods and Demons Happy Zen. It's a nice thought. But the reality soon gave Cao Wenbin a blow. After visiting dozens of rooms, he didn't find any valuable items except murals. Depend on. Not surprisingly, Cao Wenbin got angry. Then he kicked the mural. Of course, in order to avoid being discovered by the two people outside, he did not use too much strength. But even so, this kick was enough to make the unsightly mural disappear. But things in the world are often so unpredictable. The mural was hit, not only did it disappear, but even the wall paint didn't fall off. There's something fishy. The next moment, Cao Wenbin's eyes closed. The murals along the way flashed through his mind quickly like slides. At first, he didn't find anything. But as he restored the mural into two little men, a set of exercises suddenly appeared in his mind. Gods and demons are happy with Zen. A long-lost smile instantly appeared on his face. After restoring all the skills, Cao Wenbin discovered that there was something extremely wrong with two of the murals. They are actually repeated. Without hesitation, just a few breaths later, he appeared in front of one of the murals. But obviously, his luck was not very good. There is absolutely no problem with this one. But Cao Wenbin was not angry. After all, it's a choice between two options. So what if I'm wrong? And the fact is, this is indeed the case. Once he reached the next mural, everything became clear. Click. As the mechanism and the illusion above were broken, a deep underground passage soon appeared in front of him. Good boy, this Tianyan is really cruel. This is obviously a legacy left by someone else. She actually moved all of them into her own treasure house. Not even the Chamber of Secrets was left behind. That's right, from the moment he saw this temple, Cao Wenbin understood it. This list is actually Tianyan's treasure trove. As to whether it is the only one, it is unknown. Otherwise, how could there be so many fancy things in a world of rankings? Of course, although his mind was full of thoughts, his movements were not slow. Soon, he got into the tunnel. There's even a perpetual lamp. Surprise. But this time he didn't stay. The speed is maxed out. In the blink of an eye, we arrived at the end of the passage. Not a wall, but a stone door. Not big, but the workmanship is extremely fine. It is covered with patterns. As the observation deepened, the smile on Cao Wenbin's face became more and more intense. Good. This is the experience that a master of this art should have. If I don't have as many tricks as an average person, that would be too cheap. Without any suspense, Cao Wenbin memorized it directly. And soon there were experimental subjects. As for who it is there any need to say more? Of course it's the demon ruching outside. After all, if this thing breaks, he doesn't need to fix it. While he was daydreaming, his hands were not idle. It was placed on the door at the first moment. And the strength used is getting greater and greater. Click. Although Cao Wenbin at this time only has the strength of the peak of the Saint Realm. But it's just a dead object, that can't defeat him. Look, after a few breaths, the stone door was completely pushed open. Not as glittery as expected. There are no traps. In the space behind the stone gate, there is only an altar. And on the altar, there was a woman sitting cross-legged. The black hair is like a waterfall, covering the body with a veil. Even though they were dozens of meters apart, the body odor of that person kept coming into Cao Wenbin's nose. Swish. At the same time, the sound of flipping pages also rang in Cao Wenbin's mind. But it didn't make much noise. Only 4. But even so, Cao Wenbin still did not rush forward. Instead, he became alert. The most powerful Tai Chi diagram in his hand protected his body in the first moment. Then he shouted towards the altar, "Junior Cao Wenbin, I'm sorry for disturbing you so hastily. I wonder what your name is, senior." The sound rolled away. Even if the other party is in a state of deep retreat, he will definitely be awakened. But after waiting for a long time, the other party didn't respond at all. But Cao Wenbin is not in a hurry. Soon, 2 more voices came. As for the results, still the same as before. The woman on the altar still didn't respond. Is he dead? This time, Cao Wenbin became bolder. He took 2 steps at a time and reached the edge of the altar in the blink of an eye. Buzz. An energy shield immediately rose from the ground. But this thing appears quickly, but disappears just as quickly. Before Cao Wenbin could even make a move, it dissipated on its own. Obviously, because the time is too long, the energy that maintains it has long dried up. What happened just now was just a last glimmer of light. Depend on. You scared me. He curled his lips in disdain, and then Cao Wenbin came to the front of the woman. Beautiful. She definitely lived up to her 4th place ranking. But her chance of survival seemed to have been cut off long ago. Be it breathing, heartbeat, or that mysterious aura, she had none of them. Although Cao Wenbin was sure that she was a human. But at this moment, she was no different from a piece of stone. What the hell is going on? Tianyan has been dead for tens of thousands of years. That is to say, this place was already a place of inheritance before that. If this woman died, her bones should be gone. But now, confused, extremely puzzled, he also knew that if he just thought about it, it would be impossible to get the answer. Therefore, special measures must be taken. But what to use was a problem for him. Forget it, he doesn't even know the other person's name, so there's no way to start counting. Let's use the law of time to check. Things that happened tens of thousands of years ago, let alone him now, even if he becomes a great master in the future, he will definitely not be able to see them. What should I do? Cao Wenbin was so worried that he kept slapping his head. But just this one slap woke him up immediately. Yes. Can he use the eyes of reincarnation to trace the source? This magical object can even see people's past and present lives. If that's the case, then checking some things wouldn't be a piece of cake, right? The more Cao Wenbin thought about it, the more he felt that this method was feasible. Therefore, soon, the mark on his forehead slowly opened up. At the same time, his law of reincarnation was also spreading to the woman. The eyes of reincarnation and the laws of reincarnation, a perfect match. And these two things did not disappoint him. Soon, pieces of information began to appear in his mind one after another. A lot of, but it made his eyes light up. Chapter 337 Moro's Choice. The woman's name is Yan Wanning. He is an ancestor of the Yan family in the demon realm. The supreme being who has absorbed the complete gift from heaven and earth. As for why she ended up like this, because of her good looks and figure, she has countless suitors. And one of them is the person her best friend has a crush on. So, the best friend who couldn't get the love she wanted teamed up with Su Xiao, who is known as the Devil Monk, to set up a trap. In an attempt to turn Yan Wanning into a bitch. So as to make the man change his mind. Unfortunately, the idea is beautiful, but the reality is extremely bleak. Not only did the man not change his mind, but he died in battle to save Yan Wanning. When Yan Wanning realized that there was no hope of escape, in order to avoid being humiliated, she simply closed her 6 senses and all her organs. He turned himself into a stone on the spot. Fuck. Is the plot so bloody? After reading all the feedback, Cao Wenbin subconsciously complained. But soon, he laughed again. He also took the opportunity to stroke Yan Wanning's face, which was as hard as stone. You have such bad luck. After finally surviving the wolf, I encountered a tiger again. Thank you so much for your persistence. As soon as these words were spoken, the beautiful statue of Yan Wanning disappeared directly from the altar. At the same time, Cao Wenbin also disappeared. Of course, he wasn't going to confront the statue head-on. Even though he has the ability. But there is no need for that. After all, there is a soft and lovely demon queen waiting for him outside. Boom, boom, boom. As time went by, the confrontation between Yao Ruqing and Su Yi became more and more intense. And every time there is a clash, Su Yi's lineup will definitely be short of a group of people. These guys are just standing there in a daze. Or they could turn their guns around and rebel. Damn, this bitch is so difficult to deal with. By the way, why hasn't that clone come back yet? That's a long time, enough for him to run back and forth several times. Confused. Quite confusing. Just when he was wondering whether to send a clone, a shout suddenly came from the sky. Boy, you are looking for death. My lady, is that something you can move? Don't talk much. But it had a huge impact on the situation on the field. Without any hesitation, Su Yi rushed into the distance immediately. Although a keen eye can make up for his last shortcoming. Although this temple gave him a very special feeling. It seemed important to him. But he left without hesitation. After all, no matter what it is, it can't be compared with life. However, Yao Ruqing's reaction was completely opposite to his. The moment she heard the roar, a charming look of joy appeared on her beautiful face. Husband. That's right, it's Mara, who's coming. But for some reason, he was not holding the iconic god-slaying spear in his hand. But Yao Ruqing didn't care about these details. After making sure that the danger was over, she immediately threw herself into her husband's arms. This place is so big, how did you find me? I've been trying so hard for a long time, but I can't even find a shadow. Mara smiled faintly. This may be a telepathic connection. After landing, I didn't take any detours at all. I rushed here as soon as possible. My intuition tells me that you must be here. Yao Ruqing, who was already very happy, is even happier now. Of course, she did not forget the important things. After spending some time with Mara, she was ready to get the wisdom eye. She has been thinking about this thing for a long time. But soon, her little nose wrinkled. Because no matter how hard she tried, she just couldn't pull Mara. What are you thinking about? Like a wooden stake. There was no reply, but Mara's arm suddenly burst out with great power. So, the unprepared demon Ruqing fell back into the arms of Mara. Ma'am, look at how beautiful the scenery is here. So, will you care about this treasure hunt later? After all, the temple is right here, and it won't run away. Yao Ruqing was stunned. Then the little face quickly turned red. At the same time, a sense of awkwardness arose in her heart. After all, it hasn't even been 3 days since that happened. So she really has no idea. But if I refuse, it would be too inhumane. It's okay for outsiders, but not for your husband. What kind of logic is this? So after biting her lip, she nodded slightly. Then, He slowly closed his eyes. What she didn't notice was that after she put on a casual gesture, a strange smile suddenly appeared at the corner of Mara's mouth. Then the whole face underwent a shocking change. All feelings of brutality disappeared. Instead, it's handsome. Extremely handsome. Not long after, he completely recovered to look like Cao Wenbin. Will this go well? It's so unfulfilling. Thousands of miles away, Moro is frantically looking for participants. Especially Zhao Yuaner, who repeatedly ruined his plans. After all, there is no way to form a formation here. So in his opinion, this is definitely the best time to take revenge. But things in the world are often so unpredictable. The more you want to see something, the less likely you are to encounter it. Look, his legs are almost becoming thin, but he hasn't even encountered a ghost. Damn it, I really don't believe this. Even if I die of exhaustion this time, I must avenge Ruqing. He gritted his teeth and then randomly chose a direction. But before he could take action again, his heart suddenly twitched. This feeling is extremely familiar. Obviously, something happened to someone close to him. And the only close person who came in with him was Yao Ruqing. Not good. But this time, he didn't think about it that way. Because there is no Yao Yukai's bond here, it is even more impossible for Yao Ruqing to drink any alcohol. So in his opinion, someone must have killed Yao Ruqing for personal gain. No matter who you are, you'd better pray that you don't succeed. Otherwise, I will destroy your ancestors' graves. As soon as he finished speaking, he followed his feeling and flew quickly towards the southwest. But as the saying goes, even if you try hard to plant flowers, they may not bloom, but if you plant willows by accident, they will grow into a shade. After flying for more than 10 minutes, he actually felt Zhao Yuaner's breath. Depend on. Moro is very conflicted, but this feeling quickly disappeared. Because for him, there is only one wife. Forget it, let him go for now. Anyway, the people here won't be leaving anytime soon. There are opportunities. Chapter 338. What a big pot. After an unknown amount of time, Yao Ruqing finally slowly opened her eyes. Confused. Her whole body seemed to be falling apart, and her eyes were filled with confusion. It was several minutes later that she came to her senses. At the same time, her beautiful eyebrows were unconsciously wrinkled together. Because she could no longer sense the breath of Mara. This dead man is so unromantic. Run away after you're done. He's almost on par with Cao Wenbin. Pout your little mouth. But even though she complained, she was still very active. All traces nearby were quickly eliminated. Coincidentally, just as she finished her work, a figure suddenly appeared beside her out of nowhere. Before she could even speak, the visitor asked, "Madam, what danger did you encounter just now? Why does my heart keep beating so fast? By the way, where are your enemies? Did you beat him away?" Not much to say. But every sentence, or every word, was like a bolt from the blue, striking Yao Ruqing's heart. What's the meaning? Wasn't that Mara just now? But it seemed like she thought of something, and her little face suddenly turned even paler. Of course, she didn't give up. She was hoping that what she saw in front of her was fake. Although this hope is slim. But as she observed more deeply, she soon fell into despair. God-killing gun, demon cloak, heavenly demon banner. Other things can be faked, but these three innate treasures absolutely cannot be faked. Also, looking back on it now, it feels clearly wrong. And she hadn't noticed so many flaws before. At this moment, Yao Ruqing really wanted to slap herself twice. But before she could do anything, Moro spoke again. "Ma'am, why do you look so bad? Are you injured somewhere? Come on, let me see." Without any hesitation, Yao Ruqing immediately shook her head. "You think too much. I'm just a little exhausted." Joke. She is indeed injured. But that injury must not be seen by Moro. After all, if Moro knew about her, the relationship between these two people is really coming to an end. In order to prevent Moro from having any wild thoughts, she immediately made up a story. "By the way, the one I fought with was that Su Yi. He relied on having absorbed 2 gifts from heaven and earth, plus an innate treasure, to not only force me into a desperate situation, but also snatched away the wisdom that I had discovered first. Husband, you must help me get revenge. And by the way, I'm taking back what belongs to me." To be honest, if you think about it carefully, there are some big loopholes in this statement. But Maluo, who was extremely protective of his son, didn't even hesitate and immediately nodded and agreed. Don't worry, madam, even if you can't find him here. Then after we get out, I will never let him have an easy time. Damn, it seems I'm still too low-key. Now even these little guys dare to touch my tiger whiskers. The more he talked, the angrier Mara became. So, he immediately thought of the breath he felt when he came here. Ma'am, can you still move? If you can, how about going with your husband to deal with Cao Wenbin's woman? You really are my lucky star. I've been looking for her for a long time, but to no avail. I didn't expect that on the way to rescue you, I would find some clues. Originally, Yao Ruqing wanted to rest for a few hours. After all, she really has no strength left. But as soon as Cao Wenbin said these 3 words, she instantly became energetic. Of course I can move. Hurry, lead the way. We absolutely cannot let her get away. The sound is fast and urgent. Then, the sound of breaking air soon rang out. And with their disappearance, the place immediately became quiet. However, this state did not last long. 10 minutes later, a head emerged from the dense forest. It was none other than Su Yi, who had just been blamed for a big mistake. Are they finally gone? Damn, that fake Moro is so strong. It actually made the entire dense forest shake. Su Yi's face was full of horror. Of course, although his mind was filled with scenes of birds and beasts flying around, his movements were not slow. In the blink of an eye, he was inside the temple. Coincidentally, his route almost completely overlapped with Cao Wenbin's. First, the front hall. And then there's the backyard. At the beginning, everything was normal. Obviously, he had already guessed that Haoyan must be gone. Be mentally prepared in advance. But when he saw the altar in the underground palace, everything changed. The peaceful state of mind disappears immediately. Then he started beating his head frantically with both hands. Judging from his appearance, he was obviously suffering from great pain. And this pain is on the spiritual level. Ah, the roar was heart-wrenching. And he howled for a full hour. Then it slowly stopped. Huh. Su Yi's eyes finally regained clarity, and he subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, he looked as if he had just been pulled out of the water, his whole body was wet. Although he looked embarrassed, the corners of his mouth were slowly rising. 45,700 years. I finally found my true self. Beautiful ladies, your happy time will come soon. It won't be long before I, the demon monk Su Shao, will take you all to paradise. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand, and a very special energy immediately fell into the altar. The next moment, the altar, which had been so huge just now, quickly shrank. Until it turned into a lotus filled with the energy of desire, then it completely stopped. Old buddy, we finally meet again. As long as you are still here, I will feel at ease. It's not hard to see that he is very satisfied with everything that has happened so far. But he is obviously a capricious person. Look, he was smiling one moment and frowning the next. Ah, I planned everything, but I never expected that someone would get here before me. And he even took away the stone that Yan Wanning had transformed into for no apparent reason. No, I must take it back as soon as possible. After all, in 3 months, that woman's self-sealing letter will become invalid. I've been eyeing this prey for over 40,000 years, and I absolutely cannot let anyone else get it. After making up his mind, he started thinking immediately. He was sure that Yan Wanning must have been taken away by the fake Mo Luo. Therefore, the most urgent task now is to determine the true identity of that physical monster. Who could it be? Forget it, let's just follow the demon Ruqing in secret. Looking at her final reaction, she's obviously figured out who's playing a trick on her. Chapter 339 Zhao Yuaner's Opportunity. Like most of the people who came in, Zhao Yuaner didn't gain anything at the beginning. And she didn't complain about this. After all, it's impossible for you to encounter all good things. But the encounter with Moro really scared her into breaking out in a cold sweat. There was nothing she could do, because none of the other 11 people who formed a formation with her came in. If this is blocked by Moro, she will definitely be in great danger. So she had no choice but to run around. But as the saying goes, a blessing in disguise. Just as she had run for countless miles and was about to take a rest, a giant sword towering into the clouds suddenly appeared in her sight. Judging from its appearance, it should be a building, specially built in the shape of a sword. The moment Zhao Yuan'er saw this thing, her heart was immediately moved. This is a situation that has never happened except when he was with Cao Wenbin. This place is very important to me. As soon as she finished muttering, her figure disappeared from the spot. When he appeared, he had already arrived at the edge of the giant sword. Oh my god. Originally, her mentality was still very relaxed. But when she saw the specific situation around the giant sword, her beautiful eyes shrank unconsciously. Because not far from her, there were 3 piles of minced meat stacked from far to near. And they are all extremely fresh. Obviously, 3 people had been here before her. But these pioneers couldn't even enter the building. It was chopped into pieces directly. It seems that getting what's inside is not that easy. Of course, although she was solemn, she still took the first step without hesitation. After all, Cao Wenbin was attacked from both sides at this time. Urgently needs strong help. There was no way to improve before, so there is nothing to say. But now the opportunity is right in front of her. If she doesn't try her best, she will not be a pretty demon. Moro, just wait for me. I believe it won't be long before I can defeat you even without using any formations. Swish. Just as Zhao Yuan'er was cheering herself up, 3 sword beams suddenly attacked her body. As for strength, it's exactly the same as her current state. Dang, dang, dang. Zhao Yuan'er, who masters the principles of swordsmanship, directly fights sword with sword. In an instant, the incoming sword intent was shattered. However, after she succeeded in one move, she did not pursue the victory. Instead, he closed his eyes and contemplated the 3 swords that had just attacked him. After a while, she opened her beautiful eyes with a smile on her face. It is not difficult to see that she has gained a lot. So the sword can be used like this. It is true that a stone from another mountain can polish jade. She shook her head, and the next moment, she took the second step. Dang, 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 still the same attack, and Zhao Yuan'er was also resisting in the same way. But this time, she added what she had just realized. In this way, Zhao Yuan'er made gradual progress and soon surpassed the farthest pile of minced meat. Swish, swish. While Zhao Yuan'er was enriching herself, the couple, Moluo and Yao Ruqing, finally appeared in the place where she had been. Is it gone now? Very alert indeed. The 2 had anticipated this result, so they were not surprised at all. And they had already thought of a countermeasure. The next moment, Yao Ruqing's law of illusion began to spread towards the surrounding animals and plants. At the beginning, it really had no effect at all. It seemed as if the 2 of them were doing useless work. But gradually, things changed. First came the animals, they all chirped and cried. But no one could understand what they were saying. Then, the plants moved too. And the way they express themselves is simple. All the grass fell to the north. As for the big tree, they all pointed in the same direction with branches. It's done. A faint smile. Then the 2 figures disappeared from the spot. Of course, they were not stupid enough to rush in one direction. Instead, stop and use the method you just used every once in a while. Even so, the speed will be much slower, but it is more stable. Cao Wenbin, just wait. It won't be long before you pay the price for what you did before. Confidence. Ultimate confidence. Whether it is Yao Ruqing or Moluo, they all firmly believe that as long as they are together as a couple, there will be no enemy that they cannot defeat. But they didn't know that things had already become complicated. Just as they were chasing people madly, there were 2 tails, also chasing them in their own way. As for who is the mantis and who is the oriole in the end, only God knows. Dang, dang. After a long period of effort, Zhao Yuan'er finally advanced under the giant sword despite countless sword intentions. In front of her was a door. Just a little force and she'll be in. To be honest, the journey just now had already brought her considerable gains. I can't say how much more it will be, but a 30% improvement is still there. If she leaves now, it will definitely be a win. There's no risk yet. But the same thing goes, if she knew how to write the word retreat, she would not be a pretty demon. So without even hesitating, she pushed the door open and walked in. Crack. The door opened soon. However, the expected sword energy did not come. It was not until she reached the center of the hall that a shocking sword energy appeared in front of her. Very magnificent. But it's not sharp. On the contrary, there is an extremely strong suction force. Whether it was Zhao Yuan'er's body or soul, the moment it appeared, they all unconsciously moved closer to it. Not good. Zhao Yuaner's expression changed drastically. But she even tried her best to suck her breast, but it was still useless. Her body still won't obey her. Will I also be reduced to minced meat? Unwilling. Extremely unwilling. But Zhao Yuaner remained calm throughout. Years of experience in fighting enemies constantly reminded her that she could do anything at this moment, but she couldn't panic. And this calmness soon brought her rewards. Just when she was only a few steps away from the sword energy, she suddenly realized that this force pulling her body seemed to have been seen somewhere. And soon, she thought of the source of this familiar feeling. It was one morning. After Cao Wenbin put her down, he suddenly felt like boxing. Out of curiosity, she followed him out even though she was extremely tired. But after just a quarter of an hour, she fell into drowsiness. Because that set of boxing techniques is soft and weak. Although the power it brings is very strange, it doesn't seem to have any lethality. But now thinking back, wasn't that force the same force that was pulling at her body? So, she subconsciously imitated that set of boxing techniques. Even though I was just copying him, the amazing thing was that my body, which hadn't been able to stop just now, actually stopped this time. And as time went on, she gradually regained control. Slightly stunned. Then Zhao Yuaner laughed. My little rascal, I didn't expect that even when you're not by my side, you can still save my life. Looks like it's time to take the pregnancy pill I asked from you. After all, it's a life for a life. Chapter 342 on 2. That's right, the boxing style that saved Zhao Yuaner was Tai Chi. As the boxing technique unfolded, the terrifying sword energy gradually weakened. Until it completely disappears. At the same time, a 7-foot green sword appeared in front of Zhao Yuaner. Still can't feel the sharpness. But its whole body is full of ancient simplicity. It feels as if it has existed before the creation of the world. A mortal sword. What a trap. Zhao Yuaner's face was full of emotion. Then he grabbed it in his hand. Boom. The next moment, an extremely huge amount of information appeared in her mind. Trapped immortal sword. It is a supreme divine weapon formed by the condensation of innate murderous aura. But it's just one of them. There are 3 other swords as sharp as this one. They are the Juexian sword. A mortal killing sword. Zhu Xian sword. As the saying goes, killing immortals is beneficial, but killing immortals is fatal, and trapping immortals will cause red light to appear everywhere. The changes of the immortal are infinite and wonderful, and the Supreme One encounters the blood-stained clothes. So there are 3 more swords this powerful. Mine, they are all mine. At this moment, Zhao Yuaner burst out with unprecedented greed. She only showed that look when she was alone with Cao Wenbin and something appeared. Just as she was wondering where to find the other 3 swords, the sword tower suddenly began to collapse. Gravel is flying everywhere. Then, Zhao Yuaner, I wonder where you can run this time. Form a formation. You are actually forming a formation. The sound of wild laughter soon came. Then, the figures of Mo Luo and Yao Ruqing appeared in front of Zhao Yuaner together. Husband, once you capture her, don't rush to kill her. After all, I don't want you to suffer any loss. What Cao Wenbin can do, you can do too. Moro was stunned. Then he subconsciously prepared to show his loyalty. Because he felt that Yao Ruqing was testing him. But before he could open his mouth, Yao Ruqing interrupted him in an extremely domineering manner. Just do as I say. I want Cao Wenbin to cry when he collects the body. As expected of the Demon Queen, she is indeed evil. This method of revenge is simply unheard of. And her words immediately irritated Zhao Yuaner. Are you two taking yourselves too seriously? Capture me. Do you have that ability? As soon as he finished speaking, a small tripod suddenly appeared above Zhao Yuaner's head. Immediately afterwards, that strange aura burst out from the Shangjian again. Both offensive and defensive, and this is exactly where Zhao Yuaner's confidence comes from. But it is obvious that these cannot scare the 2 Moros. Instead, it made them even more excited. 2 innate treasures. Your Cao family is really rich. But soon, all of this will belong to us. A wicked smile. Then Meluo rushed up with the god-slaying spear. I don't know if he was inspired by Yao Ruqing's words, but he was particularly brave this time. The shooting skills are very powerful. It was obvious that he used all his strength right from the start. But soon, he was confused. Because in his impression, given his current condition, the junior Zhao Yuaner would definitely not be able to withstand 3 of his moves. Even one move can completely deprive it of all combat effectiveness. Even if the other party holds two innate treasures. But the reality is, even after more than 10 moves, Zhao Yuan'er still has not fallen into a disadvantage. That strange sword style often made him anxious and frustrated. That's impossible. Moro's eyes were filled with disbelief. But the fact is that he can't help but believe it. So, he immediately became ruthless. I just don't believe it. The next moment, he added a little more strength. At the same time, his laws are also running faster. Boom. The sound of collision soon rang out. As for the results, Moro took 3 steps back. Zhao Yuan'er took 10 steps back. Overall, Moro is stronger. However, at this time, Zhao Yuan'er is already qualified to fight against Moro. The situation where you were instantly attracted to someone when you first met them no longer exists. Haha, it seems like that's what you, Moro, are like. You've been practicing for over 10,000 years, but you're only slightly stronger than me, who's been practicing for over 3,000 years. If I had your intelligence, I would definitely hang you up and beat you. Okay, I won't play with you anymore. See you later. After making a preliminary assessment of her own strength, Zhao Yuan'er planned to retreat. After all, there is no way she can gain an advantage in this battle. She is a lonely person, but what about others? But they come in pairs. Although this idea is good, some people don't allow it. See you later. You have a nice idea. Today, I will help my husband spread your legs no matter what. Even the Lord can't stop me. As soon as the cold snort fell, Yao Ruqing, who had just been raiding the formation, suddenly appeared behind Zhao Yuan'er. Attacked from both sides. But Zhao Yuan'er was not panicked at all. Even felt like laughing, because she felt an extremely familiar breath rushing towards her at a rapid speed. Really? Just a few breaths later, a teasing voice suddenly reached the ears of the 3 people present. Come, let me see who dares to be so arrogant. You don't even care about the Emperor. Hey, isn't this our demon queen? I don't remember you being like this. Isn't being gentle your motto? No surprises. Moro's face immediately turned the color of liver. After all, as a man, how can I listen to this? As for Yao Ruqing, her face was full of nervousness. Of course, she was not afraid of Cao Wenbin. But I'm afraid that Cao Wenbin won't be able to control his words. If what happened in front of the temple were to be exposed, she would definitely go crazy. Fortunately, Cao Wenbin is not a big mouth. With her silence, the topic quickly passed. Okay. This is truly a case of searching for gold everywhere, only to find it without any effort. Mr. Cao, today we're going to settle all the old and new accounts together. Chapter 341 Protect the Tree. Different from Yao Ruqing's ostrich-like behavior. After recovering his strength, Moluo's eyes were about to spit fire. Of course, the reason why he dared to speak so harshly was entirely because he discovered that Cao Wenbin was only at the Saint Realm. Otherwise, even if he had some courage, he would never dare to do it. Because before coming in, the people from the demon realm had already discussed it. Everyone has always believed that if they are at the same level, Cao Wenbin is absolutely invincible. After all, the laws of time and space are too overbearing. No one can match the 3 gifts from heaven and earth. But the premise of all this is that Cao Wenbin is also a first-class rank. But if it is only the Saint Realm, even if it is the peak of the Saint Realm, there is nothing to be afraid of. This day next year will be your Memorial Day. As soon as he finished speaking, Moluo rushed towards Zhao Yuan'er again. I have to say, he is really responsible. You have to chew the hard bones yourself. Leave the weak ones to your wife. And his choice just happened to be in line with Yao Ruqing's wishes. This way, she doesn't have to worry about Cao Wenbin talking nonsense. Of course, this is not safe. Therefore, after fighting with Cao Wenbin, she deliberately led the battlefield outward. She didn't stop these little actions until she came to a deserted place. Then, boy, this is the resting place I found for you. What do you think of the scenery? Originally, Yao Ruqing thought that Cao Wenbin would be very angry after hearing these words. After all, no one likes to be cursed. But unexpectedly, Cao Wenbin was not anxious at all, but instead looked around. After a few breaths, he pointed to a large tree and said, "It's indeed a feng shui treasure land. Especially this big tree. Perfect size. Hold it later, it won't shake." Yao Ruqing was stunned. But soon, she reacted. Then the little face quickly turned into the color of liver. You're looking for death. The first 2 times, it was because I wasn't careful enough. But this time, it definitely won't happen. After she finished speaking, she rushed directly towards Cao Wenbin in anger. At the same time, a ribbon suddenly appeared on her arm. The atmosphere is simple and ancient. It's extraordinary at first glance. But Cao Wenbin looked indifferent. Instead, he laughed evilly. Are you helping me prepare all the props? But with my strength, I can't use it at all. Tying him up would only affect his performance. Of course, joking aside, Cao Wenbin's actions are not slow. The laws of time and space spread throughout the body at the first moment. As a former emperor, he knew very well how big the gap between the two was. Therefore, we must show our attitude. Boom! The sound of the explosion was no less than that of a collision between 2 emperors. Even faintly more spectacular. The surrounding flowers, plants and trees were blown away in large pieces. But what's interesting is that the tree named by Cao Wenbin has always stood tall. Obviously, someone is protecting it. As for the result of the collision, no winner. The only difference is that after the shock wave, Cao Wenbin suddenly fell into an illusion. There was a group of extremely charming women, dancing a very sexy dance together. Judging from the meaning, it is obvious that they want Cao Wenbin to get lost in it. To be honest, Cao Wenbin really wanted to watch it for a while longer. After all, there will be a big battle soon. Therefore, it is very necessary to build up your emotions now. Unfortunately, he couldn't see much at all. Because ever since he possessed the eyes of reincarnation, he has basically said goodbye to the illusion. Look, before he could even see what those women looked like, the illusion disappeared. Oh, what a waste. But it's different from his regret. Seeing Cao Wenbin get rid of the illusion so quickly, Yao Ruqing, who was about to launch a sneak attack, was completely stunned. You have to know that her law of illusion is always effective. Flowers, trees, mosquitoes, insects, rats and ants will all be affected, not to mention a young man full of vigor and vitality. But now, something must be wrong. The demon Ruqing, who didn't believe in evil, immediately cast another illusion. But the result is still the same. Cao Wenbin is still as normal as ever. Madam Demon, your method is really too low-end. If you want to seduce your brother, you can just do it yourself. It doesn't have to be too much. If you take off even 2 pieces of clothes, your brother will definitely not be able to handle it. Without any surprise, Yao Ruqing exploded. Take off 2 pieces of clothing. How many fucking pieces does she have on? So, she didn't waste any more time talking to Cao Wenbin and immediately rushed up again. Her idea was very simple, which was to exhaust Cao Wenbin to death. Thinking back, she was also a favored child of heaven. He also does a lot of challenging higher-level people. Therefore, she knew clearly in her heart that Cao Wenbin would not be able to maintain this state for long. If she could just delay for a quarter of an hour, no, even half a quarter of an hour, Cao Wenbin would definitely be meat on the chopping board. Unfortunately, the idea is beautiful, but the reality is extremely bleak. Boom, boom, boom. After another 3 moves, she fell into confusion again. She couldn't understand why Cao Wenbin became more and more fierce as the battle went on. At the beginning, she was the one who took the lead in attacking. But as the fight went on, she could only defend and not attack. Of course, this state did not last long. Soon, she discovered the problem. It's not that this Cao guy has become stronger. But I'm slowly getting weaker. I understand. It's the law of balance and the law of ceiling that are causing trouble. Damn it, the more you know, the better. Accurate. Extremely unhappy. And at this moment, Cao Wenbin, who had an absolute advantage, finally spoke. Madam Demon, it seems that what I just said is about to come true. Hey, what are you struggling for? You can't escape from my grasp anyway. Yao Ruqing's face flushed instantly. You're dreaming. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have the upper hand. You must understand that advantage and capture are 2 completely different concepts. Cao Wenbin deeply agrees with this statement. In a battle of the same level, it is easy to win, but it is extremely difficult to capture the opponent. Although he agreed, he soon laughed. Is he quite difficult to capture? In this case, it would be better to make the strength become not so great. Madam Demon, you can start stretching. Otherwise, you'll get hurt easily. After all, you know my strength. As soon as he finished speaking, a bell suddenly rang from Cao Wenbin's body. Then, 3 figures suddenly appeared on Yao Ruqing's left, right and behind. Looks exactly like Cao Wenbin. Even the aura is exactly the same. Tisk. Originally, Yao Ruqing thought Cao Wenbin was going to use some big move. But when these 3 figures appeared, she immediately curled her lips. In her opinion, this is just a trick. Playing this in front of her is just like showing off one's skills in front of an expert. But this condescending mentality did not last long. As the illusions in her eyes rushed up one after another, she was completely confused. The pain from each punch told her that the 3 newly appeared Cao Wenbin were not illusions at all. But a real person. That's impossible. Even with my illusion technique, I can't turn the illusion into reality. You kid. She couldn't say the rest of the words. Because she was hit hard in the stomach. So she didn't dare to delay any longer. Otherwise, she would really be. Unfortunately, it's too late to run now. Surrounded on all sides, she soon understood what it meant to have no way to heaven and no door to earth. As for resistance, 2 fists can't even withstand 4 hands, let alone 8 hands. Just a few breaths later, her ribbon was caught by someone. And before she knew it, the ribbon had trapped her hands together again. Cao Wenbin, how dare you? Both the voice and the expression are stern. But Cao Wenbin was not affected at all. After dispersing his clone, he immediately laughed evilly. Chapter 342, Defeat. Boom, boom. Different from Cao Wenbin's side, which was full of weirdness, Zhao Yuan'er and Mo Luo were fighting with real weapons. Every time these 2 attack, it's a killing move. No one held back. As for winning or losing, Zhao Yuan'er is still at an absolute disadvantage. However, with the assistance of Shanjian and Juding, it would be difficult for Mo Luo to take it down in a short time. So, after another unsuccessful return, Moro began to play a psychological warfare game. Zhao Yuan'er, I really feel sad for you. You said you want good looks and a good figure. The strength is beyond words. But why do you insist on being someone's mistress? How about this, you bring that team to join me. I can swear to God, as long as you come, you will be my equal wife. I will definitely not be treated any worse than you. This statement is extremely poisonous. After all, women are narrow-minded. 8 out of 10 people would definitely not be able to stand being exposed in front of others like this. Because of this, after he finished speaking, a playful look immediately appeared on Moro's face. In his opinion, the good show is about to begin. But after waiting for a long time, he got nothing. Zhao Yuan'er's swordsmanship is still sharp. The breath is unusually steady. Obviously, they were not affected at all. Everything is just his wishful thinking. That's impossible. There is no woman who isn't jealous. But he had no idea that talking about status in front of Zhao Yuan'er was simply a joke among jokes. Yes, she has no status. But so what? Did she get fewer resources? Or is it that I receive less care? On the contrary, she seemed to be the one who gained the most. Even more than Zhongzhou. First is Chengzhen Dan. Then there are the 9 cauldrons. If we count them one by one, we will be exhausted. I just don't believe it. But Mara, who didn't believe in evil, was about to say something else. But at this moment, the sound is long, like pain, but also like. In short, it's very confusing. But there was no follow-up. Just this one sound. But even so, the 2 people who were fighting were still caught. And the reactions of the 2 people are also different. Zhao Yuan'er had a playful look on her face. Obviously, as a bystander, she had already guessed what was happening over there. So, without saying a word, she blocked Moro's way. As for Mara, he was stunned at first. Then I immediately became anxious. Zhao Yuan'er, get out of my way. Otherwise, I don't mind dying with you. If anything happens to my wife, no one will survive. Crazy. But his mind was already in a state of confusion, and he obviously didn't understand the meaning of the voice. He just thought that Yao Ruqing was in danger, calling for help. However, although Moro's expression was scary, Zhao Yuan'er was not afraid at all. Perish together. Who the hell are you trying to scare? And that is indeed the case. Although Moro's attack has become sharper, it is still far from a life and death fight. Of course, although Zhao Yuan'er tried her best to stop him, Moro was still moving closer to where the sound came from. Although the speed is not fast. But it is indeed getting closer. According to Zhao Yuaner's estimation, the two should be able to arrive in another 5 minutes. But it should be enough. After all, that kid's eternal realm can slow down time by more than 10 times. Just like that, with one attacking and one defending, the firepower suddenly became more fierce. And the battlefield is slowly moving forward without anyone noticing. Intel. Ma'am, are you okay? Zhao Yuaner's estimation was very accurate. It's almost exact. The two of them saw Yao Ruqing in the 5th minute. But the situation at the scene was completely different from what she expected. Yao Ruqing was not lying down at all at this time. But stand up straight. Apart from his pale face, there was nothing abnormal. Am I overthinking it? That shouldn't be the case. That voice is clearly extremely puzzled. But just as she was about to take a closer look, Yao Ruqing, who had heard the cry, spoke. Husband, don't worry, I'm fine. It's just that this kid is a little difficult. I suffered a little loss. Without any hesitation, Mo Luo flashed and landed directly next to Yao Ruqing. Then he said nervously, in that case, let's change our opponents. Leave this evil kid to me. Go deal with Zhao Yuaner. The arrangement is very reasonable. But unexpectedly, Yao Ruqing simply shook her head and said, forget it. We have lost the initiative today. It's impossible to take advantage of it. So let's leave this place first and then make a long-term plan. Moro was a little unwilling. After all, this place is so huge. If you want to meet these two guys again, you never know when. But before he could say anything, Yao Ruqing flew directly to the horizon. The attitude is extremely firm. So, after curling his lips, Moro had no choice but to follow. You two just wait. This matter is by no means over. Next time we meet, I will kill you. Chapter 343 Map Palace. You gave up such a good opportunity just now. That's not like you. Now that there were no outsiders around, Zhao Yuaner no longer hid her feelings and quickly asked about the doubts in her heart. When Cao Wenbin heard this, he just laughed. Give up. How is that possible? Don't look at that demon Ruqing who just acted like nothing happened. But at the moment before you arrived, she was about to collapse. If she hadn't threatened to self-destruct in order to preserve her dignity. What you see will definitely overturn your cognition. By the way, this thing is for you. After saying that, Cao Wenbin threw a ribbon to Zhao Yuaner. It is exactly the same one that Yao Ruqing used before. Fairy Demon Silk. A low-grade innate treasure. It is extremely difficult for people who are entangled by it to break free. It's a very interesting baby. As for why we should take it out. First of all, he really doesn't need it. After all, he always believes in mutual consent. Secondly, Zhao Yuaner does have very few innate treasures. Even Mara can take out 3 at once. What's wrong with his woman? And Zhao Yuaner didn't bother to be polite with him. I just put it away. Where are we going next? Without hesitation, Cao Wenbin, who already had a plan, immediately said, let's go shopping. It would be best if I could meet those trash from the immortal realm. Take advantage of this opportunity and kill them right away. If you can't meet them, then try your best to find the ancestors. As for the baby, let it be. Some things can't be forced. As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin disappeared from the spot. As the two groups left one after another, peace soon returned to the place. But this beauty did not last long. A quarter of an hour later, a bald man suddenly appeared. It was none other than the demon monk Su Shao. But the first thing he did when he appeared was not to look around. Instead, he uses his nose to sniff around. Finally, he stopped beside that very abrupt tree. Then, a look of intoxication appeared on his rather evil face. Yes, that's the taste. It seems that the one who took Yan Wanning away was this guy surnamed Cao. In an instant, a hint of murderous intent flashed across his eyes. But more of it is helplessness and jealousy. Unfortunately, he couldn't find any opportunity to do it. Cao Wenbin alone was not sure he could win. Not to mention adding Zhao Yuaner. As for jealousy, of course, they are jealous of Cao Wenbin's good fortune. At this moment, he had already absorbed all of Su Yi's memories of this life. Therefore, we have a general understanding of Cao Wenbin. What impressed him most were the beautiful women surrounding Cao Wenbin. Damn it, this is simply robbing nature's treasures. If all those peerless beauties were given to me, I would definitely become a patroller within 1,000 years. Of course, while he was daydreaming, he did not forget about the important things. After all, if he couldn't get Yan Wanning back, he wouldn't be able to recover to his peak condition quickly. It seems that we can only join forces with others. Luckily, this kid has a lot of enemies, so the operation shouldn't be too difficult. That couple just now seems like a good choice. If I'm lucky, I might even be able to use the inside information I know to get a taste of that woman. Thinking of that scene, the corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously. Then he didn't hesitate and chased after him. Damn, this place is so huge. It's like there are no boundaries. If this goes on, when will it end? Looking at the sparkling and beautiful lake in front of him, Cao Wenbin was speechless. He hasn't met anyone for 5 days since he separated from the Moro couple. If Zhao Yuaner hadn't been with him, he would have gone crazy. Of course, he is not the most speechless one. Zhao Yuaner, whose walking posture was a little awkward, was much more speechless than him. After all, he still has entertainment activities. And what about Zhao Yuaner? Just being entertained. You're being sentimental. I'm telling you. Originally, Zhao Yuaner was planning to make 3 rules with Cao Wenbin. There's nothing she can do, she really can't stand it anymore. She felt that if this continued, she would most likely not be able to leave here. But before she could finish her words, a loud noise suddenly came from the distance. Immediately afterwards, the rules of heaven and earth in that direction became chaotic. There's an opportunity. Look at each other. The next moment, the 2 figures disappeared together. When he appeared, he had already arrived in front of a huge palace. To be honest, their reactions were pretty quick. The speed is even better. But when they arrived, the area around the noise was already crowded with people. And surrounded in the middle is a huge palace. However, no one dared to act rashly. Everyone's eyes fell on the stone tablet in front of the palace. As to why this is so. Map Palace. It contains a map of the entire world. But in line with the principle of not desecrating the treasure, if you want to enter, you must have enough talent. The higher your talent, the larger the map area you can remember. Remember, don't force it. Otherwise, there will be backlash. Anyone who wants to enter just needs to soak the stone in blood. The blood falls, the results come out, no need to wait. Huh. The sound of long sighs rang out one after another. Originally, everyone thought it would be difficult to get into this place. After all, the maps are stored here. The most important strategic resource. With it, you can be one step ahead everywhere. But I didn't expect that the entry requirements would be so low. Talent. Who among those who can enter this place lacks talent? While most people were secretly pondering, someone couldn't help it anymore. Since everyone is so humble, let me be the first to set an example. See how big a map this place can allow me to remember. As soon as he finished speaking, an old man with a goatee jumped out. It was none other than the ancestor of the dragon clan in the fairyland, Zhongzhou. A veteran supreme. As soon as he saw him, Cao Wenbin's eyes immediately began to flash. Then he sent a message to Zhao Yuaner. Sister Yuaner, please keep an eye on this guy's movements. After we finish this matter, we will find an opportunity to kill him. I've been putting up with this giant lizard for a long time. No matter what you say, you can't let him get out safely this time. Without any hesitation, Zhao Yuaner nodded directly. She was also very unhappy with the big lizard. Those lustful eyes make you look like you deserve a beating. Chapter 344 Rose's Invitation. Swish. Long Xiao, who had made such a boast, did not make people wait too long. The next moment, a drop of bright red blood shot out from his fingertips towards the stone tablet. Buzz. And the stone tablet is just as it says, blood comes and results appear. But this result made the faces of the onlookers full of laughter. Dragon Roar. Supreme Cultivation. I am 13,871 years old this year. Golden Dragon Body. The ceiling has been reached, there is no room for improvement. Not qualified to enter the map palace. Silence. However, this state did not last long. Soon, there was a burst of laughter at the scene. Especially Mu Bai, who just arrived, he almost laughed to death. Old dragon, it seems you can't do it either. Exhausted potential. Doesn't this mean that you only have 1,000 years left to live? Not surprisingly, Long Xiao's old face immediately turned the color of liver. He never expected that this would be the result. I wanted to install a big one. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a big one. Of course, he didn't just sit there and wait for death. With a quick turn of his eyes, he immediately found an excuse. Humph, this broken stone tablet must be broken. Yes, it's broken. Otherwise, since I've already been identified as the Supreme, why won't they let me in? Don't talk much. But as soon as he said yes, everyone stopped laughing. Yes, if even someone with supreme talent can't get in, then who can get in? Patroller. Isn't this fucking bullshit? Over the years, there has only been one inspector in the two worlds. We don't even know whether he's dead or alive. If this is really the condition for entry, then this is just playing tricks on people. After saying this, Longshao did not stay here for long after knowing that there was no hope of entering. With a move of his body, he flew directly to the east. Want to leave? A sinister look immediately flashed across Zhao Yuaner's eyes. But before she could turn her thoughts into action, Mubai took action first. Judging from what you two are saying, you seem to be trying to take this opportunity to kill this giant lizard. Okay, you guys should keep working hard here. As for tracking this old guy, leave it to me. I'll leave a specific code. When you're done, follow the code and find me. After he finished speaking, Mubai followed quietly. He is very self-aware. Since Long Shao couldn't get in, he definitely couldn't get in either. After all, although his fighting ability is not weak, he is a synthetic supreme. There is no talent at all. Let him follow, that's the only way to maximize the benefits. Zhao Yuaner was a little confused. Because this is completely different from what was designed before. But soon, she was no longer in the mood to pay attention to this. Buzz. The sound of the stone tablet shaking rang out again. Obviously, someone just doesn't believe it. Once again being the first to speak out. Rose. Supreme cultivation. 8,266 years old this year. Charming holy body. The upper limit is junior patroller, there is still room for improvement. Eligible to enter the map palace, but can only record one map. Please choose carefully. Of course, this is not the main reason that attracted Zhao Yuaner's attention. What really made Zhao Yuaner unable to care about anything else was that after Rose obtained the admission qualification, not only did she not enter, but she also teased her man on the spot. Handsome boy, I've been wanting to meet you for a long time. I didn't expect that I would find this opportunity until today. After this is over, how about we find a place to sit? By the way, do you have any treasure that you need urgently? If there is, I will look for it in that direction after I go in. The voice is full of temptation. But before Cao Wenbin could say anything, Zhao Yuaner stood up immediately. Then he directly pulled Cao Wenbin behind him. She looked like an old hen protecting her calves. In fact, if this was a normal woman, Zhao Yuaner would definitely not care. But it's obvious that this Rose is not a good person. Plus the other side's camp. While the two women were busy arguing and being jealous, the others had already exploded. Fuck, patrolman is really the minimum requirement to enter this map palace. A junior patroller's talent is only enough to record a map. What the hell is this? According to my estimation, no more than 5 people will be able to enter here. Not necessarily. After all, the newcomers who have emerged in the last few thousand years are all very powerful, and their talents are not bad at all. But us old guys are in a more difficult situation. I guess none of us can get in. This is not self-deprecation. But seek truth from facts. After all, if these old guys really had the talent to become patrollers, they would have broken through long ago. Why would I wait until now? Of course, there are also those who don't believe in it. Look, the demon Luo who had been patient for a long time suddenly jumped out. Buzz. It's still bloody until the result comes out. Mara. The supreme peak of cultivation. I am 15,867 years old this year. The body of the devil. The upper limit is a half-step patroller, and there is not much room for improvement. Not qualified to enter the map palace. Just like Long Shao, once this result came out, Moluo couldn't hold back his face anymore. What made him even more crazy was that even though he was in such a bad situation, there were still people who took advantage of his misfortune. Hey, isn't this our invincible Lord Moro? Half-step patrolman. He, this talent is not as good as that of a little girl. If I were you, I would pee and choke to death right now. Save yourself from being embarrassed. Suddenly look back. Then Moro glared at Cao Wenbin, who had just been flirting with Migi. Boy, it's not your place to judge my talent. After all, you will never reach my current level in your entire life. Not to mention the future. If you don't agree, then come and try it yourself. If your talent surpasses mine, you can take anything I own. This is said with absolute certainty. When Cao Wenbin heard this, he immediately revealed an amusement look. Take any one. The next moment, his gaze fell on Yao Ruqing. Does he really want to ask Moro, including this girl? Of course, these words cannot be said out loud. After all, if I tell it, I don't know how Mo Luo will react, but Yao Ruqing will definitely explode. But let me really reveal myself. That's such a waste of natural resources. So after a wicked smile, Cao Wenbin took a step forward lightly. Since you're not convinced, I'll show you how big the gap between us is. To be honest, I don't even need to do anything to deal with you. My woman is enough. As soon as the words fell, a drop of blood spurted out. Chapter 345, Moro who relies on women to hold the scene. Buzz. Cao Wenbin, second-rank emperor, 25 years old this year. Forbidden divine object. The upper limit is unlimited and there are no taboos. You are eligible to enter the map palace and can record the top 5 maps. In an instant, there was complete silence. Even the breathing stopped. Everyone stared at the stone tablet in a daze, and it took a long time for them to come back to their senses. Infinite upper limit. No taboos. What the hell is this? Could it be that this guy has the potential to surpass the patroller? Also, what is going on at the age of 25? Already a second-rank official at such a young age. Are you sure this isn't a joke? A series of questions emerged in everyone's mind one after another. They were all hit so hard that they were dizzy. Intel. It's not true. That's absolutely not true. Your talent can never be that high. Because you don't have that gene. Others may not know what kind of people Cao Xing and Lin Wenchen are, but don't I know? Mara's roar is very loud. He even looks crazy. Actually, although he spoke harshly, he knew in his heart that Cao Wenbin's talent must be very high. At least not worse than him. After all, the laws of time and space are not something that ordinary people can master. But being this high was still beyond his expectations. Even broke his defense. Because this means that if this kid is given time, they will all be trampled underfoot. There is absolutely no possibility of a comeback. There's no way I'm going to let this happen. No matter how great the price, I will definitely kill this brat in the cradle. Of course, he is not the only one who wants to destroy Cao Wenbin. Look, Rose, who had just invited Cao Wenbin, also had a strange look in her eyes. Is the potential unlimited? What a heaven-defying talent. It's a pity that you can never fulfill your promise again. After you've tasted my power, if you still have the heart to practice, then I'll write the word, Rose, upside down. As for what Yuchu said about your strong fighting ability. Rose subconsciously curled her lips. Even though she hadn't experienced it. But even though she had never eaten pork, she had seen pigs run. I haven't heard of any precedent where a man has the upper hand in this matter. Just when the two of them had their own ulterior motives, Cao Wenbin's voice finally rang out again. Mora, the results are out. Isn't it time for you to fulfill your promise? Don't worry, I won't care about your innate treasure. All you have to do is give me your wife. It won't take too long. One night is enough. No surprise. Moro's eyes immediately turned blood red. But before he could say anything, Yao Ruqing jumped out first. Cao, shut your stinky mouth. Don't forget, talent is talent, and strength is strength. Even if you have an incredible talent, you still have to be able to realize it. If not, what difference does it make whether it exists or not? Besides, you're not the only one who has talent. As soon as she finished speaking, a drop of blood flew out from her fingertips. It was obvious that she wanted to save face for her husband. And the facts have proved that she does have this ability. Buzz. Familiar vibration sound. The next moment. Demon like you. Supreme cultivation. 7,989 years old this year. The body of a celestial demon. The upper limit is junior patroller, there is still room for improvement. You can enter the map palace, but you can only record one map. Fuck. Everyone felt their scalps tingle when they saw this. Another one who might become an inspector. Although just as Yao Ruqing himself said, talent and strength are two completely different things. But if this is possible, then you will naturally be superior to other monks. After seeing this result, Moro immediately gave up the idea of leaving. After all, the innate treasure is above everything else. At the same time, a sense of pride secretly rose in his heart. My potential is not good enough. But my woman is good. Not convinced. Then you should also find someone as awesome as him. Of course, although he thought so, he didn't say it out loud. After all, he doesn't want to be labeled as a gigolo. Then, in order to avoid further embarrassment, he gently gave Yao Ruqing a wink. The meaning is very clear, that is, go get the map quickly. Then get out of here as soon as possible. The two of them are worthy of being a couple for thousands of years, their tacit understanding is indeed impeccable. Yao Ruqing immediately understood the meaning. The next moment, her figure disappeared from the spot. When he appeared, he had already arrived at the door of the map palace. No attacks at all. She walked straight in. Are you so impatient? No, we can't let her get the upper hand. If she picks the best one, it will be a huge loss. As the saying goes, a single move can affect the entire body. When Yao Ruqing made this move, everyone else immediately lost their composure. Those who have completed the test rushed directly to the palace. Those who had confidence in themselves immediately squeezed out a drop of blood. As for those who have been eliminated and those who know they can't get in, they subconsciously gather together. As for the intention, it is naturally self-evident. One space per person. Looks like we need to speed up. After all, without prior consultation, the probability of choosing the same area is still very high. If someone else gets there first, I won't even have a place to cry. Looking at the extremely empty hall where not even a ghost was in sight, a gleam of light suddenly flashed in Cao Wenbin's eyes. And it's magical. He hadn't done anything yet, he just had this idea. But the next moment, a huge map appeared in front of him. The entire map is divided into 65 areas. In each area, there is a place specially marked with a red dot. Obviously, the red dot represents the treasure in that area. Show them all at once. If that's the case, then what's the point of limiting the number of times? Forget about the Supreme Being. Even if a mortal with a better memory were to come here, he wouldn't forget it. Incomprehensible. Extremely confusing. But soon, Cao Wenbin found that he was completely worrying too much. Because when he memorized the sixth area, he unconsciously forgot the first area. No matter how hard I try, I just can't remember it. How amazing. He shook his head and then stopped wasting time. Start analyzing the map directly. He wants to maximize profits. Find the 5 best areas. Chapter 346 The Price of Nonsense. A sword-shaped innate treasure. Give up this. No one at home uses it. Hey, this jade pendant is quite interesting. But judging from its location and function, there should be a lot of people trying to grab it. It's not worth remembering it at all. Pinching his chin, Cao Wenbin analyzed very seriously. But as he watched, he found something wrong. In the center of this map, there is actually a huge open space. Not only is there no red dot on it, there aren't even any notes. What's even more strange is that no matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't remember that area. Interesting. Cao Wenbin smiled. Without wasting too many brain cells, he was already certain that what was hidden in that area must be the core of this list. As long as he can set foot there, there is a high probability that this world will belong completely to him. However, the good mood of discovering the secret did not last long. After just a few breaths, his brows were furrowed again. As for the reason, he couldn't find a way to get this information out. Rote memorization won't work. Using something to record is even worse. No matter what material the carrier is made of, as long as it records something related to this place, it will immediately combust. Extremely weird. Depend on. After trying many unorthodox methods without success, Cao Wenbin subconsciously cursed. But as soon as he uttered this extremely classic word, he was stunned. Then, a flash of joy flashed across his eyes. Yeah, I can definitely put 5 chances together. As long as I can encircle the blank area, even if the information I take out is minimal, I will definitely be able to comprehend something. The corners of his mouth curled up. The next moment, his attention fell on the map again. And 5 areas were selected quickly. Of course, because the blank area is so huge. Therefore, these 5 areas cannot completely surround the blank space. However, this is not a problem for Cao Wenbin. He directly left a gap below the encirclement. With my brain, I should be able to figure out the meaning of luring someone into a trap pretty quickly. As soon as this thought came to his mind, the map in front of him quickly disappeared. Immediately afterwards, a light gate slowly appeared behind him. Look, someone else is coming out. It's the guy named Cao. Before he even opened his eyes, a burst of shouting reached Cao Wenbin's ears. Then the sound of breaking air was heard. Obviously, someone couldn't resist the temptation and attacked him. What a bunch of bugs. He snorted coldly. The next moment, the laws of space enveloped him. At the same time, boom, the attacks from all directions immediately landed on the spot where he had just stood. The momentum is quite amazing. Unfortunately, it's of no use at all. Because at this time Cao Wenbin was already 1,000 meters away. To be honest, if he takes advantage of the situation, just leave. No one present here can stop him. After all, the speed of the law of space is no joke. But he didn't do that. Instead, he scanned the entire audience. Of course, he wasn't holding a grudge. And looking for Zhao Yuan'er. But the more he searched, the more his brows furrowed. After a while, he even asked in a low voice, "Where is my sister Yuan'er?" The voice was filled with chill. But it was obvious that the people present were not scared. "So, you mean the woman you're with? We've captured her. Mr. Cao, you'd better hand over the 5 maps you got. Otherwise, that woman's fate would be extremely miserable." Slightly stunned. Then his eyes turned red rapidly. Then, the law of reincarnation, 100 generations return to one. Boom. Cao Wenbin, who was originally at the peak of the Saint Realm, became a first-class emperor in the blink of an eye. Of course, this is not the end. His aura is still rising rapidly. Unfortunately, this world can only reach the peak of the first level at best. Otherwise, who knows what level Cao Wenbin would reach in this state. But even so, it still scared the people around him. Damn it, this is too big. If you don't want to die, hurry up and help me. We must not let this kid recover. Otherwise, at least 2 or 3 of us would have to lie down. The one who spoke was none other than Zhong Chen. And his appeal is indeed good. As soon as the voice fell, at least more than 10 people rushed up together. Bloodthirsty world, knife marks, heavenly hand. All of them are killer moves. No one held back. It was obvious that they were preparing to remove all of Cao Wenbin's resistance with one strike. Then slowly ask about the map. But although the idea is good, the reality is extremely bleak. HMPH. You think you can touch me with your snail-like attack? It's just a dream. The mocking voices soon rang out. The next moment, everyone involved in the siege was stunned. Because Cao Wenbin disappeared directly from their perception. Can't find anyone. How can we fight this? However, this confused state did not last long. After a few breaths, expressions of fear appeared on the faces of most people. Ancestor Zhongchen, get out of the way. That guy is right behind you. The generals and ministers, who originally didn't understand why everyone had such expressions, immediately changed their expressions after hearing these words. Then he subconsciously took evasive action. Especially the vital points, which are constantly moving in rhythm. I have to say, he really has rich experience in fighting against enemies. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute speed, all of these are useless. This is not. Pa. As the crisp sound was heard, he suddenly dared not move anymore. Because his neck has fallen into Cao Wenbin's hands. Mr. Cao, don't be impulsive. Everything can be discussed. How about this? If you just let me go, my blood clan will follow your lead from now on. How about that? By the way, you don't know how powerful my blood clan is. Away with me. It's not hard to see that he is really scared. All the threats and inducements are here. But before he could finish his words, a huge force suddenly came from his neck. So, crack. The sound is not loud. But the hearts of everyone present began to tremble unconsciously. They would never have thought that Cao Wenbin would actually dare to do it. You know, this is a supreme being with great prestige. Madman. This Chunchen is a lunatic. What made them even more frightened was that Cao Wenbin soon set his sights on them again. This guy hasn't killed enough. Tell me, where is my sister Yuan'er? Everyone was stunned. Then everyone reacted. At the same time, they also cursed the generals and ministers in their hearts. What the hell are you talking about? When did we catch that Zhao guy? I've clearly entered the map palace. Chapter 347 The Frightened Moro. He truly deserves to die. If you didn't act so crazy, would this kid be so crazy? This is the voice of everyone. But they also know that it's useless to say anything now. After all, this kid obviously won't listen to any explanation. But just as they were preparing to fight to the death, a pleasant female voice suddenly rang out. Wenbin, what are you crazy about? Good boy, wake up quickly. Don't talk much. But to the guys present, it was like the sound of nature. Especially when they noticed that Cao Wenbin's eyes were really beginning to clear up, their knees went weak and they almost kowtowed to Zhao Yuaner. Buddha, living bodhisattva. Of course, they weren't the only ones excited. Cao Wenbin, who has regained consciousness, is also very excited. Sister Yuaner, are you really okay? Phew, I was scared to death. Looking at his appearance, a touch of emotion immediately flashed in Zhao Yuaner's eyes. But there were a lot of people here, so she didn't show it. Instead, he rolled his eyes at Cao Wenbin. Am I also one of the losers in your eyes? Not worthy to enter this map palace. Can I just wait for you outside? Cao Wenbin smiled awkwardly. To be honest, he really thought so. It was precisely because of this that he did not doubt Zhong Chen's words. But thinking is one thing. But you absolutely can't say that. Otherwise, this woman who wants to be on top of everything will definitely lose her temper on the spot. Of course, pretending to be dead is definitely not an option. So, after rolling his eyes, he immediately changed the subject. By the way, Sister Yuaner, why did you wake me up just now? Given my condition just now, it doesn't take much. You just need to call me 10 minutes later. No, not even for 5 minutes. Then there's absolutely no chance of survival for these rubbish. This is said with absolute certainty. And judging from the fighting ability he just showed, he was not bragging. He only needs to rely on his speed to defeat them one by one, and it will be really difficult for anyone to escape. However, Zhao Yuaner smiled. Okay, those guys have already run away. There are no outsiders around here. Don't force yourself. Others can't see it, so why can't I see it? Your condition just now was obviously abnormal. The whole body is emitting a crazy aura. If I had spoken any later, you might have been in danger of becoming possessed. As soon as she finished speaking, she walked up to Cao Wenbin and took his arm. The feeling of being touched before immediately turned into heartache. And she was right. After confirming that there was no danger, a thin layer of sweat suddenly appeared on Cao Wenbin's forehead. My breathing also became noticeably heavier. This is not about being tired, but about being scared. Just now, he really had the idea of killing the entire world. If something happens to my woman, no one will survive. No wonder the heavenly law forbids immortals from falling in love. That does make sense. No one can stand this kind of thing where the world is destroyed at every turn. But men are all about face. Even though everything was written on his face, Cao Wenbin still had no intention of admitting it. Are you kidding me? What was wrong with me just now? That's my normal method, okay. Everything is under my control. Possessed by a demon, that doesn't even exist. The white eyes appear again. But Zhao Yuaner did not refute. While wiping Cao Wenbin's sweat, she shifted the topic to business. By the way, I got a map of the sword in there. So, do you think we should go treasure hunting first, or kill that giant lizard first? But once the conversation got down to business, Cao Wenbin immediately became serious. No immediate reply. He just closed his eyes. He was thinking about what he had gained. As for the results, just as expected, after looking at the arrangement of the 5 maps, the words, luring someone into a trap, suddenly appeared in his mind. Enter every cave you see. So, he made a decision immediately. Go to my place first. I have a feeling there's going to be a big surprise over there. And Long Xiao happened to be fleeing that way, so we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Zhao Yuaner nodded slightly. Then she took Cao Wenbin and disappeared on the spot. She trusts her little man's judgment. Said there was a big surprise. Then there must be a big surprise. Buzz. As soon as Cao Wenbin left, a space fluctuation immediately appeared at the entrance of the map palace. Immediately afterwards, Yao Ruqing's figure quickly emerged from the light gate. And with her appearance, the demon who had never appeared was finally no longer hiding. Madam, how was the harvest? No hiding anything, pretty good. Aren't we short of defensive innate treasures? I just happened to find one from the map. That's a cloud that was born naturally. Place it above your head, and nothing can penetrate it. Even if, originally, she was planning to continue blowing on the cloud. But accidentally, she saw a corpse not far away. So, She couldn't say anything anymore. Because she had recognized him, that was their Mo family's partner, Zhang Chen. Husband, this is. It would be fine if this wasn't mentioned, but as soon as he mentioned this, Moro subconsciously swallowed his saliva. Cao Wenbin did it. Damn, that guy is so scary when he explodes. Not only did he instantly elevate his strength to the peak of the first rank, he also directly entered a special state. Zhang Chen is awesome, but in that guy's hands, he's not even qualified to fight. After one encounter, it became like this. Damn it, it's a good thing I didn't get involved in this mess. Otherwise, with the way we've been together, his first target would definitely be me. It is not difficult to see that Moro is really scared. But this emotion did not last long. Soon, a look of gloating appeared on his face. But that guy isn't feeling well either. When he left just now, he was helped away by Zhao Yuaner. So I dare to conclude that he can't maintain his state of being able to kill anyone who stands in his way for long. When we face him next time, we just need to be a little more careful, and we will never repeat Zhang Chen's fate. Yao Ruqing listened very carefully. After all, she and Cao Wenbin have irreconcilable conflicts. Therefore, she was eager to know all of Cao Wenbin's cards. But just when the couple were chatting happily, a Buddhist chant full of evil suddenly came into their ears. Amitabha, demon donor, how are you? By the way, I heard everything you said just now. And it just so happens that I have a huge grudge against that Cao guy. So how about we form a team? Work together to fight against that Cao. After the mission is completed, I will only take 30% of the total harvest. The rest belongs to you too. A gleam of light suddenly flashed in Moro's eyes. Obviously, he was moved. But before he could say anything, Yao Ruqing's roar rang out. Chapter 348 The Sword That Has Become a Spirit. My dear, this fellow is the devil monk who tried to steal my wisdom eye. Without him, nothing would be like this now. You killed Zhao Yuaner a long time ago. The sound is fast and urgent. At the same time, an extremely strong murderous aura burst out from Yao Ruqing's body. Die. As soon as she made this move, Moro immediately changed his position. Cooperate. It's your sister's work. Grab things first and then talk about cooperation. What the hell are you thinking? As a result, Su Xiao ended up in tragedy. The next moment, boom, wow, loud noises and sounds of vomiting blood were heard one after another. Then Su Xiao didn't even hesitate and flew directly to the horizon. The speed is amazing. Obviously, he used some special skills. But I have to leave. But he still couldn't figure out why things turned out like this. Logically speaking, he is quite capable and offers many benefits, so this couple should warmly welcome him. But now, damn it, if I can't get close to this demon Ruqing, then the day I improve my strength will be delayed again. Accurate. But he had no choice. After all, he doesn't have the capital to use force now. But the saying that there is always a way out is not just empty talk. As he was running, he came up with another idea. Yes, I can go and sleep on straw and eat bitter food. That Cao guy has become the public enemy. If I go to help someone in need at this time, I will definitely be treated with great respect. And there are so many women around him. It will only take a little bit to leak out. The more Su Xiao thought about it, the more he felt that this plan was feasible. So he immediately changed direction. Then they began to look for Cao Wenbin. Wenbin, the Shira clan's special mark, completely disappeared after arriving here. According to my estimation, both Senior Mu Bai and Long Xiao should have gone into the water. That's why there's no trace of him. In front of a lake that stretched as far as the eye could see, Cao Wenbin, who had been rushing for several days, finally stopped. He also deeply agreed with Zhao Yuaner's judgment. After all, others don't know, but he who holds the map of this place knows clearly that the lake water may look ordinary, but in fact it is the starry holy water condensed from the essence of the sun and the moon. When the amount is small, it has the miraculous effect of cleansing the body and returning people to their original nature. But once the number increases, it can dissolve everything. Even time can melt away. Mu Bai must have left some kind of hint before going into the water. But under the flushing of the star god water, everything had disappeared long ago. I also think they should have gone into the water. Come on, let's go down too. After all, underwater is the Dragon Clan's territory. If we go too late, Uncle Mu might suffer. As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin dived down. Compared to his vulgarity, Zhao Yuaner is much more graceful. The entire launching process is full of elegance. Unfortunately, no one appreciates it. Boom, boom. The sound of sinking soon came. At the same time, the two of them immediately placed a layer of law power on the surface of their bodies. There's nothing we can do about it, it's just too much here. If you don't take protective measures, you will have to use a floating bag. After the safety issue was resolved, the two men's faces soon showed an intoxicated look. So beautiful. The description is extremely accurate. The bottom of this lake is really beautiful. Corals are everywhere, and thousand-year-old ice crystals can be seen everywhere. Unfortunately, there are no living creatures. Otherwise, it is definitely worthy of the words, paradise on earth. Of course, while they were expressing their feelings, their bodies were not idle either. After figuring out the direction, it quickly flew towards the center of the lake. As time went by, the word, beauty, disappeared from Zhao Yuaner's mouth. There was even a hint of disgust between his brows. But that's true. When it comes to beautiful scenery, you can never get enough of it. But loneliness is eternal. It is really difficult to retain people's hearts in a lifeless place. Wenbin, how long will it take to reach the treasure hiding place? Without hesitation, Cao Wenbin, who had already made an estimate, immediately replied, about an hour. Zhao Yuaner breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay. Not long. Otherwise, she would definitely go crazy. But obviously, plans can never keep up with changes. Just look, half an hour later, the two had to deviate from the planned route. As for the reason, Wenbin, I seem to see a crystal clear sword in that vortex just now. Oh my god, am I going mentally ill? Otherwise, how could a dead thing control water? He shook his head gently. Don't think too much. I saw the same thing. So it couldn't possibly be an illusion. The more he spoke, the more excited Cao Wenbin became. After all, a sword with intelligence is definitely extraordinary. But as he chased, his brows unconsciously frowned. Because the distance between the two sides has not only not been shortened. Instead, it is gradually getting farther away. But it's not that the two of them are not fast enough. But that guy is just too cunning. If you have nothing to do, just turn a corner. It's very difficult to catch up with you. We can't go on like this. Sister Yuaner, let's split up. I chase, you block. Let's gradually reduce this guy's movement space. Okay. After saying that, Zhao Yuaner began to observe the other party's movements. And soon found a certain pattern. And her predictions were pretty accurate. Directly blocking the front of the vortex. Originally, Zhao Yuaner thought that the other party would definitely dodge. But she didn't expect that what she was waiting for was an extremely sharp sword beam. It is not only full of sharp meaning, but also carries endless coldness. If it hits the target, the chopped meat will never rot even after 1,000 years. After all, you will be frozen directly. Chapter 349, Ice Soul Divine Sword. Can sword light also bring attributes? So the sword can be used like this. This trip was definitely not in vain. Looking at the attack coming straight towards her face, Zhao Yuaner was not afraid, but became excited instead. It looked like he had seen a new world. Of course, although she was excited, she did not forget to defend herself. Clang! After a buzzing sound, the Shangjian sword suddenly appeared in front of her. Unlike the attacking sword intent, the sword intent Zhao Yuaner slashed out was much purer. Besides being sharp, it is also fearless. In no other. The next moment, boom! Zhao Yuaner didn't move at all. As for the vortex, after retreating more than 100 meters, it finally stopped. And its retreat just gave Cao Wenbin an opportunity to take advantage of. In a flash, Cao Wenbin arrived next to the vortex. The next moment, the laws of space descended directly into this area. Little guy, this is the price of impulsiveness. If you keep running, I'll have to use up some of my strength. But now, you really don't have any more chances. Come on, show your true face. Let me see what you are. Looking at the vortex that was still running around but hitting a wall everywhere, Cao Wenbin smiled. At the same time, a strong energy also directly emerged from his palm. Bang! As expected, as soon as the energy arrived, the vortex immediately dissipated. Then, a 5-foot green sword that seemed to be made of crystal and could be invisible if not looked closely appeared before their eyes. Obviously, this is a women's sword. Just as Cao Wenbin was observing carefully, an extremely childish female voice suddenly rang out. You two, let me go. Otherwise, my sister will never let you go. Let me tell you, my sister is very strong. She can control all the waters in the world. I can drown you in an instant." Cao Wenbin rolled his eyes speechlessly. He never thought that one day he would be threatened by a sword. Elder sister. Control all the waters in the world. It seems that the real treasure here, the Xuanyuan water control flag, has also gained consciousness. To be honest, judging from the description on the map, that flag is really amazing. Possesses many incredible abilities. But it is really too funny to threaten him just based on this. Therefore, the next moment, a ball of energy appeared in his hand again. Judging from his expression, he obviously wants to erase the consciousness in the sword. But just as he was about to take action, Zhao Yuan'er suddenly grabbed him. "Wenbin, leave this sword to me. I have a hunch that if this consciousness persists, it will bring me considerable benefits." This is said very seriously. After hesitating for a while, Cao Wenbin nodded and agreed. "Little girl, you should be glad that you are a woman. Otherwise, even if the King of Heaven comes, he can't save you." As soon as he finished speaking, the aura on Cao Wenbin's body suddenly became more violent. Frightened by him, the crystal sword subconsciously moved towards Zhao Yuan'er. As for what comes next, that's easy. The two of them, one playing the good cop and the other the bad cop, soon tricked the little girl into becoming their master. At the same time, the little secrets hidden in her heart were revealed one by one. Ice Soul Sword. A mid-grade innate treasure. It was originally a collection from another area. But ever since I gained intelligence, I always like to come here. Because she feels that the environment here is more suitable for her survival. And the local tyrants here are also very nice to her. As for how she gained consciousness. A long time ago, a very special substance suddenly fell from the sky. Originally, that thing was a whole piece. But for some reason, when it was about to land, it suddenly exploded. And coincidentally, part of it just happened to fall on her. So, as she gradually absorbed that special substance into her body, her intelligence became stronger and stronger. Until it reaches the current level. Of course, in addition to these ancient things, Cao Wenbin also asked her about the whereabouts of Mu Bai and Long Xiao. The two of them arrived 5 days ago. But I didn't meet her. Instead, he went directly to the Xuanyuan water control flag. Unfortunately, the strength of the two is too weak. Although I found the right place, I couldn't even break through the outer formation. Just got lost in it. If it still cannot come out in 2 days, it will surely become a part of this star holy water. Fuck. The moment he got this answer, Cao Wenbin was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he rushed all the way. No time wasted at all. If he were to show off to Zhao Yuan'er on the way, then when he got there. "Wenbin, let's go over there quickly." Zhao Yuan'er was also very anxious. After all, Mu Qianqin has a pretty good relationship with her. Walk. As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin's figure disappeared from the spot. And he was not idle on the road. With just a few words, he took back the Shangjian sword that Zhao Yuan'er had eliminated. "Don't you like to solve problems with your fists? What do you need a sword for?" She gave it to him, but Zhao Yuan'er's face was full of confusion. "I got a battle formation diagram not long ago. Once the formation is completed, its power will be no less than that of the 12 heavenly gods and demons formation. But setting up the formation requires 4 swords of innate quality." So, without hiding anything, Cao Wenbin directly recounted the whole story. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. The next moment, the Ice Soul Sword appeared in front of Cao Wenbin. "Take it. When you have an extra sword, return it to me." Even though the spirit of the weapon was still screaming. But Zhao Yuan'er didn't care at all. At one point, she even thought about erasing the spirit of the weapon. Fortunately, Cao Wenbin spoke up in time, otherwise, the little girl would have been in real trouble. "This is too delicate, you should take it yourself." "Actually, I've already planned it. I'll be able to get it together in half a year at most." All right. It is not difficult to hear that Zhao Yuan'er is very reluctant. But in the end, she still took the ice crystal sword. But in her heart, she made up her mind. That is, after rescuing Mu Bai, she must go out alone. After all, there happened to be a sword on the map she chose. And the grade is not low. It seems to be called the Immortal Sword. Chapter 350, Capture Long Xiao. "Mu Bai, are you dead?" Just move the fuck up. In the Xuanyuan water control array, Long Xiao, who had been trapped for 5 days, was attacking a point in the array. The expression is full of madness. Obviously, he also sensed that his end was approaching, so he was making a final attempt. Originally, he thought Mu Bai would not refuse. After all, the two are in different camps. There are so many contradictions in it. But in the face of life and death, what does all this mean? But soon, he was confused. Because, move, why should I move? You are dead, but I won't. It won't be long before my son-in-law comes to rescue me. He looks like he deserves a beating. So, Long Xiao exploded. Good, very good. In that case, I will send you to the underworld first. It saves me from being lonely. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Xiao immediately changed his target of attack. All the anger accumulated over the past few days was directly vented towards Mu Bai. But as he was fighting, he found something wrong. What on earth is this old fellow laughing at? Why has the curve of your mouth never gone down? Frowning. But before he could figure it out, he suddenly found that a big hand had appeared on his neck without him knowing when. Not good. His expression changed drastically. Then he didn't even turn his head and started making hand seals. He wants to change back to his original form. Use the change in body shape to break free from the big hand on your neck. I have to say, he does have some ideas. Unfortunately, this trick is completely useless. The hand of the person who came seemed thin, but it was like a golden hoop, firmly holding his neck. Therefore, his body has indeed grown bigger. But the neck is still the same as before. So after a few breaths, a feeling of suffocation emerged in his mind. As the blood circulation became increasingly difficult, he suddenly panicked. Nephew Cao, this is all a misunderstanding. I was just joking with your father-in-law. After all, it's really boring here, we have to find something to do. Of course, he said that, but secretly, he was madly accumulating strength. But obviously, he miscalculated again. From the beginning to the end, Cao Wenbin had no intention of talking nonsense with him. While he was gathering strength, Cao Wenbin was not idle either. The 5 fingers were getting tighter and tighter. Isn't this a coincidence? I'm just kidding you too. Oh, and I can joke. What would happen if I trained Long Zimei to become the Dragon King? Long Xiao's dragon face instantly turned the color of liver. On the one hand, I'm angry. On the other hand, it's a bit of a chore. He opened his big mouth again and again, but no words came out. Because the big hand on his neck had completely closed, he couldn't make any sound at all. No, we can't go on like this. Otherwise, not only will my body be lost, but even my soul might die here. As soon as this idea came to his mind, he stopped hesitating. The soul moved and left the body immediately. At the same time, a pill suddenly appeared in front of his soul. It was the reincarnation pill that the medicine emperor intended to take. Boy, I will remember the revenge for today's destruction of your body. Within 2,000 years, I will definitely return it. Cao Wenbin smiled. The last time he encountered this situation, he wasn't even a quasi-saint. But he can still stop the medicine emperor. And now, he is already the emperor. If Long Xiao succeeded, he wouldn't have to practice anymore. Just go back to the Cao family's ancestral home to live with your wife and children. And Long Xiao's third axe attack did not succeed. With the arrival of the red spider lily, his path to reincarnation was completely cut off. Yes, Taeyaku is indeed awesome. But in front of the innate treasure, he is just a younger brother. A complete brother. That's impossible. Reincarnation is a unique ability bestowed upon the great emperor by heaven. No one can stop it. After discovering that his last resort had also been cracked, Long Xiao went crazy. His face was full of disbelief. But the facts were right before his eyes. He has to believe it whether he believes it or not. And that's not all. The next moment, he found that his consciousness was gradually fading. That is to say, no, you can't kill me. I'm from the Jun family group. Once I die, the others will definitely feel a sense of crisis. So recruiting me is your best option. Well-reasoned and well-founded. But Cao Wenbin completely ignored it. A sense of crisis. What I want is to make them feel a sense of crisis. As soon as he finished speaking, the power of reincarnation surrounding Long Xiao suddenly became stronger. As for the consequences, after just a few breaths, his soul completely calmed down. Looking at that stupid look, it's obvious that his intelligence has gone. Perfect. Cao Wenbin waved his right hand, and his soul immediately returned to the dragon's body. That's right, he didn't kill Long Xiao directly. After all, the energy contained in this supreme body is of great use to him. Let's go, Uncle Mu. Sister Yuener has already gone to look for that flag. We can't fall too far behind. Mu Bai nodded. But soon, he looked embarrassed. Wenbin, you don't know that it's easy to get in here, but it's extremely difficult to get out. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. In the past few days, I have tried many methods, but always failed. Originally, he wanted to pass on his previous experience in breaking the formation to Cao Wenbin. In this way, Cao Wenbin will definitely avoid many detours. But before he could finish his words, a space door suddenly appeared in front of him. Immediately afterwards, an extremely annoying voice was also rang out. Break the formation. Break what formation? Why don't we just walk out of this area? As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin was the first to step into the door. Mu Bai, who saw everything, just laughed. Damn it, he's worthy of being from the Cao family. Never forget to show off. No, if Qianqin has a child in the future, she must not be raised in the Cao family. Otherwise I'll be blind. On the other side, Zhao Yuaner, who had taken the lead, had already arrived in front of a crystal palace under the guidance of the Bingpo divine sword. However, she didn't go in directly. It's not that I don't want to, or that I'm afraid, but I can't get in. At this moment, the crystal palace was completely covered by an extremely dense energy. It's as difficult as climbing to the sky to get in. Of course, the Xuanyuan water control flag did not completely block the road. Look, not far from Zhao Yuaner, there stands a stone tablet. And what is recorded above is exactly the way to enter the palace. Chapter 351 The Troublemaker. Why does water have 3 states? Why can it drown people? Why can't people live without it? Oh my god, what kind of questions are these? Looking at the words on the stone tablet, Zhao Yuaner was speechless. In her opinion, these are not problems at all. Because it's common sense. There is no answer at all. Of course, she didn't give up. Soon his eyes fell on the ice soul sword in his hand. But after just a few glances, she rolled her eyes helplessly. How could I put my hope on this girl? Isn't this just pure desperation? At this moment, the ice soul sword no longer had the sharpness and coldness it once had. What replaced it was endless confusion. Obviously, these 3 questions also stumped her. However, just as the man and the sword were looking at each other in silence, a playful voice suddenly rang out. Water has 3 states because of the different temperatures of the environment it is in. It can drown people because it makes it impossible for them to breathe. People can't live without it because water is the source of life. The human body is 70% water, so naturally we can't live without water. The answer is clear and concise. Then Cao Wenbin suddenly appeared beside Zhao Yuaner. At the same time, the thick barrier protecting the crystal palace was also thinning at a speed visible to the naked eye. Oh my god! Zhao Yuaner was surprised. But before she could say anything in admiration, a light blue figure suddenly flew towards the horizon. Very fast. It looked as if he was teleporting. Want to run? At the beginning, Cao Wenbin was also a little confused. After all, this was the first time he had seen such a situation. The magic weapon transforms into a human form and then escapes. Isn't this bullshit? But soon, he reacted. This Xuanyuan water control flag is different from other magic weapons. By chance, she has gained intelligence. So it's not surprising that they can run. Damn it, please don't let me catch you. He curled his lips in extreme dissatisfaction, and then Cao Wenbin quickly followed. But the more he chased, the more his brows furrowed. Because even though he used the law of space, he still couldn't narrow the distance between the 2 people. Wrong. An ownerless innate treasure can't possibly have such a fast speed. There must be some kind of trick here. With his eyes fixed on the figure in front of him, Cao Wenbin's thinking has reached its limit at this moment. And hard work really does not disappoint those who work hard. In just a few seconds, he figured out what was going on. It turns out that it's these star-level sacred waters that are fueling the flames. A flash of joy passed by. Now that we have found the reason, everything will be easy. The next moment, the Kunlun mirror appeared in front of Cao Wenbin. As magic power was poured in, ripples slowly emanated from its mirror surface. It starts out slow, but gets faster as you go along. Until it spreads to everywhere you look. Then, Disappear for a while. Don't talk much. But in the blink of an eye, the lake water nearby disappeared. That's impossible. The star god water can corrode everything. No container can take it away. This time, it was the Xuanyuan water control flag's turn to go crazy. There's no way around it, because if she leaves the water, her strength will be greatly reduced. Look, Cao Wenbin, who was originally behind her, quickly came to her right rear. That masculine energy stimulated her and made her feel flustered. If she can't find a solution quickly, she will definitely not be able to escape from the clutches of the devil. No, I absolutely cannot let this devil catch up with me. I don't want what happened to Yao Ruqing to happen to me again. That's right, what happened in front of the temple is not known to only these three people. She is full of curiosity about everything and likes to daydream when she has nothing to do. She also knows everything. That's why she asked those three questions. Originally, she thought this was enough to stop Cao Wenbin. But she didn't expect that her work was completely in vain. Those three questions that seemed unsolvable to her actually didn't cause any trouble to others at all. As for why she didn't cheat, that protective shield was not created by her own strength at all. But it is naturally formed. She has no control at all. Completion. But although her attitude is very firm, her strength is not that good. Even though she tried her best, she still couldn't get rid of Cao Wenbin. So, looking at the big hand that was getting closer and closer to her, despair suddenly appeared on her little face. But as always, there is always a way out. The next moment, her savior appeared. Mr. Cao is Mr. Cao, he never forgets to rob women wherever he goes. But I'm wondering, why don't you want me when I've offered it to you so many times? Is it because you like to rob things by force? If that's the case, you should have said so earlier. I'm just cooperating with you to put on a show. The sound is very nice. At the same time, Cao Wenbin's big hand that was grabbing the Xuanyuan water control flag was directly slapped away. Rosé. Bai Yuya. Narcissus. Are you three sure you want to get involved in this mess? Without any hesitation, Narcissus nodded immediately. It's natural. After all, the original intention of establishing our Baihua Valley is to save women all over the world. Cao Wenbin smiled. He didn't reason with these three girls. I didn't mention Wu Yu either. Instead, he flashed and rushed directly towards the three of them. He wants to completely defeat these three annoying guys. So they don't have to cause trouble all the time. Just in time. Today, I will cleanse you. I've completely cut off Lily's thoughts. Narcissus' voice was full of excitement. Obviously, she has been waiting for this day for a long time. But, her speed is not the fastest. Look, before she could make a move, Rose had already appeared in front of Cao Wenbin. Immediately afterwards, a huge rose that was extremely beautiful but covered with thorns flew over Cao Wenbin's head. Mr. Cao, I'm sorry. Since you don't want to have any contact with me, I'll have to force you. But don't worry, I'm not that pervert like Narcissus. I came here just for that thing, so I won't destroy it. Cao Wenbin was stunned. At this moment, he even wanted to give up resistance. After all, there is no reason to push good things away. But this idea came quickly and disappeared just as quickly. Because he remembered Lily's words. Although roses may look delicate and beautiful, they are extremely strong. If you are not sure you can subdue her, never come into contact with her. Otherwise, you might become her puppet. I can never extricate myself. Chapter 352. Two treasures appear in a row. Boom. The rose soon collided with the Kunlun mirror. As for the results, Rose is completely defeated. Cao Wenbin did not retreat a single step. Not only did Rose retreat more than 10 steps before she could steady herself, but her right hand holding the rose was also shaking constantly. A mid-grade innate treasure. Wrong. You are currently one level below me. In this situation, the treasure that can help you gain an absolute advantage must at least be. It seems like he thought of something. As a result, Rose, who was already very excited, suddenly became even more excited. That sexy little tongue licked her lips subconsciously. You really are a treasure. Very good, my aunt is even more interested. Today, I will definitely get both the money and the life. As soon as she finished speaking, her aura suddenly increased. Then he rushed up again. There is desire in his eyes. Fuck. The body shook. Then Cao Wenbin subconsciously took a step back. There's nothing I can do, Rose's eyes are just too scary. Combined with the action of licking her lips before, it looked like she wanted to eat him. 10 kidneys won't be able to bear it. The idea was ridiculous, but his intuition told him that it was very possible. Therefore, no, the initiative must be in my hands. If this thing is taken down, my entire lifelong reputation will be ruined. Thinking of this, Cao Wenbin immediately went forward to meet him. Of course, Narcissus and Bai Yuya wouldn't just sit there and watch. But just when they were preparing to teach their son to the mother, Zhao Yuan'er and Mu Bai finally caught up. Stop, your opponent is me. It's been 10,000 years. I can finally move around freely. But the morale is very high. But after just a few moves, things started to go wrong. Cao Wenbin still has the upper hand. Even if Rose tried her best, she still defended more than she attacked. Although Zhao Yuan'er was at a disadvantage, she was able to hold on. Within 1,800 rounds, the winner will definitely not be determined. But it's not the same with Mu Bai. He is no match for Bai Yuya at all. Judging from his posture, he will definitely be defeated within 30 moves. I have to say that there are indeed many masters in Baihua Valley. Not to mention those neutral bosses who rarely show up, just the 3 women in front of me, none of them is worse than Moro. Of course, it is precisely because of their strength that they dare to cause trouble for Cao Wenbin. Boom. HMPH. After another move, a trace of blood suddenly appeared at the corner of Mu Bai's mouth. Depend on. They both have the same supreme strength. They were all demoted to the first rank as well. Why is there such a huge gap in strength? Accurate. Extremely unhappy. As the saying goes, when it rains, it pours. No, his life is already difficult enough. But at this moment, the Mining Yuan water control flag, which had been watching the show, suddenly stabbed into his heart. Obviously, this is a preparation to deal with him directly. Not good. Mu Bai's face changed drastically. But he had no way out. After all, Bai Yuya in front of him has already made him exhausted. There is no time for anything else. Am I really going to die here? Despair. Originally, he came in to take things a step further. But I didn't expect. Swoosh. But just when he was about to give up, a copper coin with wings suddenly crashed directly into the Xuanyuan water control flag at an unimaginable speed. It doesn't have any mana fluctuations. If it weren't for its speed and the pair of wings, anyone who saw it would think it was just an ordinary copper coin. But such an inconspicuous little gadget, the moment it touched the Xuanyuan water control flag, directly burst out with an extremely mysterious power. Then, the Xuanyuan water controlling flag, which had originally been so powerful, immediately fell to the ground. No matter how hard I try, I just can't move. I'll let you dance. Once I capture these 3 bitches, I'll deal with you first. Upon hearing this, a sense of despair immediately emerged on Xuanyuan water control flag's body. Of course, there is more regret. After all, she had many negotiation opportunities before. But now, is this what they call, you reap what you sow? Cao Wenbin's move also scared the 3 Rose girls. Because of the attack just now, they couldn't dodge it at this moment. If Cao Wenbin did the same to them, the consequences would be. As a result, their offensive suddenly became conservative. Originally 80% attack and 20% defense. But now, it has become 60% defense and 40% attack. Especially Bai Yuya, she directly started to attack the foreign attacker. She had already realized that with 2 helpers, it would be a pipe dream for them to capture Cao Wenbin. In that case, why not take this opportunity to trick your best friend? Rose, didn't you always outdo me in the previous rankings? So, you'll have to deal with this guy alone. I want to see what you are capable of. Is it worthy of such high praise? I have to say, women are all narrow-minded. And Cao Wenbin soon discovered this abnormality. What's going on? Confused. Extremely puzzled. But he didn't get stuck in a rut. After all, a woman's heart is as unpredictable as the sea. No one can figure it out at all. So soon, he focused all his attention on Rose. Girl, let's stop this farce. You can say goodbye to your girlish life. As soon as he finished speaking, an ancient scroll suddenly appeared in front of them. Painted yin and yang fish. And it is equipped with densely packed innate text. As soon as it appeared, the originally extremely stable space suddenly began to vibrate. Obviously, even this extremely magical list cannot afford this treasure. This is. At the beginning, the 3 women were a little confused. But after just a few breaths, their beautiful eyes shrank unconsciously. A name suddenly popped up in their minds. Tai Chi diagram. A treasure of half-step chaos. The number one treasure in both the immortal and demon worlds. Before, they didn't feel anything when they just read those cold words. But now that they are facing this thing, they realize how insignificant they are. If the person holding this thing is at the same level as them, then for them, not only can they not defeat him, but even running away will be a luxury. Chapter 353. Cry to the sky and the earth, but no one will answer. Run. This was the first thought of the three women. After all, if you stay here any longer, you will probably suffer in some places. As a master, he always integrates knowledge and action. So, whoosh, Bai Yuya escaped from the battlefield effortlessly. And in the blink of an eye, it disappeared between heaven and earth. Liu Bai couldn't stop it at all. Boom. Although Narcissus took some effort, he quickly escaped. But when it comes to Rose, the situation becomes completely different. She is not as fast as Cao Wenbin. His strength is totally incomparable to Cao Wenbin. Actually, this is nothing. As long as she is willing to pay a certain price, she can still get away. But just as she was about to act, the Tai Chi diagram began to show its power. No fancy special effects. A golden bridge suddenly spread out from the Tai Chi figure. Until it reached her feet. The whole process is not fast. But she just couldn't avoid it. When she reached the bridge, she couldn't even move. This time, she suddenly became anxious. She reluctantly looked in the direction where Shuixian and Bai Yuya disappeared, and then she immediately scolded, "Don't you two feel like something is missing? We came here together, shouldn't we leave together?" No one returned. As for words of comfort, there wasn't even a hint of them. Two scumbags. That's not what you said when we first joined forces. His eyes were full of regret. But soon, she had no time to complain to herself. Because she suddenly discovered that after cleaning up the battlefield, both Zhao Yuaner and Liu Bai were saying goodbye to Cao Wenbin. Boy, I won't get involved in this mess. Time is running out, and I should go find my own resources. As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Bai disappeared from the spot. Wenbin, aren't you short of a sword? So I'm going to split up with you. Go get that absolute immortal sword first. So as to avoid being beaten to it by others. After saying that, he also left directly. As a result, the rose became numb. What's going on? In the blink of an eye, only a single man and a single woman are left. Isn't this going to kill her? Cao Wenbin didn't let her wait long. After just a few breaths, he appeared beside her with an evil smile on his face. Slutty fox, haven't you always wanted to spar with me? That's great. The time and place are all right. By the way, there's a crystal palace not far away. So, don't talk much. But after hearing this, Rose immediately started to tremble. Yes, she wanted to compete with Cao Wenbin. But the prerequisite for all this is that she has to take the initiative. But now, Mr. Cao, we were just joking before. Will you please let me go? Of course, I won't let you work in vain. I can give you an innate treasure. It's my redemption money. Cao Wenbin smiled. Then without saying a word, he pulled Rose towards the crystal palace. Of course, in order to avoid any accidents, while putting away the Tai Chi diagram, a virtual seal word quickly entered Rose's sea of consciousness. This is a simple application of the sealing law. It doesn't have a big effect, but it can prevent this woman from using her magic power for 3 days. As she gradually began to become weaker and got closer to the crystal palace, Rose suddenly became anxious. Boy, you should say something. Are you going to agree to my proposal or not? Just shake your head. I'm not stupid, how could I possibly agree to this? Soon you'll all be mine. Do you think anyone would give up the entire forest for a single tree? Rose was stunned. Then, he began to struggle frantically. She knew that this matter could not be resolved peacefully. Unfortunately, she was just wasting her energy. Cao Wenbin's big hand was like a mountain pressing down on her. No matter how hard she tried, she could not escape. Completion. I really have to explain myself today. Is this what they call, cry to the heavens and hear no response, cry to the earth and hear no response? Swish, swish. In a valley, Narcissus and Bai Yuya, feeling safe, finally stopped. Then the two of them started staring at each other. There was no speech for a long time. However, Narcissus's cunning is obviously not as good as Bai Yuya's. Therefore, Rose's last words were so poignant. What do you think we should find some help and go back to save her? Without any hesitation, Bai Yuya rolled her eyes in response. Looking for someone. Who can we turn to? Only 5 people came into Baihua Valley. Except the 3 of us, only Lily and Yuchu were left. There's no need to talk about Lily. Given her loyalty to Cao Wenbin, if she knew about this, she would use despicable means to send us to Cao Wenbin's bed within 3 days. As for Yuchu, even if we can find her, we'll just be 3 people again. We couldn't beat them before, do you think we can beat them with her? Besides, do you think Cao Wenbin will give us time to rescue him? Believe it or not, even if we go now, what will greet us will only be a big show. The analysis is well reasoned. So, Narcissus stopped talking immediately. But her heart couldn't calm down for a long time. Damn it, if I had known this guy was so difficult to deal with, I would have brought more people in. That's right, there are actually many people in Baihua Valley who have received the complete gift from heaven and earth. Especially the younger ones. That's dozens more. For example, the twins Miavan and Miaoan have both received complete gifts from heaven and earth. There's no other way, it's better to lean against a big tree for shade. Others may risk being interrupted when accepting gifts from heaven and earth, but the people of Baihua Valley will never do that. Because no one dares to stroke the tiger's whiskers. As for why these people didn't come in, that's simply because these ancestors are too embarrassed to do so. After all, the ancestor and the younger generation were at the same level, and the scene was really too weird. But now, both Narcissus and Bai Yuya wanted to bang their heads against the wall. Yes, face is very important. But compared with the body, face is nothing. If there were not 3 of them but 13, or even 30, how could the rose be? Bad decision, shook his head. However, although they regretted it, the 2 did not dwell on this issue for too long. After all, the matter is done and there is no point in saying more. So what should we do next? A faint smile. Obviously, Bai Yuya has already thought of a countermeasure. Just wait. Just like Rose said, we came here together, so we should leave together. We can't save her though. But once things are done over there, we still have the ability to pick her up. Narcissus was stunned. She never expected to get such an answer. Go after you finish your work. Wouldn't that be a joke? Oh my god, isn't it said that all the new generation members are best friends? How can this be? Chapter 354 Everyone, human or ghost, is showing off, only Su Xiao is getting beaten. Thinking of this, a hint of vigilance immediately flashed across Narcissus's eyes. But before she could say anything else, a voice full of obscenity suddenly rang out. The 2 fairies seem to be in some trouble. Isn't this a coincidence? My favorite thing in my life is helping beautiful women solve their problems. As soon as he finished speaking, a big bald head suddenly appeared in front of Bai Yuya and Narcissus. It was none other than the demon monk Su Xiao. Originally, he was planning to look for Cao Wenbin. But as he followed on, his tracking skills simply failed. So, he could only try his luck around here. But unexpectedly, Cao Wenbin didn't meet her, but he met 2 peerless beauties. To be honest, he felt a little nervous at the beginning. After all, neither Bai Yuya nor Narcissus is a good person. If he shows up rashly, he will most likely be killed. There's no way, this is a treasure trove. No one knows whether you have ever gotten good things before. Therefore, taking direct action is definitely the best solution. But after hesitating for a while, he decided to give it a try. It's not that he can't walk when he sees a woman. It's really the pure yin energy of the 2 women that is so attractive. If he could get this, his recovery period would definitely be greatly shortened. When a man dies, the birds fly up to the sky, and he will live forever. This is his mentality. But obviously, he failed. As soon as he showed up, the 2 women's brows immediately frowned. Su Yi, how did you become like this? No, even though the body is still the same, the aura has completely changed. This is a special situation that only occurs when a body is possessed. Tell me, who are you? Dumbfounded, Su Xiao's eyes almost popped out. You know, he has prepared quite a lot of ways to get close to these 2 women. If these 2 women give him a chance, he will definitely take advantage of it. Gain great trust. At that time, he only needs to prescribe some medicine and he will get what he wants immediately. But now it is. Damn it. These 2 women clearly have no experience at all, but why are they so wary? They should be easy to fool. Confused, But his reaction was not slow. Soon he pretended to be dumbfounded and said, "Water fairy, what are you talking about? This is the space on the list, how could something like possession happen here? All the conditions are not met. That makes a lot of sense." But obviously, he made a fatal mistake. That's talking to women. Before he could even finish his words, Narcissus and Bai Yuya had already revealed their weapons. Immediately afterwards, he was surrounded. There's no point in talking anymore. As for whether you've been possessed or not, the truth will naturally come out once I capture you. Su Xiao vomited blood. This is so fucking unreasonable. But soon, he had no time to think about these useless things. Because the attacks of the two women have fallen one by one. And judging from their expressions, it is obvious that they are all giving it their all. Boom. Puff. This time, Su Xiao really vomited blood. Actually, if it was either of the two women, there would be no way they could do anything to him. After all, he hasn't recovered to his peak form yet. But Su Yi's foundation is quite good. Plus his experience. But in this situation of 2 against 1, he had no time to curse. But his blood was not spit out in vain. While flying backwards, he also found a loophole in the encirclement. Even though this loophole is very small. But he still caught it. Therefore, you two bitches, remember this, I, Su Xiao, will avenge you for today's vengeance. When that time comes, I will make sure you can neither live nor die. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared into the horizon. And the two women did not chase after him. As for the reason, Su Xiao, who is this person? Why does it look so familiar? Frowning, both of them were lost in memories. And the hard work has not let down those who work hard. Soon, a look of horror flashed in the eyes of both of them. Demon monk, this guy is actually reincarnated. The reason why I remembered it so quickly was because the ancient books in Baihua Valley contained extremely detailed records about this person. There was no way, because tens of thousands of years ago, the joyful Zen temple led by Su Xiao was the mortal enemy of her Baihua Valley. The two sides fought for thousands of years. It ended only when Su Xiao disappeared and the happy Zen temple was destroyed. But who would have thought that tens of thousands of years later, this feud would continue again? What a troubled time. There's the ancestor killer Cao Wenbin in front. There will be joy later. Is this fucking way to let people live? No, we have to kill one of these two before we leave here. Otherwise, the 1,000-year-old foundation of my 100 Flowers Valley will most likely be destroyed in an instant. Thinking of this, the two women looked at each other and immediately moved towards the Crystal Palace. Su Xiao and the others can't be found for the time being. But Cao Wenbin can. Of course, they didn't intend to fight hard. But I want to see if I can find a loophole. If Cao Wenbin is too weak, wouldn't they be able to prevent any future troubles? Rose, you must give me some strength. Crystal Palace. How lively this place was before, how desolate it is now. In the palace covering thousands of acres, there is only one Rose left that is given high hopes. She sat on the chair with her knees bent, her knees together, her arms around her knees, and she looked extremely depressed. His eyes are extremely empty. Coincidentally, at this moment, Narcissus and Bai Yuya arrived. The pupils contracted instantly. The two people who saw everything were both shocked. What exactly happened here? How did it become like this? Isn't this crystal palace made of 10,000 years of ice? Normally, even if it's intentional destruction, it takes a lot of effort. How come there are so many extra palm prints for no reason? Chapter 355, Becoming Enemies. Rose, wake up. What's wrong with you? Seeing that her best friend had no reaction at all, Bai Yuya, whose curiosity had exploded, immediately stepped forward and gave her a light push. It didn't take much force. But it works. Look, after a few breaths, the rose slowly raised its head. I was a little confused at the beginning. But soon, madness replaced everything. What's wrong with me? You still have the nerve to ask me what's wrong. Fucking gutted. After saying that, she pointed at the wall and then stomped her feet. I won't talk about these handprints. I'm sure you know their origins. But do you know? It's not just the walls of this palace that have changed. This place is also very different from before. It must be at least several inches thick. The more she talked, the crazier she became. And Bai Yuya's heart became more and more empty. After all this has little to do with her. But she actually played a role in adding fuel to the fire. And if she had called for help earlier, her best friend would not have been in such a miserable state. Of course, I feel guilty. But her acting skills are extremely good. Not only did he not show it, but he quickly stepped forward and hugged Rose. Then, a few tears slid down the corners of her eyes. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. If I were stronger, you wouldn't have to suffer this. Just wait, I'm going to fight that Cao guy right now. Retreat to advance. But although she spoke beautifully, she had no intention of moving at all. Then, Rose's eyes narrowed immediately. It's full of hatred. But, she didn't show it. He even started to smile. Acting. Who doesn't? Never mind. Let the past be the past. With our current strength, we can't take revenge at all. There's a high probability that I'll just be delivering food there. So you should improve yourself first. Don't talk much. But the effect is quite good. The originally tense atmosphere immediately became harmonious. At this point, Narcissus finally got a word in. By the way, Rose, where did that jerk named Cao go? Logically speaking, with his personality of wanting to take the pot away after finishing his meal, there's no reason for him to leave you alone. When this was mentioned, the corners of Rose's mouth immediately curled up. The smug look on his face couldn't be suppressed at all. I'm already in such a miserable state, do you think that Cao guy can have an easier time? If he doesn't run away quickly, only death will be waiting for him. After all, no one can tell when you will come back. His eyes lit up. The next moment, excitement immediately appeared on the faces of both Narcissus and Bai Yuya. You mean to say that you two are actually equally matched, and neither of you can do anything to the other? If that's the case, then can't we set a trap for that Cao guy? And then, when he's at his weakest, wait for an opportunity to kill him. Good idea. After hearing this, Rose immediately showed an expression of interest. That's it. Since I already have one, I'm not afraid of two. But I have to be frank. After this is done, I want 70% of everything he owns. And have first choice. Also, that person of his must belong to me. After all, I suffered a loss today, I must take revenge. The conditions are very harsh. But after thinking it over again and again, Bai Yuya and Narcissus still nodded. There's no other way, this thing can't be done without Rose. Besides, if everything goes well, they don't have to do anything at all. It's already pretty good to be able to get 30% of the benefits. And got a Rose with a positive answer. I laughed immediately too. However, this smile carries a lot of different meanings. Especially after Bai Yuya and Narcissus turned their heads, a sinister look immediately flashed across her eyes. When it comes to fun things, they should be shared equally. You just want me to do the hard work so you can take advantage. Dream on. This time, originally, she wanted to plan it carefully. But Bai Yuya, who couldn't wait any longer, directly grabbed her hand. Judging from his posture, he obviously wants to find Cao Wenbin immediately. So, she had no choice but to give up. At the same time, her beautiful face also revealed a deep sense of helplessness. Bai Yuya, can you use your brain? That guy is in idle mode right now. Do you think he would fall for it if he was extremely calm? Also, do you think too highly of me? I can't even walk right now. What can we use to fight Cao Wenbin? Slightly stunned. Then Bai Yuya laughed awkwardly. That's right. In that case, let's wait a little longer. But we can't stay here anymore. After all, that guy could come back with his men at any time, so we have to be on guard. Come, I'll help you. Let's find a more comfortable place to rest. As soon as they finished speaking, the three of them disappeared from the spot together. Name: Rose. Identity: one of the mainstays of the new generation of Baihua Valley. Strength: a supreme being who has received two complete gifts from heaven and earth. Possessing a charming holy body, she is an existence that can charm all men. Appearance score: 96. Loyalty: 30. This woman originally hated the leader extremely much. After all, your actions were too violent. But Bai Yuya's appearance helped to diffuse most of your anger. Note: this woman has great potential. If she's kept for a long time, she'll significantly improve the leader's physique. Therefore, please be considerate. Did Bai Yuya and the others really return? Fortunately, I left first. Otherwise, he subconsciously wiped the sweat from his forehead. Then he quickened his pace again. At the same time, he was also frantically refining the extremely yin energy in his body. This was looted by the god and demon Happy Zen. It was because of them that Cao Wenbin left his spoils behind and escaped alone. There is no way, this energy is so huge. If Cao Wenbin dared to use his magic power indiscriminately before completely refining it, his cultivation would regress at best, and he would die at worst. Of course, good fortune and misfortune have always been interdependent. Although this energy made him a weakling temporarily, once these energies were simplified, he would be able to reach the third level at least. Even the fourth grade is possible. As expected of a wine that's been around for tens of thousands of years, it has a strong aftertaste. If I had a few more bottles. Chapter 356 Su Xiao plays the victim. Don't tell me, this idea seems to be really feasible. After all, although there isn't much wine that's been stored for 10,000 years, if you really look for it carefully, there's definitely a lot. The more he thought about it, the more excited Cao Wenbin became. But this situation did not last long. He quickly regained his attention. After all, the treasure chest hasn't been opened yet. This is the real top priority. Therefore, the immortal tower, this innate treasure of time and space is the ultimate way to reach the pinnacle of the world. It's literally a shortcut. This tower boasts 7 floors, each a self-contained space with completely different spatial velocity and environment. Entrants can choose a tower based on their preferences and cultivation methods. Note: entrants must have a clear understanding of their own lifespan and ascend with caution, otherwise they risk dying in the tower due to exhaustion. Imperial Heavenly Seal, an innate object born alongside the Imperial Law. Within it lies the complete Imperial Law. Unlike ordinary magical weapons, this one is a growing one. If a lone individual were to obtain it, it would be an extremely hard, imposing brick, its destructive power potentially rivaling even that of a mid-grade Imperial weapon. But if someone with countless followers were to obtain it, its power would be immeasurable. The more people it rules, the stronger it becomes. When everyone submits, it will be the moment to suppress the heavens. Zhongzhou, a supremely innate spiritual root, it requires the 5 elements divine soil to survive. While the conditions are harsh, the rewards are incredibly tempting. Unlike the Bodhi seed, it doesn't possess its own formations, nor does it possess any attack power. Yet, it bears fruit every 10 years. Consuming it not only prolongs life, but also provides the user with a vast amount of pure spiritual energy. It is a rare treasure in the world. Oh my god. As soon as the first 2 gains came out, the corners of Cao Wenbin's mouth almost curled up to the sky. It's not that he has never seen the world, it's just that these 2 things fit him too well. It's like it was tailor-made for him. But when the third item appeared, his eyes went dark and he almost fainted. Damn, if I had known this, I would have opened the treasure chest sooner. That 5 elements divine soil is on Rose's body. It would have been a piece of cake to get it a few hours ago. But now, of course, he kept complaining, but soon he stopped worrying about it. After all, the intersection with Rose couldn't be just that one time, the 2 would meet again sooner or later. With my physical strength, that girl will surrender sooner or later. There's no need to get stuck on this. His frown gradually relaxed. Afterwards, Cao Wenbin prepared to find a secluded place to go into seclusion. But as the saying goes, the tree wants to be still but the wind does not stop. Before we even found the place, there was a sudden and loud noise from the distance. Judging from the noise, it was obvious that someone was attacking the magic circle. There's an opportunity. His eyes lit up. It was not until this moment that Cao Wenbin realized that he had unknowingly come to an unknown area. It's really better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. As soon as he finished talking to himself, his figure disappeared from the spot. When he appeared, he had already arrived on top of a towering ancient tree. Not far from him was a stone forest. However, although the scenery here is amazing, his attention is all focused on the bald man in front of the stone forest. There's no way around it, because this bald guy also has the aura of divine and demonic joy in his body. Su Yi, how did he learn the god and demon joy Zen? Could it be that after I left, he was unwilling to accept defeat and went to the Zen temple again? And by chance, you also understood those murals. In an instant, Cao Wenbin became very interested in the person not far away. After all, he had personally experimented with it and was very clear about how powerful this technique was. It is no exaggeration to say that having it is equivalent to having a ticket to the world of the strong. Interesting. While he was observing silently, Su Xiao, who was still attacking the stone forest barrier, suddenly turned his head and looked at the ancient tree. Obviously, the induction of the joyful zen of gods and demons is mutual. Depend on. Cao Wenbin was speechless, but he didn't plan to run. Instead, he flashed in front of the barrier. Although I can't use my magic power for the time being. But in a one-on-one situation, he is still not afraid of anyone. You can go now. Of course, you can also choose to rest here forever. This is really arrogant. If it were someone else, even if they didn't explode immediately, they would definitely change their expression immediately. But Su Xiao didn't. He even showed a hint of surprise. Master Cao. Fuck, I finally see you. As soon as he finished speaking, he pounced on her. Judging from his expression, he obviously wanted to give Cao Wenbin a hug. And this move of his directly confused Cao Wenbin. What is this for? Damn it, this guy might be having a relationship with Long Yang. Thinking of this possibility, Cao Wenbin trembled all over. Then he flew back several steps. At the same time, a roar was uttered, just stand there. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't do this useless stuff. If you dare take another step forward, I'll cripple you immediately. Su Xiao was stunned. Then, he really stopped obediently. Mr. Cao, don't misunderstand. I just want to find a thigh to cuddle. After all, it's really hard to be a casual cultivator. I've had enough of hiding. The reason is very reasonable. But Cao Wenbin's vigilance remained unchanged. Looking for a thigh. Then shouldn't you be looking for Mo Luo, or perhaps the 100-Flower Valley? How did you find your way to a lowly second-rank official like me? Without any thought, Su Xiao answered subconsciously, I have a grudge against Mo Luo. When I first came in, I had a fight with his wife over a treasure. In this situation, how can I find him? As for 100-Flower Valley. At this point, a hint of bitterness immediately appeared at the corner of his mouth. Those women are really strong. If you really count them, no force can stand against it. But there are differences between men and women. From ancient times till now, they have never provided protection to men. Although I'm proud, I don't think I can break this 10,000-year-old rule. The more he talked, the more depressed he became. However, this negative emotion did not last long. Soon, he cheered up. But as the saying goes, there is always a way out. I never thought I would meet Master Cao here. As for the little second-grade thing, don't mention it again. Chapter 357 Su Xiao who loves acting. In the realms of immortals and demons, if you, Master Cao, are not considered a big shot, then who else can be considered a big shot? Let's not talk about anything else, just talking about the fairies in the two worlds, who wouldn't be terrified when hearing your name. Cao Wenbin was stunned. Then his face became weird. For a moment, he couldn't figure out whether the guy in front of him was flattering him or insulting him. But he didn't delve into it further. After a faint smile, he said casually, the reason is quite sufficient. But it's not that easy to become my little brother. How about this, you help me take out the things in here first, and then I'll consider whether to accept you or not. Without any hesitation, Su Xiao nodded immediately. His face was filled with joy. But this expression did not last long. When he turned around, a hint of evil suddenly flashed in his eyes. Boy, it seems you haven't figured out the truth that trying to gain a small advantage will lead to a big loss. In that case, let me teach you this lesson. It's worth it to exchange an innate treasure for a bunch of peerless beauties. The more he thought about it, the more motivated Su Xiao became. So soon, a huge amount of energy flew out from his hands. Boom. With the law of splitting and the law of empowerment working together, the power of this move is naturally beyond doubt. Look, after the explosion, the barrier has obviously become much thinner. Perfect. Seeing hope, he didn't stop and swung his hands directly to create an afterimage. Intel. Click. The sound is not loud. But whether it was Cao Wenbin or Su Xiao, they were all shocked. And this sound is like a signal. Then, click, click, click. The noise is getting more and more frequent. After a dozen breaths, the barrier that was able to block everything just now exploded out of thin air. Mr. Cao, please. Su Xiao blocked the shockwave effortlessly, then turned around and respectfully made way for Cao Wenbin. That look makes him look like a complete lackey. But if you look closely, it is not difficult to find that there is doubt deep in his eyes. What is this Cao guy doing? With such a small shockwave, you're still hiding behind me. Even if you want to save energy, you shouldn't do this. Could it be? As if he thought of something, the next moment, his body began to tremble. But this anomaly came quickly and went away just as quickly. No, we can't be so careless. Don't take action unless you are 100% sure. After all, there is only one chance. If something goes wrong, don't even think about getting close to this guy again. As soon as this idea came to his mind, he immediately continued to do his job diligently and responsibly as a lackey. Encountering a rain of arrows. Fly to block it. Encounter an attacking monster. Fight bloody battles. Anyone who sees that positivity will be moved. But I don't know if it's because of his limited ability or what he does, but every time he encounters a problem, he always has to make some trouble for Cao Wenbin. There is no perfect solution every time. Mr. Cao, I'm so sorry. The angle of that attack just now was too tricky. I really didn't expect it. How about this, you wait outside. Within a day, I will bring the contents to you. The attitude is extremely sincere. The tone was full of concern. But Cao Wenbin did not appreciate it. Need not. Just keep going at the current pace. We've already passed 8 traps. According to my estimation, the main course should be served next. After all, 9 is the ultimate number, and few people can break it. And the facts proved that his guess was correct. Just then, after passing hundreds of stone pillars, a small hill made of rubble appeared in front of the two. Very inconspicuous. However, the sword slanting on the top of the mountain is extremely sharp. Even though they were thousands of meters apart, one could still feel the cold sword intent coming in waves. Sword of immortal slaughter. A supreme divine weapon condensed from innate murderous energy. Born to kill. Those with weak hearts, please do not touch. Otherwise, you're very likely to go astray and fall into the path of killing. And those who have confidence in themselves can set foot on the sword mountain. Just defeat the sword spirit and you can draw the sword. What Su Xiao was reading were the words on a stone pillar. Obviously, this was a warning from the person who left the sword. After digesting it, Su Xiao's expression immediately became serious. Master Cao, it looks like I need your help. After all, a sword spirit that can be specially marked must be very strong. I might not be a match for it myself. Of course, you just need to pick up the leaks. I'll go first, and when we're all exhausted, you take action. There was no reason for Cao Wenbin to refuse such a self-serving condition. Su Xiao, who received a positive answer, did not hesitate. After taking a deep breath, he disappeared from the spot. When he appeared, he had already reached the top of the hill. Swish, swish, swish. Without any surprise, as soon as he stepped on the ground, an extremely ethereal sword immediately appeared not far away from him. At the same time, sword beams flew rapidly towards the vital points all over his body. Even from underground, sword beams would appear from time to time. As for the goal, it's his Yongquan acupoint. Of course, Su Xiao is not a pushover either. Just as the attack was about to hit him, clones emerged from his body one by one. Then without saying a word, he rushed directly towards the sword light. A life for a sword. What a loss. But Su Xiao didn't care at all. Since you can't finish me off quickly, the victory will definitely belong to me. When it comes to consumption, I've never been afraid of anyone. After he finished speaking, he began to slowly approach the sword spirit. Not fast, but the distance between the two sides is slowly getting closer. However, he did not encounter any setbacks along the way. From time to time, a fish would slip through the net and get stuck in his body. Although none of the wounds hit his vital points, he still turned into a bloody man not long after. He looks extremely miserable. As to whether he is truly incapable or is plotting something, I guess only he himself knows. While he was working hard, Cao Wenbin's eyes lit up. His fingers were calculating something frantically. Of course, his target is not Su Xiao, but these 3 known swords. Because just now, he accidentally discovered that there seemed to be some kind of pattern in the locations of the 3 swords, Juexian, Shenxian and Luxian. Chapter 358 Demonic Monk, Die. The Juexian sword is in the east. The Shenxian sword is due north. And the immortal slaying sword is due south. Doesn't this mean that the remaining Zhutian sword is due west? Thinking of this, a hint of excitement suddenly appeared in Cao Wenbin's eyes. If this is true, doesn't it mean that his Zhutian sword formation can be used immediately? But soon, he took the initiative to put this idea behind his mind. After all, things have their priorities. For now, finding the core of the list is the first priority. Consider it as a backup. Or wait until Sister Yuener comes back and ask her to make another trip. Coincidentally, just as he had made up his mind, Su Xiao, who was fighting fiercely with the sword spirit over there, had also reached his limit. Boom! There was a sudden sound of hitting the ground. Immediately afterwards, Su Xiao's weak voice also came over. Master Cao, I can't do it anymore. But this sword spirit is at the end of its strength. You only need to use a little trick, and it will definitely collapse. Look up slowly. Then Cao Wenbin laughed. You are such a good actor. Really dedicated. The blood that flowed is enough for a blood sausage shop to use for a day. Of course, although he thought so, he didn't say it out loud. Instead, he showed an expression of being moved. Good brother. Just lie down and relax. Leave the rest to me. Don't worry, from now on, whenever I have a bite to eat, I'll definitely give you a spoonful of soup. After he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin exerted force on his feet, and then his whole body rushed directly towards the sword spirit like a cannonball. Still not using any magic power. Purely relying on physical strength. When Su Xiao saw this scene, he immediately became energetic. It seems I was not wrong. There really is something wrong with this guy's body. In the short term, I probably won't be able to use my magic power. Chance. This is a great opportunity to win Yan Wanning back. In an instant, Su Xiao changed his strategy. Being a dog. What a shit dog. With Yan Wanning in his hands, he will be able to rise in a short time. If that's the case, then why bother pretending to be nice to this little brat in front of me? So, he immediately accumulated strength. Be ready to deliver a fatal blow at any time. Boom. And Cao Wenbin didn't keep him waiting for long. After he blasted the sword spirit with one punch and found that there was no danger around, his tense body obviously relaxed. The dawn is everywhere on my body. Now. The next moment, his aura changed. The two laws of division and empowerment disappear directly. Instead, there is a mysterious atmosphere of yin within yang and yang within yin. It was the unique skill that Su Xiao used to dominate the demon realm back then, the law of yin and yang. Kid, go to hell. I've tolerated you for a long time. How dare you steal my demon monk Su Xiao's things? You must be tired of living. As soon as he roared, he just happened to come behind Cao Wenbin. Even though sneak attacks are immoral, he doesn't care. Therefore, bang, the sound of flesh colliding soon rang out. But Su Xiao, who had obviously succeeded, did not show any excitement. Not at all. Instead, he looked terrified. As for the reason, Demon Monk Su Xiao, it seems that my guess was right, you are no longer Su Yi. By the way, that temple containing the wisdom eye should be what you left behind. And the stolen item you mentioned is Yan Wanning, right? The fear is even greater. Su Xiao would never have thought that this little brat in front of him could infer so many things based on just a name. Judging from his calm appearance, he had obviously expected him to take action. In other words, he is a pure clown. Everything he did before was just a show. We have to leave quickly. This kid is really too weird. A fleshly body resisting the laws. Is there still justice? Do it when you think of it. The next moment, he planned to withdraw and leave. But how could everything go as he wished? Look, before he could even start to move, a big hand had already landed on his wrist. Don't leave in such a hurry. You haven't answered my question yet. This made Su Xiao even more anxious. Although this wrist-grabbing action is not big, it perfectly demonstrates both strength and speed. No matter which one, he is better. Damn, who the hell is this guy? Why is everything so different? Of course, his thoughts were all random, but his reaction was not slow at all. After gritting his teeth, he broke his arm. In an instant, blood was flowing everywhere. But he simply ignored it. He immediately flew back. After all, this was the time he bought with just one hand. How can it be wasted? But even so, he still couldn't escape. Although there is no assistance from the laws of space. But Cao Wenbin's speed is still amazing. Before he reached 1,000 meters, he fell into Cao Wenbin's hands again. But this time, what was captured was no longer the wrist. Just replace it with the neck. Come on, are you trying to show me how to escape? As long as you can succeed this time, I swear to God that I will never chase you. His face turned red instantly. Even my scalp turned red. In a performance, wouldn't that be suicide? But even if it was shameful, he had no choice but to endure it. After all, when you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Master Cao, if I say that everything that happened just now was just a joke, I wonder if you would believe me. He rolled his eyes lightly. Then Cao Wenbin's free hand moved. After removing all the opponent's resistance with a few punches, he used the soul-searching technique. Fortunately, this thing is a soul-level spell, otherwise it would be troublesome. Just as he was secretly rejoicing, the information he had searched for was fed back to him one by one. Demonic monk Su Xiao, the founder of demonic Joy Zen. The joyful Zen temple they established is the nightmare of all the female monks in the demon realm. Once you are targeted by it, it is basically impossible to escape. Wherever he goes, no woman can escape. What a scumbag. Cao Wenbin's face was full of disgust. As for the reason, maybe it's the competition among peers. But soon, he no longer had time to pay attention to these basic information. Because the information about Yan Wanning has arrived. Especially when he knew that the stone would be restored to its original state in 3 months, he was so excited that he almost jumped up. After all, she was such a beauty that Wan Mailu could only move 4 times. Okay. Looks like it won't be long before I can open treasure chests again. Chapter 359, First Injury. Buzz. As information continued to flow into Cao Wenbin's mind, a layer of sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. There is no way, there is too much information. 10,000 years of experience, that's nothing to joke about. Especially the law of yin and yang, which is even more complex and terrifying. Just for this one item, Cao Wenbin absorbed it for more than 5 hours. Because of this, when everything was over, the originally bright sky suddenly became dim. It was not until this moment that Cao Wenbin realized that there were sunrises and sunsets in this world. Although it wastes a lot of time. But it's not a loss at all. Feeling the various secrets and methods that appeared out of thin air in his mind, Cao Wenbin smiled. Then he walked towards the top of the mountain. No obstacles. Soon, he came to the sword. The next moment, his right hand directly grasped the hilt of the sword. Puff. The sword was drawn smoothly. But the sound is a bit weird. Logically speaking, the sword came out of the stone. That should be the sound of metal clashing. But now, it is the sound of chopping meat. This is. Cao Wenbin narrowed his eyes. But before he could figure it out, the originally extremely solid hill suddenly began to shake. Gravel is flying everywhere. Judging from the appearance, it is obvious that something is about to come out from below. And the fact is, it is indeed so. This is not. Boom. After the loud noise, the stone mountain exploded directly. Immediately afterwards, a sinister yet gentle voice suddenly rang out. Really? Everyone in the world is forgetful. No one can resist the temptation of the innate treasure. Wu Yu, do you think everyone can remember the disaster that the immortal slaying sword brought? Innocent. Extremely naive. You'd never have guessed, even if I killed you, that I could make someone willingly draw the immortal slaying sword with just one sentence. It is not difficult to see that this person must have suffered a lot of injustice before being sealed. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so long-winded. But she's clearly very good at controlling her emotions. Look, after venting for just a few words, she gradually calmed down. Fuck. But for Cao Wenbin, this is not a good thing. Because, come back. Not much talk. But the immortal slaying sword in Cao Wenbin's hand suddenly began to struggle. The amplitude is quite large. To be honest, Cao Wenbin's power is definitely outstanding in both the immortal and demon worlds. But even so, I still couldn't catch it. If he had not subconsciously used the law of space to isolate everything at the critical moment, the sword that he had just obtained and was not even warm in his hand might have really flown away. Fortunately, the extremely yin energy has been refined. Just when he was secretly rejoicing, the woman who had failed to achieve her goal suddenly turned around and looked at him. Dressed in black, only a hint of white is revealed around the waist. That's where the sword was inserted before. As for looks, flirtatious, but it's cold. At first glance, she is a strong woman. And what happened next proved this point. Boy, you're really brave. How dare you resist me? After all, today is the day of my rebirth, I don't want to see blood. But now it seems that I have no choice but to go against my conscience. Tell me, how do you want to die? Mad. But she does have the capital to be crazy. The next moment, a terrifying murderous aura that seemed to be able to slaughter all living beings in the world slowly spread out. Although he hadn't made a move yet, Cao Wenbin was already able to conclude that this woman's strength was definitely stronger than Su Xiao's. Of course, although he was solemn, Cao Wenbin was not panicked at all. Even in the mood to laugh. How did he die? I just want to ask you one question. Are you a woman? Are there any gaps on your body? The woman was obviously stunned. But soon, her expression changed. Okay. It seems I've been gone for too long. It's been so long that even a little brat dares to talk to me like that. In that case, I will use your head to announce to the world that I have returned. Remember, I am the Slaughter Emperor Ling Ruobing. When you get down there, be sure not to give the wrong name. As soon as she finished speaking, she formed her 2 fingers into a sword and slashed directly at Cao Wenbin's neck. Incredibly fast action. It is even more exceptionally sharp. At the same time, Cao Wenbin suddenly felt a sense of guilt in his heart. He looked as if he owed this woman a lot of favors. Wrong. This must be some kind of law at work. His eyes fixed. Then he applied the laws of space to his body surface. This trick works every time. After all, the laws of space can isolate everything. You are a cow, can you travel through space? But after just a few breaths, he was stunned. Because they can really penetrate. No matter how he operated the laws of space, that feeling just wouldn't go away. And this is not an isolated case. The sword light swung by Ling Ruobing can also cross space. Fuck. What the fuck? This is the first time that the law of space has failed. So, puff. The sword light flew past Cao Wenbin's right arm. Because he dodged in time, he was not hit head-on. But the fierce killing intent still cut a gash in his arm. Cao Wenbin was stunned again. He just stared at the wound blankly. Silence for a long time. There's nothing he can do about it, since this is the first time he's been injured since his debut. This is something that even Jun Xiaoyao has never done. But he didn't stay stunned for too long. As for the reason, Ling Ruobing won't give in. Look, a sword beam quickly came towards him again. Still the neck. I just don't believe it. Curled his lips. Immediately afterwards, he used the law of time. Buzz. The sword light can still continue to move forward. But this time, the speed was obviously slower. With time to observe, Cao Wenbin soon discovered that the reason why the laws of time and space failed to stop the opponent was not because they were not powerful, but because there was a difference in the people who used them. He is at the peak of the first rank. But what about Cao Wenbin? But he is only at the peak of the Holy Realm. The gap here is self-evident. But even so, Cao Wenbin was still shocked. After all, this means that the strength of Ling Ruobing's laws is also very high. It is so high that even if 2 top-level laws are used together, they cannot make up for the difference in strength. It seems I can't hide my shortcomings anymore. Shook his head. The next moment, the law of reincarnation was also used. 100 generations return to 1. Chapter 360 Layout. Boom. The breath increases rapidly. After a few breaths, Cao Wenbin also reached the peak of the first level. As his strength increased, the sword light that had been able to move freely just now immediately became quiet. When you encounter the laws of space, just stop immediately. Or be exiled into the turbulence of space. As for encountering the law of time, it's even easier. As soon as you come into contact with it, it will be completely consumed. Girl, you're being arrogant. Damn it. How dare you stab me with a sword? If you don't come back today, I'll take your fucking last name. Of course, I can't use a sword. But with a gun. As soon as Cao Wenbin finished speaking, his right hand turned into a claw. Then he grabbed Ling Ruobing's chest. He wants to disarm this woman. His words and actions made Ling Ruobing, who was already furious, even more crazy. There's nothing she can do about it, since she has never suffered such humiliation before. You have to know that she is from the same era as Wu Yu. Before Wu Yu grew up to be a patroller, she even had the upper hand. Her reputation as the slaughtering emperor can even stop a child from crying at night. But now it is. You're looking for death. Little guy, although time, space and reincarnation are powerful, they are not invincible. With a cold snort, she then faced Cao Wenbin's claws. The next moment, boom, the explosion was earth-shaking. And as the shock wave spread, the surrounding stone pillars were also immediately destroyed. They had been standing here for tens of thousands of years, but in the blink of an eye they were blown into pieces. At the same time, wherever the shock wave passed, the space was distorted wildly. From time to time, space debris will fall out. That look was just like the scene when the world was about to collapse. Rub. Of course, the two did not continue to fight. Not long after, Cao Wenbin was the first to withdraw. Karen did come out, but one of his sleeves remained there forever. The law of cause and effect. What this woman controls is actually the law of cause and effect. Also, her sword moves are weird. Many of those swords clearly missed, but in the end, they all inexplicably landed on me. If I wasn't strong enough. Thinking of the landing points of some sword beams, Cao Wenbin subconsciously shuddered. And he was not the only one who was shocked by this fight. Ling Ruobing, who had just stood firm, also had a look of disbelief on her face. Who the hell is this kid? Since he has mastered the three supreme laws, how come he still has such a strong physique? He's obviously not that old. You're so young, even if you've been practicing since the womb, you shouldn't be able to achieve this kind of accomplishment. Like Cao Wenbin, she was also in a very embarrassing situation. But what she lacked was not the sleeves, but the trouser legs. And the roots are gone. Obviously, Cao Wenbin must have temporarily changed the main attack direction. From the upper 3 roads to the lower 3 roads. No, we must decide the winner today. Otherwise, if I let him continue to grow, I might really get stabbed. And her idea was exactly what Cao Wenbin wanted. After all, judging from the fighting power Ling Ruobing has shown so far, if she is determined to run away, even if she borrows 2 more legs from Cao Wenbin, she will never be able to catch up. By then, he will really have to change his surname. We have to find a way to cut off her retreat. His eyes flashed. Then, a blood-red gourd suddenly appeared in front of Cao Wenbin. It's none other than the hidden sword gourd. Girl, you should also taste my sword. As soon as the words were spoken, the sword light came out. As for the target, it was Ling Ruobing's head. To be honest, this sword light is really huge. It's also extremely sharp. But Ling Ruobing was extremely disdainful. Showing off one's skills before an expert. No dodging. I didn't make any preparations. She just stood there quietly. Until the sword light that seemed to be able to split the sky and the earth in half was only a few inches away from her, she slowly stretched out 2 fingers. Then, buzz. The sword light fell right between the 2 fingers. And then, nothing happened. No matter how hard Jian Meng tried, he couldn't move forward at all. Let's go. The sound is very soft. But it works. The sword light dissipated directly into the air. I have to say, she knows how to show off. But what she didn't know was that all of this was planned by Cao Wenbin. The purpose is to distract her. Just as the sword light dissipated, 2 very mysterious symbols slipped out of Cao Wenbin's hands. Then it directly merged into the void. Without a trace. Of course, Ling Ruobing actually had some idea of it. After all, the space around is changing. Although not fast. But it is really changing. But before she could delve into it, Cao Wenbin suddenly interrupted her. Girl, it seems that things related to swords really can't hurt you. In that case, then try this. I want an emerald green lamp. He suddenly appeared in front of Cao Wenbin. Not big. At most, it's only 1 foot long and 3 fingers wide. But its power is quite terrifying. The moment it appeared, the space around it began to collapse madly. It achieved exactly the same effect as the original Tai Chi diagram. Its appearance immediately shocked Ling Ruobing. Well, now you're scared. If you ask me, you should take the initiative. This way you'll suffer less. Cao Wenbin is very proud. But soon, he found out that he was wrong. The reason why Ling Ruobing was stunned was not because she was afraid of the precious lotus lantern. But, a carefree aura. How can there be such a carefree aura on this lamp? Boy, tell me the truth. The more he spoke, the more crazy the look on Ling Ruobing's face became. But Cao Wenbin could see that the madness was just an appearance. This woman is using this to cover up her guilty conscience. So, Cao Wenbin, who is best at rubbing salt into wounds, immediately laughed evilly. Why is there a carefree aura? Because she lives in it. You might not think of it. Not only can you be resurrected after tens of thousands of years. Wu Yu can do the same. How is it? Are you scared? If you're scared, then get into position. If I'm happy, then you don't have to be afraid of her anymore. After all, we are good sisters, so we should work together. This is the truth. But it was obvious that Ling Ruobing didn't appreciate it. A murderous aura surged throughout his body. Then he rushed directly towards the precious lotus lantern. Resurrection. I'm going to smash this broken lamp right now. See how she can be resurrected. Chapter 361 done. Boom. The devastating situation occurs again. As for the results, still evenly matched. No one can do anything to anyone. However, Ling Ruobing was not panicked at all. Even laughed. Boy, you're definitely going to lose this round. After all, my abilities are real. But you relied on the laws to forcibly improve yourself. I can always be this strong. But you will gradually become weaker. That makes sense. But she didn't stay strong forever. After a while, he slowly changed his tone. Actually, there's really no need for us to keep fighting like this. Just a Wuyu, not worth it. If I'm not mistaken, the reason you resurrected her was entirely for her beauty. In that case, how about we make a trade? As long as you hand Wuyu over, I will be your personal bodyguard for 100 years. During this period, you can develop it as you wish. No complaints. It is not difficult to see that she really hates Wuyu. Otherwise, I would never say something like 1 for 1. After she stated the conditions, her stern little face quickly revealed confidence. Obviously, she didn't think Cao Wenbin would refuse. But that's true. After all, she wants to be beautiful. You need to have a good figure. Plus one requires waiting, while the other can be used immediately. I believe that even a fool would know what to choose. But nothing in this world is absolute. This is not. Choose. Why should I choose? Are both of them illegal? Ling Ruobing was stunned. Then I couldn't hold it anymore. Want both? Do you have the ability to have both? The more I think about it, the angrier I get. So, she immediately gave up the idea of continuing the conversation. She had already seen that the guy in front of her was a stubborn person. If you don't fight to submission, there's no way to have a good talk. Therefore, since you don't accept my toast, I'll drink the penalty. Then go to hell. As soon as she finished speaking, her attack suddenly became weak. Obviously, she is preparing to stay awake for the night. Although the idea was good, as she endured it, she realized that something was wrong. Because her strength began to decline. But the boy in front of me is still the same as before. Even more energetic. Could it be? In an instant, she recalled the changes in the world that she had felt before. Not good. We've fallen into a trap. His face changed instantly. The next moment, she concentrated all her strength into her fingertips. But this time, her target of attack was no longer Cao Wenbin. But it turned into the sky. To be honest, her behavior was quite stupid. But she did not hesitate. As for the effects, buzz. Under the stimulation of the sword energy, the original stone forest suddenly disappeared. Instead, there is an endless starry sky. This kid has a really long-term vision. Nothing has happened yet, and they've already started planning. His face turned pale. Even though she didn't recognize this formation. Never heard anything like it. But she could feel that this formation was definitely not simple. If she can't get out soon, she will definitely be. Although the situation was critical, she was extremely calm. And this good habit soon brought her rewards. After a few breaths, a hole only a few feet wide came into her sight. Through the hole, you can see the stone forest clearly. Obviously, the formation has not yet been completely closed. As long as she can get out before the cave entrance is completely closed, Cao Wenbin's plan will be completely thwarted. As expected, there is always a way out. The corners of his mouth curled up. Then she pushed her speed to the extreme. But there is always someone better. She is fast, but there are people who are faster than her. She hadn't even walked half the distance when Cao Wenbin appeared in front of her. Girl, why are you running for no reason? Are you dissatisfied with the scenery here? That shouldn't be the case. We can use the sky as our blanket and the stars as our bed. How romantic that will be. Don't talk much. But for Ling Ruobing, it is extremely lethal. Every word was like a sharp knife, piercing her heart. Especially when her mind conceived the picture described by Cao Wenbin. She was in a completely unwell state. No, I can't let that happen. I will slaughter the Emperor Ling Ruobing, and even heaven and earth will not yield. How could I bend my knees for a little brat? As soon as this idea came out, the strength she could exert suddenly increased by another 10%. This is the motivation provided by her self-esteem. Unfortunately, it's all too late. Although the Zhaodian star fighting array has not yet been fully formed, it can already provide great help to Cao Wenbin. And this help is far greater than the 10% improvement she made. This is not. Boom. The explosion was earth-shaking. But not only did Ling Ruobing fail to buy herself time to escape, she was put in even greater danger. Get out of my way. Otherwise, I will self-destruct and perish along with you. Looking at the hole that was getting smaller and smaller, her eyes suddenly turned scarlet. Combined with her crazy look, to be honest, it's really scary. If someone timid comes, he might actually give way. But when it comes to Cao Wenbin, self-destruction. Come on, we're all adults, can you stop being so childish? With your strong willpower that hasn't gone mad even after being sealed away for tens of thousands of years, would you self-destruct for that insignificant chastity? You're fucking kidding. A face full of disdain. As soon as these words were spoken, Ling Ruobing's expression calmed down. Obviously, everything before was fake. The purpose is to increase bargaining chips. But now that it has been exposed, there is naturally no need to pretend anymore. Managing your facial expressions all the time is very tiring. Tell me what I need to pay before you let me go. Don't worry, I can't afford it. Since I can be resurrected, I naturally have a backup plan. Cao Wenbin actually believed this. But the same thing goes, you are mine, so how can you run away? So, he immediately started talking to himself, answering a question irrelevant to the question. I wonder if you have heard of soul-searching techniques. This technique can obtain other people's memories without harming their lives. Unfortunately, I can do it too. The threat is extremely obvious. But unexpectedly, Ling Ruobing actually laughed. I'll return your words to you exactly as they were. Don't be so childish. No one is stupid. I've never seen the spell you mentioned. But as the saying goes, no matter how things change, they still remain essentially the same. Any magic that acts on the soul will inevitably harm the soul. And with your personality that makes you unable to walk when you see a woman, are you willing to let me become stupid? Okay, you better make an offer. You will only let me leave with a clean slate if I give you a few innate treasures. Confidence. But soon, she was confused. Not even a few. The words, innocent, were extremely evil in my eyes. So I have to crush it. Coincidentally, at the moment these words were spoken, the Zhaodian star fighting array was completely closed. At the same time, two extremely strange symbols appeared behind Cao Wenbin. Certainly, not many words, but before the lingering sound faded away, Ling Ruobing suddenly realized that she couldn't move. Then, girl, I'm waiting for the formation to close. So, what are you waiting for? Chapter 362 The God of Creation. Name, Ling Ruobing. Identity, the Lord of the Killing Tower. He was once a peerless killing god that made all cultivators in the demon realm tremble in fear. Strength, a supreme being who has received 3 complete gifts from heaven and earth. She controls the 3 laws of cause and effect, certainty of hitting and killing, and her strength is extremely powerful. Appearance score, 97. Loyalty, 60. Originally, this number was very low. But the leader's strength made her very satisfied. Therefore, it has been greatly improved. Note, this woman is a killer, so be extremely careful before you completely subdue her. Otherwise, if you're not careful, she'll likely chop you into pieces. The fact that she immediately went to wipe out the immortal sword after regaining her mobility is the best proof of that. Cao Wenbin was stunned, especially the reminder of 3 gifts from heaven and earth, which shocked him to the core. No wonder he dares to challenge Wu Yu. That's really enough confidence. At the same time, his head started to hurt. Because so far, he has not found a way to control this woman. Once the formation is withdrawn, this woman will definitely run away. To be honest, if this was an ordinary supreme being, he would just leave. I'll find an opportunity to conquer him later. But someone like Ling Ruobing could never do that. After all, with her strength and skills, this is most likely her only chance. Once you miss this opportunity, you lose this chance forever. Never mind. Let's open the treasure chest first. It really doesn't work. A hint of murderous intent instantly appeared in his eyes. However, this emotion came quickly, but also went away quickly. Soon after, Cao Wenbin turned his attention to the treasure chest. The next moment, the haze was swept away. Instead, there is an extremely intense excitement. As for the reason, there are only 2 treasure chests. According to Cao Wenbin's experience, the fewer treasure chests there are, the bigger the matter will be. The original Tai Chi diagram only had 1 treasure chest. Are you going to get rich? And the facts have proved that experience does not lie. This is not Yuxin liquid, a magical potion concocted by a lover. Since ancient times, the human heart is the most unpredictable. If that's the case, then the unpredictable is the best. Simply let the target come into contact with this potion, and their mindset will quickly change. It won't take long, just a few breaths, and they will never be able to leave you. Yuxin, play with the human heart. The throne of creation, this supreme divine chair, formed from countless laws before the creation of heaven and earth, is a divine throne. Those who sit upon it are inherently invincible. They can even comprehend various laws at all times. Those who are less powerful than the one sitting upon it will be retaliated by heaven and earth. Note, because this object is so powerful, two conditions must be met to sit upon it. First, become the master of a particular world. Second, possess incredible luck. Wow, a treasure formed by countless laws, how powerful must it be? An expression of disbelief appeared on his face again. But before he could understand it in depth, an extremely cold voice suddenly rang out. You can always let me go now. Or do you intend to stay here with me until eternity? I have to say, people with strong strength recover quickly. Before Cao Wenbin checked the properties, the woman was still rolling her eyes. But now, he is able to jump around alive and well. After hearing this, Cao Wenbin's eyes immediately sparkled. Then she waved her right hand, and the immortal slaying sword that had been put away long ago appeared before her eyes out of thin air. You are. Ling Ruobing was a little confused. As the saying goes, a husband and wife for a day are bound by 100 days of grace. I'm very satisfied with your performance just now, so this is like a reward for you. No surprises. Ling Ruobing's little face immediately turned blood red. Pay. Who do you take her for? You've been to too many brothels. But even though I wanted to refuse, the words were already on the tip of my tongue, but I just couldn't say them. After all, this immortal slaying sword has been with her all her life. It also helped her overcome many dangers. It is no exaggeration to say that without this sword, there would be no such powerful and majestic slaughter emperor. Let's make a trade with him. That way, no one owes anyone anything. Do it when you think of it. The next moment, an extremely mysterious symbol emerged from between her eyebrows. Then he rushed directly towards Cao Wenbin's eyebrows. This is the seal of the contract. I didn't take your sword for nothing. From today on, I will be your personal bodyguard for 10 years. This is to repay Gui Jian's kindness. No blocking action was taken. Because Cao Wenbin knew that what the other party said was true. Su Xiao also knows this move. In ancient times, this was considered street goods. The reason why no one uses it in modern times is because it has been lost. However, although he did not block the seal of the contract, after storing it into his sea of consciousness, he immediately stopped Ling Ruobing. Wait, don't touch this sword yet. Ling Ruobing was stunned. Then a hint of anger appeared on her cold little face. What do you mean? Don't forget, the contract needs to be complied with by both parties. If I don't get the immortal slaying sword, I can regret it at any time. No explanation. In the blink of an eye, Cao Wenbin had already arrived next to the sword of immortal slaying. Then, a porcelain bottle with an extremely simple shape suddenly appeared in his hand. You are. Ling Ruobing's eyes widened instantly. At this moment, a possibility has emerged in her mind. And Cao Wenbin did not disappoint her. As the magic power was flowing in and out, a few drops of liquid dripped from the hilt into the bottle. Chapter 363 The core appears. The liquid is colorless. Even more tasteless. Obviously not ordinary stuff. So, Ling Ruobing, who was sure that she was not wrong, exploded. Are you fucking human or not? Drugs. Come on, tell me quickly, what was your mentality when you said that a husband and wife for a day are bound by 100 days of grace? It's not hard to see that she is really angry. But emotions are something that cannot be communicated to each other. Look, Cao Wenbin's face is full of indifference. What's the mentality? Of course that's because I don't want you to leave. And I didn't mean to hurt you. This heart-controlling liquid will only change your mind and will not have any effect on your body. Rolling eyes. Ling Ruobing was really curious about how thick-skinned one must be to support someone and say such shameless words. If the mindset has changed, how can it be said that there is no harm? But she didn't continue to be stubborn. After taking over the already disposed of immortal slaying sword, she asked calmly, then why did you change your mind in the end? Wouldn't it be nice to solve the problem once and for all? Still didn't hide it, good steel should be used on the blade. After all, the contract has bound us for 10 years. With this much time, even if your willpower is strong, you will never be able to escape from my grasp. This was said with great confidence. And he does have the confidence. Zhang Ru has a big grudge against him, right? Qin Yunmeng has a big grudge against him, right? But what in the end? Aren't they all completely subdued by him? And the whole process is very fast. Let alone 10 years, even if it was 3 years, those women couldn't last. Of course, that's just what he thinks. But Ling Ruobing scoffed at this. Aren't you afraid that the wind will blow your tongue away? You don't think that as long as you are good at kung fu, all women will be inseparable from you, right? I tell you, I don't know about other women, but I will never indulge in them. Just wait, 10 years from now, I will definitely leave in style. Then find a chance to cleanse you. So you don't have to bother other people. The same confidence. So, the two of them started competing with each other for some inexplicable reason. In order to prove that he was right, Cao Wenbin quickly smiled evilly. Mr. Cao, why do you insist on going in this direction? Don't you realize that the further we go this way, the more desolate it becomes? In my opinion, this is clearly an abandoned place. There's no way there could be treasures here. On a grassland, Ling Ruobing, who was still very unconvinced, was teaching Cao Wenbin madly. Unfortunately, she couldn't convince Cao Wenbin at all. But because she was under a contract, she had no way to resist. Depend on. So, she had no choice but to sulk alone. But this feeling did not last long. Because, surely there's no treasure. In that case, how about we make a bet? I won, and it doesn't require anything from you. All I need is for you to stop resisting getting down on your knees. The little face unconsciously turned red. At this moment, she had a deeper understanding of Cao Wenbin's shamelessness. Of course, although she was shy, she did not give up this opportunity. I'll gamble with you, and my request is very simple. If I win, I'll help you out while you're messing with Wu Yu. This request is indeed not excessive. Therefore, Cao Wenbin agreed without any hesitation. Make a deal. As soon as they finished speaking, the speed of the two of them immediately increased to a higher level. In the blink of an eye, it's 10,000 meters. As time went by, the smile on Ling Ruobing's face became more and more intense. As for the reason, the spiritual energy is becoming increasingly thinner. If there are treasures in a place like this, then damn it. But it is obvious that she is a jinx. Before she could even finish her smug muttering, a golden palace suddenly appeared on the horizon. Although the distance was extremely far, the power was quite astonishing. If you are not focused enough, you will definitely kneel down subconsciously. That's impossible. Ling Ruobing reacted and immediately shook her head like a rattle. His face was full of disbelief. After all, according to common sense, any treasure likes to stay in a place with rich spiritual energy. But this one in front of me. Just when her thoughts were confused, the corners of Cao Wenbin's mouth had already curled up. Don't forget the bet. If you refuse to bend your knees next time, I will be furious. After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Ling Ruobing to reply, and the next moment, he disappeared from the spot. When he appeared, he had already arrived under the Golden Palace. The 5 chances in the map palace were not wasted. Feeling the pressure falling on him, Cao Wenbin smiled. He has seen the world. Even though he hadn't gotten the thing yet, he was certain that the core of this list was no worse than the precious lotus lantern or the Kunlun mirror. But just as he was about to step onto the steps in front of him, his brows suddenly frowned. Because, boom, as the roar sounded, the scene in this space suddenly changed dramatically. The originally dark sky instantly turned into a curtain. What is shown above is exactly the situation here with Cao Wenbin. Next, the process of conquering this palace was also presented above. There are 9 steps in total. If you want to move forward steadily, you don't need to show any of your background to the outside world. No need to use any strength. Just recall the rules that you are good at. Once you have reached a certain level of understanding of this law, you can move directly to the next level. Once you pass the 9th level, you can rule the world. Completely control this world. You will also have the power of life and death over everything inside. Therefore, please leave as soon as possible if you are not related to the matter. As for exports, it's just 1,000 meters above your heads. Oh my god, not many words. But before the last one fell, the world on the list exploded. Zhao Yuan'er, who was collecting the Juexian sword, was stunned. Then, a look of pride immediately appeared on her little face. Look, this is my man. You are all still fighting for an innate treasure. But my man is already planning this world. But it's different from her pride. Rose and the other two, who were searching the world for Cao Wenbin and were about to use the beauty trap to seduce him, all looked as if their father had died, with a dark look on their faces. Why? This guy has such bad character, committing rape, robbery, and other evil deeds. How could he find the core of the list? Isn't God aware? Chapter 364. Everyone was stunned. My dear, anyone can get the core of this list, but the one with the surname Cao cannot. Otherwise, he'd be even harder to kill. Yao Ruqing, who also saw the sky curtain, immediately put forward his suggestions to Moluo. As a man who dotes on his wife, Moruo naturally had no reason to refuse. Besides, he is in the period of expansion right now. Just a few minutes ago, he had just obtained a seal. Seal of the Ghost King. A mid-grade innate treasure. The power is incredible, so in his opinion, there is nothing that can stop him from hunting Cao Wenbin. As long as he has the coordinates, the guy who dared to cheat on him will definitely die. Now that Madam has spoken, what else is there to say? Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared from the spot. Just as the couple was rushing to die, Cao Wenbin had already stepped onto the first step in full view of everyone. Tisk. The sound of landing was heard soon. At the same time, a long river appeared above Cao Wenbin's head. It's shining silver and very beautiful. But after a few glances, a sense of vicissitudes of life suddenly emerged in everyone's heart. It looked as if what had just passed was not just a moment, but 10,000 years. What a domineering law of time. You're not even allowed to look at it. Everyone under the sky was startled. However, no one chose to quit. Everyone is watching. There is no way, the opportunities here are so numerous and great. At the very least, they are all innate treasures. If this were to be found outside, you might not be able to find one even if you spent thousands of years. But here, although it cannot be said to be everywhere, as long as you pay attention, you can still gain something. At the very least, you can pick up some medicinal herbs that are not common in the outside world. A paradise on earth that has not been harvested for tens of thousands of years. It is no exaggeration to say that there are treasures everywhere. Of course, people don't just watch. Before a quarter of an hour had passed, those who had no target in hand had already focused their consciousness on one point. Before this, no one dared to do this. Afraid of being traced back. After all, we are all competitors and we have to be on guard. But now that we have a unified enemy, we no longer have this concern. It is very important to advance and retreat together. What do you think? Can this kid reach the 6th level? It should be quite tough. I admit, he is indeed a monster. If he hadn't died young, he would definitely be the one with the greatest potential to become a patrolman. But monster is monster, but he is too young. And as everyone knows, the laws are the most time-consuming thing, there are no shortcuts. That's what I think too. In my opinion, he can only rely on the 3 main principles of time, space and reincarnation to step onto 3 levels. Of course, it depends on what the requirements of each level are. If he can just master them, then we'd better get out of here as soon as possible. After all, who among us cultivators hasn't been indecisive? The stairs shouldn't be easy. Don't forget, it's been over 10 minutes. And this kid still hasn't stepped onto the 2nd step. This shows how difficult it is. Besides, if it were really easy, then this sky curtain wouldn't have appeared. That's right, the purpose of this thing appearing is obviously to make us compete with Cao Wenbin. The more they talked, the less optimistic people became about Cao Wenbin. And as time goes by, this idea is gradually fermenting. Later, some people with impatient tempers even rushed directly towards the Golden Palace. Obviously, these are people who want to pick peaches. But how would they know? In fact, Cao Wenbin could have entered the next level long ago. The reason why he didn't move was that in the process of recalling, he had new insights. At this moment, he is working hard to improve his strength. Of course, this process didn't last too long. Another quarter of an hour later, he suddenly opened his eyes. Then, he stepped onto the 2nd step with a smile on his face. No words. No one moved. After all, this was completely expected. It would be a disaster if Cao Wenbin, a trendsetter, couldn't even reach the 1st level. The key now is the 4th stage. The situation there will determine whether they stay or go. As soon as they find themselves unable to cope with the situation, they will set off immediately. But if you are still steady, then don't hesitate anymore and just grease the soles of your feet. Although doing so may allow radical people to get ahead of you, the advantage is that it is safe. And Cao Wenbin didn't keep them waiting for long. He quickly used the laws of space and reincarnation to cross the second and third levels. The rhythm remains the same. Almost one level every half hour. As a result, more and more people were not optimistic about Cao Wenbin. There's nothing we can do about it, the pace is just too slow. I wonder what kind of rules this kid will come up with. Eyes fixed on the sky. Afraid of missing every detail. And the answer soon appeared before their eyes. Boom. A longevity card appeared behind Cao Wenbin the moment he stepped onto the fourth step. Letter to the Emperor, Lord of Heaven and Earth, Lord Wenbin. Very narcissistic. But no one complained. Everyone under the sky had their eyes wide open. Grave repair techniques. Curse laws. How is this possible? Although the gap is quite large. That iconic grave mound didn't show up either. But everyone still saw that this was the hidden secret of the Zhang family's grave repairing technique. Originally, everyone thought that this method would be lost in the long river of history with the demise of the Zhang family. But I didn't expect to see it again so soon. If those two old men from the Zhang family saw this, they would probably be so angry that they would come back to life. Shook his head. Then these people set out on the road to the Golden Palace. That's right, they have sentenced Cao Wenbin to death. As for the reason, how long have the two worlds been connected? It's been less than a year at most. Even if you come here and obtain this technique through some means, what's the use? Isn't it nonsense to want to master a unique skill in such a short time? So in their opinion, Cao Wenbin was just desperate and trying everything he could to help. Treasures truly belong to those with virtue. So what if you discovered it first? Aren't you preparing wedding clothes for us? Excited. Everyone's face was filled with smiles. But after flying for just over 10 minutes, everyone stopped unconsciously. Because, boom, Cao Wenbin actually crossed the fourth level very easily. That speed is actually faster than the previous 3 levels. That's impossible. Chapter 365 Husband and wife join forces. Looking at the picture on the sky, anger appeared on everyone's face. Why? We all have one head on 2 shoulders, so why is this guy different in every way? But they can't. God is truly blind. The voice was full of jealousy. At the same time, their legs began to move again. As for the goal, it's still the Golden Palace. I have to say, the heads of masters are really hard. Unless you hit the wall, you will never turn back. Boom. But what they don't know is that Cao Wenbin has no other skills, but he is good at dealing with all kinds of disobedience. Look, just a few breaths later, they were slapped in the face again. The law of thunder. That's impossible. Looking at Cao Wenbin, who was on the 5th level and surrounded by countless white thunder balls, the bosses who had just calmed down suddenly went crazy again. These are at least 5 entry-level rules. Is this the foundation that a young man in his 20s should have? Of course, the shock doesn't end there. At the 6th level, the law of water. Taken from Jun Xiaoyao. At the 7th level, the law of poison. It was also obtained from Jun Xiaoyao through soul-searching technique. As for the 8th stage, the extremely strange weak water law appeared. And the source is naturally Jun Xiaoyao. Although this respectable opponent is dead, the things he left behind and her mother are still shining for Cao Wenbin. This is really hell. It's numb. All the big guys who didn't know about the soul-searching technique were confused. Then without saying anything, he changed the momentum of charging forward to rising higher on the spot. They have already seen that this place is bound to fall into Cao Wenbin's hands. If you don't leave now, you really won't be able to leave. However, just as they were about to reach the exit, the situation on the sky suddenly changed dramatically. It's not that Cao Wenbin encountered any obstacles. But it was Moro and Yao Ruqing who arrived. Boy, your performance can come to an end now. Next, it's your turn to say your last words. There are also people from your Cao family here, they will take you out. Holding the god-killing spear and wearing the demon's cloak, Maluo is so rampant. Of course, he wasn't just talking. The next moment, the demon's spear stabbed directly into Cao Wenbin's back. At the same time, he was also ready to glare at the opponent. He is very confident in himself. It's just 9 rules. It's not a big deal at all. Although he seemed very close to the stairs, in fact, there was an invisible gap between them. This is not. You'd better not move. Otherwise, whichever leg you stretch out will be broken. As soon as he finished speaking, the immortal slaying sword arrived first and directly slashed at the demonic spear. Then, a woman whose appearance was comparable to Yao Ruqing suddenly appeared in front of Moro. It just blocked his way up the stairs. It was none other than Ling Ruobing, who had never appeared. As a personal bodyguard, if she saw someone trying to harm Cao Wenbin, she would naturally not sit idly by. However, the tone of the boss and her second-in-command this day directly pissed off Moro. In this world of immortals and demons, apart from Cao Wenbin, is there anyone else who dares to ignore him? This is obviously enough. So, since you are so anxious to be reincarnated, I will grant your wish. After he finished speaking, the god-slaying spear, which had returned to his hand, flew up again. Immediately afterwards, the Ghost King's seal that had just been obtained was directly pressed against Ling Ruobing's back. It's not that he doesn't want to hide his shortcomings. There is really no way to hide. After all, time waits for no one. If he cannot capture this woman before Cao Wenbin reaches the 9th level, then his action this time will not be revenge, but a way to deliver food. Boom. Unfortunately, even if he used all his methods, it was still useless. Whether it was the god-slaying spear or the Ghost King's seal, Ling Ruobing broke them all with one sword. As the first fight came to an end, a strange situation occurred. Moro suddenly found that a sense of guilt appeared in his heart. It felt as if he was not attacking a stranger, but his savior. How weird. What kind of law does this woman use? Frowning. Then he subconsciously controlled the power of the law to surround his body. This is a common method of isolating others from the law. It is also the most effective means. As long as the laws of both parties are at the same strength, all negative effects will disappear immediately. That should be fine. After finishing the arrangement, Moro breathed a sigh of relief. But before he could completely relax, he suddenly discovered that the feeling still existed. Not to mention it disappeared, even its intensity didn't weaken. Oh shit, where did this madman come from? Moro's face was full of disbelief. Just when he was stunned, Yao Ruqing moved. Didn't attack anyone. Judging from her movements, her target was clearly the stairs. Besiege way to save Zhao. And her trick really worked. Ling Ruobing, who was originally dealing with Mo Luo, immediately shifted her attention to her. It's still the sword light. Nothing has changed. But it is incredibly effective. Originally, Yao Ruqing wanted to fight it head-on. After all, she has just obtained the innate Qingyan defense that is unparalleled. Being under it, you are inherently invincible. But the moment the sword energy approached her, all the hairs on her body suddenly stood up. My heart was startled. Then he subconsciously tilted his head. And it was this one move that saved her life. Buzz. The sword energy flew directly past her ear. If she hadn't dodged, her head would have exploded. As for Shantian Qingyan, who she had high hopes for, it's just like a decoration and doesn't serve any purpose. How is this possible? Even with a sharp sword technique, it is impossible to ignore the innate treasure. Like Moro, Yao Ruqing was also shocked by Ling Ruobing's methods. But as the saying goes, time waits for no one. Therefore, very quickly, both Yao Ruqing and Mo Luo rushed up again. Men and women work together and work is not tiring. In order to increase their chances of winning, they gritted their teeth and took out the double-edged sword, the heavenly demon banner. But this time, goddess luck was clearly on their side. Just like that, with the infusion of magic power, a six-legged monster whose head took up 1/3 of its body suddenly emerged from the banner. Wisdom demon. Finally, a smile appeared on their faces again. This is a very good sign. But obviously, they were happy too early. Even with the addition of this monster who can see through other people's flaws, they can only fight Ling Ruobing to a draw. Not to mention winning, even if you want to take advantage, you can't do it. Chapter 366, Self-Destruction of the Innate Treasure. What's wrong with this world? One man with a sword can fight against the Mara couple, plus a great demon in the Supreme Realm. Can it get any crazier? Damn it, if I hadn't still felt the pain, I would have thought I was dreaming. Such a powerful person, even if he is a man, should not be unknown. Not to mention he is a peerless beauty. But why have we never heard of her? When I came in, I scanned the entire place, but I've never seen this person before. So, I guess she must be an ancient being who was sealed here by someone. She was rescued by Cao Wenbin by chance. Damn, this Cao guy is really lucky. Since he was born, there has never been an ugly person around him. Hey, after this incident, this Cao guy will definitely become even more arrogant. Young ladies and wives, try to hide as much as you can. After all, the saying that Wenbin is a good wife is not groundless. After that, these people didn't stay. Just walked straight through the exit. They have already realized that no matter what changes occur here in the future, it has nothing to do with them. Different from their carefree attitude, Rose and the other two plus Bai Yuchu were extremely entangled. Especially the two who had suffered losses, they didn't want to leave at all. They always feel that they still have a chance. The Mara couple will never be defeated so easily. If I leave, I will most likely lose the opportunity to be the jackal. But Narcissus and Bai Yuya, who had escaped death, were unusually calm. Be Oriole. That's a joke. So, since I haven't had enough of you two, then you two should stay here. I have to go anyway. After all, I don't want to become Xiaowen and Xiaoliu. While speaking, Narcissus's body really rose up slowly. Obviously, her attitude is very firm. But Rose refused to do it. Narcissus, do you still have any shame? When we came in, we agreed to advance and retreat together. It's not even the last moment yet, and you're already backing down. If that's the case, who would dare to cooperate with you in the future? The words are quite sharp. But Narcissus doesn't buy it at all. Not until the last moment. Then tell me, when is the final moment? When someone takes off your armor. Also, open your eyes and take a good look. Look who that man with the sword is. Those forces without inheritance may not know it, don't you know it too? This is the Slaughter Emperor Ling Ruobing. The Black Phoenix among the twin phoenixes of the demon realm. A peerless ruthless man who can fight with ancestor Wuyu for 10,000 years. With her here, forget about the Moruo couple. Even if we add 2 more Supremes, it's not certain that we can break through her defenses. The more he talked, the more excited Narcissus became. And the Rose became more and more silent. Because she knew that what they said was right. But she was really unwilling to leave like this. But soon, she stopped worrying about it. Not that she figured it out. But Cao Wenbin has already stepped onto the 9th level. At the same time, the yin and yang energies representing the yin and yang laws have also slowly spread. As long as it gets the approval of the latter, this place will immediately become Cao Wenbin's property. Do you want to stay any longer? Rose bit her lip and then said nothing. Fly directly towards the exit. At the same time, Moro and Yao Ruqing made the same choice. After all, Cao Wenbin has already reached the 9th floor. There is no need for them to persist at all. Unfortunately, it is easy to come, but it is difficult to leave. Just as the two of them were thinking of retreating, a sword beam flew directly past their scalps. They were stuck right where they were. Depend on. Without any surprise, Moro exploded directly. Bitch, get out of my way. Otherwise, it is not difficult to see that he is preparing to make some threatening remarks. But as soon as he opened his mouth, a sword beam rushed towards his tongue. If this hits the target, he won't have to open his mouth anymore. Whatever you want to say, just use voice transmission. But it is obvious that Moro will never let this happen. Tilt your head and dodge accurately. But I dodged it. But he also completely lost the opportunity to leave the battle group. Once he tries to fly into the air, there will definitely be sword beams coming at him. If you hide, you won't be able to move again. As for not hiding, of course he would not do anything to seek death. After fighting for such a long time, Moro has already been quite clear about the strength of the woman in front of him. Don't want to try to defend. Useless. No matter what moves or magic weapons, they are all just decorations. There is only one way to go, which is to hide. Otherwise you will definitely become a hedgehog. Of course, seeing her husband in such a miserable state, Yao Ruqing would not just stand by and watch. One attack after another, as if there was no consumption, was directed at Ling Ruobing with all his might. Unfortunately, although the scene is grand, it is of no use at all. And Ling Ruobing didn't fight back. While dodging, keep a close eye on Moro. This is the safest way. Because the relationship between these two people is obviously not ordinary. As long as one is held back, the other one will naturally be trapped. Even if Yao Ruqing came to her senses and went solo, it wouldn't be a loss. After all, Moro is the stronger one. There's nothing wrong with keeping the strong and letting the weak go. And her strategy was indeed successful. Just look, after a few minutes, Moluo and Yao Ruqing only rose about 10 meters into the air. If they kept going at this pace, there would be no need for the two of them to run. One waits for death, the other waits for bed. As the saying goes, when it rains, it pours. Just when the two were in a state of panic, the space suddenly began to vibrate. At the same time, Cao Wenbin's eyes, which had been closed, gradually opened. Not good. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. The demon Luo's tiger body shook. Then he gritted his teeth and threw out the demon cloak. Although I am reluctant to do so. But compared to life, this thing is nothing. Of course, before completely detonating, Moro still plans to struggle. Therefore, explode. The roar is very loud. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately prepared to fly towards the exit. But what responded to him was a sword beam. Plus a joking voice. No wonder you can't beat Cao Wenbin. Indecisive. It's hard to achieve great things. Moro was furious. Then he threw away all hope of luck. The next moment. Boom. A shocking explosion suddenly sounded. Immediately afterwards, Moro and Yao Ruqing took the opportunity to come to the exit. But just as the two were about to step out, a low whistle suddenly penetrated their ears. You want to run away after causing trouble. Do you think this is your demon home? Chapter 367 Only half ran out. The voice is neither hurried nor slow. But every word can shake the heaven and earth. Obviously, everything Tianmu said before was completely true. Cao Wenbin, who has completed the 9th level, has completely become the master of this place. Retreat quickly. Moluo and Yao Ruqing, who were already quite panicked, became even more panicked now. At the same time, the two of them simultaneously activated the power of the law. Of course, they weren't attacking anyone. But let the law spread outward as much as possible. In this way, we can fight against the rules of heaven and earth here. I have to say that both of them have rich combat experience. Just as they were getting ready, a huge force from heaven and earth suddenly came over them. If they had not been prepared just now, they would definitely be unable to move and would be at the mercy of others. However, their laws are obviously not enough to fight against the whole world. Even if this world is just a world on a list. Husband, go. Looking at the rapidly shrinking laws of the two people, Yao Ruqing's face changed drastically. The next moment, she pushed Moro hard. She had already realized that at the current pace, there was no way both of them would be able to leave. So she subconsciously wanted to protect Mara. After all, if Moro is captured, he will definitely die. But if she was caught, given Cao Wenbin's personality, not only will she not die, but she might even live a comfortable life. Of course, she didn't give up completely. What if the bet succeeds? Wouldn't that be a big profit? Therefore, after seeing that Moro successfully crossed the exit with the help of her power, she immediately exerted her speed to the extreme. There is hope. Looking at the exit that was getting closer and closer, Yao Ruqing's beautiful eyes lit up. And when her outstretched arms passed through the light curtain, she was ready to sing a song to the sky. As for when her head finally passed through the light curtain and she saw Mara waiting for her, she suddenly laughed disdainfully. Boy, you can't do it either. Even if I give you a chance, you're useless. But as the saying goes, too much joy leads to sorrow. Just when she was about to completely leave this sad place behind her, her expression suddenly changed. Because she found that no matter how hard she tried, she just couldn't get out. Everything below the shoulders remained behind the light curtain. At the same time, Moro also keenly discovered that something was wrong. Without any hesitation, he came over and grabbed Yao Ruqing's hands, trying to pull it out. Unfortunately, it didn't have any effect. Yao Ruqing was stuck extremely tightly. Even if he tried his best, he wouldn't be moved at all. What should I do? Moro was so anxious that his forehead was covered in sweat. But soon, a look of confusion appeared on his face. Just now, he suddenly discovered that beads of sweat had appeared on Yao Ruqing's forehead at some point. And looking at the way he bit his lips, it was obvious that he was holding back something. Ma'am, what's wrong with you? No reply. Yao Ruqing just shook her head. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, I'm fine. Husband, go find some help. With our abilities alone, we obviously can't handle this list. Moro thought about it and it made sense. So, it flew up immediately. However, he kept looking back. He was afraid that his wife would be dragged into the list. Only after he was sure that the thing he was worried about would not happen and Yao Ruqing was becoming more and more uncomfortable, did he leave quickly. As for the target, it is Baihua Valley. Madam, wait for me. It won't be long, I'll be back. Still no immediate reply. It was not until Moro was about to leave Tongtian Mountain that a very long hum came from behind him. Buzz, buzz. The sounds of space vibrations rang out one after another. People with poor hearing cannot hear the interval at all. But even if he exerted his speed to the extreme, it still took Moro several minutes to reach the outskirts of Baihua Valley. There is no way, since one of the two places is in the far east and the other is in the far west. But when he got there, Moro was immediately paralyzed. Because Bai Yuya and others whom he was looking for were not there at all. It is said that he has not returned yet. Depend on. What the hell are these women doing? They clearly left first. In an instant, beads of sweat appeared on Mara's forehead again. There is no way, he is anxious. His wife is still stuck there, and is suffering from an unknown crime. But things in the world are often so strange. The more anxious you are, the less results you will get. Look, he waited for a full hour. Just when he was about to give up, Bai Yuya and the other three finally arrived. Moro, you actually escaped. By the way, where's your wife? As soon as Rose saw Moro, she, who had just adjusted her mentality, immediately became very curious. But this is exactly what Moro wants. It just gave him the opportunity to speak. It was Ruqing who gave me a push at the last moment, which allowed me to escape. But she herself was stuck at the exit. I can't get out. I have no choice but to come here to ask for help. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I think you guys wouldn't want to see someone who has a big grudge against Cao Wenbin disappear out of thin air. Appeal to their emotions and enlighten them with reason. And his move really worked. Rose and Bai Yuchu both showed obvious signs of being moved. But before the two of them could say anything, Narcissus stepped forward first. Moro, what you said does make sense. But you seem to have forgotten that we also have a feud. Not kicking you when you're down is actually helping you. But you actually want us to help you in your time of need. Why? Every word is heartbreaking. However, Moro realized that these women did not really want to reject him. But they are ripping him off. To be honest, if this had happened in the past, he would have definitely refused it outright. At the very least, you'll bargain. But now, he is not in the mood at all. After all, no matter what it is not as valuable as his wife. Tell me what you want. Remember, you only have one chance to speak. If it's too much, then I'll find someone else. If it doesn't work out, I can go home and dig a grave. Upon hearing this, Rose and the other three immediately looked at each other in surprise. Originally, they wanted the god-slaying spear or the seal of the Ghost King. But now, they have directly given up this idea. Because as Moro said, they are not the only choice. It's just the most suitable one. So, I remember your Mo family has an innate water lily, right? We're going to take it. No hesitation. Moro nodded immediately. Deal. As long as you can help me rescue Ruqing, I will offer you the Shantian water lily with both hands. Chapter 368 Women's Revenge Team. When Moro left, he said a light, to see him off. And when he came back, he was greeted with another soft, I have to say, life is full of coincidences. Of course, Moro didn't care about these details. As soon as he arrived at the place, he immediately stepped forward and shook Yao Ruqing's hand. Ma'am, are you okay? He nodded with great difficulty. From the appearance, Yao Ruqing at this moment was not much different from Mo when he left. If I have to say something, it might be the breath. She was obviously much weaker. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be the result of fighting with Cao Wenbin. Ma'am, you've suffered. But don't worry, everything will be over soon. I'll bring people to rescue you right away. After he finished speaking, he immediately turned around and looked at Rose and the other three. But soon, he was confused. The words that were already on the tip of my tongue changed immediately. Because he found that the expressions of these four women were weirder than each other. The look in his eyes was full of sympathy. What's with that expression on your face? My wife is not dead yet. Even more sympathy. But in the end, they said nothing. It's not that I want to save face for Moro. Instead, they received Yao Ruqing's eyes full of help. So, why do you care so much? Okay, just tell us what you want us to do. The sooner you act, the sooner you finish. Moro's breathing stagnated. Then I subconsciously prepared to lose my temper. After all, he paid for it. But when he thought of the current situation, he endured it again. There is no way, when you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. If these 4 women give up, then he will be really doomed. Therefore, the method is very simple. Just attack this list with all your strength. Once attacked, Cao Wenbin will definitely need to distract himself to deal with it. This way, I'll have a chance to save people. Easy to understand. So quickly, the 4 girls were ready. Of course, Bai Yuchu's preparation was to retreat. After all, matters between the Supremes are not something she can interfere in. The next moment, boom, the collision sounded earth-shaking. The shock wave swept away all the surrounding flowers, plants and trees. At the same time, the Tongtian mountain under the feet of several people also showed obvious signs of collapse. But, no one cares at all. Just let it collapse. Is it possible to bury them? I don't know if it will work. Coincidentally, as soon as this thought came into the minds of the 3 women, the demon over there immediately started shouting. It really works. You 3 are working harder. Ruqing's neck and shoulders are exposed. I nodded subconsciously. Immediately afterwards, all kinds of innate treasures began to shine again. Strike while the iron is hot. Boom. And this time the explosion was even louder. Of course, Rose and the others didn't put in much effort. The reason why the sound became louder was because Tongtian Mountain really collapsed. 2 voices merged into one. But even the earth-shaking sound could not cover up the joyful roar of Mara. Madam, you finally came out. Tell me quickly, are you hurt? The 3 women were stunned. Rescued. So fast. Then he suddenly turned around. As bystanders, the 3 of them soon discovered something unusual. That is Yao Ruqing's leg, shaking wildly. Although through her efforts, she has controlled the trembling to an imperceptible level. But in the eyes of those who are paying attention, it is still extremely obvious. Really? But that guy still has some humanity. If you know, please help cover it up. Shook his head. Then the 3 of them prepared to evacuate with Bai Yuchu. As for the compensation, even if Mo Luo had 3 times the courage, he would never dare to go back on his word. But before the 3 of them could take any action, a weak voice suddenly entered their ears. 3 fairies, please wait. I want to talk to you guys, may I have a moment to talk? Without any hesitation, the 3 women nodded. After all, they had roughly guessed what the woman wanted to say. And the facts are almost the same as they predicted. Look, after sending Mo Luo away, Yao Ruqing immediately bowed to them. Thank you for keeping this a secret for me. I will remember your kindness today. By the way, since you guys have accepted my husband's invitation, I guess you must be very hostile to that Cao guy. Then may I ask, do you mind having an extra companion in the fight against Cao? The 4 girls' eyes suddenly lit up. Do you mind? Of course I don't mind. As the saying goes, there is strength in numbers. When Yao Ruqing saw the looks in the 4 people's eyes, she immediately had the answer. The next moment, 4 jade pendants flew out. If there's ever a chance to deal with Cao Wenbin, just send me a message. Even if it's a sea of fire and a mountain of swords, I will go. He said it with such finality. So, the Women's Revenge team has added another powerful member. People outside the list are sentimental and comfort each other. But Cao Wenbin and the gang looked very proud. It's so satisfying. It's so fucking exciting. But just as he was savoring the moment, a cold snort suddenly brought him back to reality. You are such a scumbag. Back then, everyone in the demon realm called me the demoness. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. But since I met you, I realized that I, Ling Ruobing, am actually quite holy. The contempt is beyond words. But soon, a doubt arose in her mind. By the way, this woman obviously hates you. If that's the case, why don't you use that imperial heart liquid on her? With her looks and abilities, she should be qualified. Cao Wenbin smiled. Qualified. Far from it. Although Yao Ruqing is strong, his strength is limited. In his heart, the one who is worthy of the Yushin liquid must at least be at Wu Yu's level. At the very least, someone like Ling Ruobing will do. I just don't know if this thing is useful to the heavenly Tao. If it helps. I don't know what he was thinking about. In short, not long after, a sly smile appeared on Cao Wenbin's face. Ling Ruobing, who saw this scene, shuddered immediately. Completion. Someone is going to be in trouble again. Oh, What a sin. She shook her head and then changed the subject. By the way, haven't you become the master of this place? Then can you sense how many treasures are left here? Chapter 369 The Vampires, Response Strategy. Cao Wenbin was stunned by the question. Then he slowly closed his eyes. However, the first thing that came to his mind was not the situation in this world. But this is the basic information of this list. Holy Scroll of Heaven and Earth. Innate treasure. The picture is a world of its own, giving birth to all things. Those trapped inside will never be able to escape without the permission of the list master. Even if you die, you will never be reborn. Good boy, can it actually give birth to everything? If we place it on an unknown island and build a capital city with the Golden Palace as its core, what kind of scene would that be? The more he thought about it, the more excited Cao Wenbin became. After all, he has no shortage of treasures. One more treasure doesn't make much, one less treasure doesn't make much. But having a large rear base like this is completely different. At least from the day it was built, he no longer had to worry about safety issues. There is no need to worry that the dirty things he has done will happen to his woman one day. Establish. It must be built. This is something that will benefit the present and future generations. And just as he was daydreaming, the current situation on the list gradually emerged in his mind. As a result, his good mood disappeared immediately. Of course, it wasn't Zhao Yuaner who got into trouble. It's not that something happened to Mu Bai. But there were originally 65 innate treasures stored in this list, but now there is only one left. The rest were all taken away by the previous group of locusts. Damn it, you've already got a way to die. When I'm done with my work, I'll visit every household. Whoever doesn't return it, I'll chop him up immediately. Looking at the images in his mind of the treasures being taken away one after another, Cao Wenbin's heart suddenly twitched violently. After all, in his opinion, these things originally belonged to the Cao family. But soon, he no longer had time to pay attention to these things. Because after all the information came through, he realized that his guess about the Zhu Xian sword was actually wrong. In the entire world of the list, the sword of immortal execution has never appeared from beginning to end. Looks like we still have to get the sword sheath from the Mo family. I don't know what he was thinking about, but as soon as he stopped muttering to himself, a beautiful smile immediately appeared at the corner of his mouth. The next moment, he waved his right hand. Then the surrounding scenery changed completely from birdsong and flowers to gravel all over the ground. At the same time, Zhao Yuaner and Mu Bai, who were on their way, also appeared beside him one after another. Let's go. If there's anything, let's talk about it when we get back to Nameless Island. As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin disappeared first. He walked in great style. I'm not afraid of anyone ambushing me for the treasure. After all, Ling Ruobing's previous performance was no joke. In a short period of time, no matter which force it is, there will definitely be no one who can compete. And the fact is, it is indeed so. Let alone an ambush, there wasn't even anyone following us along the way. As the list was taken away, the Supremes who were originally very active soon fell silent. Those who gained something from this trip are busy refining treasures. Those who didn't gain anything were all thinking about forming an alliance. No one is a fool. Everyone felt the impending storm. If we don't prepare early, we will most likely be swallowed up by hostile forces without leaving anything behind. Of course, while they were busy, excitement also rose in the hearts of these supreme beings. After all, risks and opportunities always coexist. And as long as you are a man, no one likes to be oppressed. This demon realm can have the surname Baihua or the surname Maluo, so why can't it take their surname? There may not have been a chance in the past. But when the world is in chaos, it's completely different. Didn't the Mo family, which is now at its peak, rise to prominence by taking advantage of the chaos? While building relationships with other factions, let's also dig up some graves. If there are still people alive. While the immortals were making their own plans, all the small sects and schools went crazy. Especially those who depend on the vampires and dragons are in constant fear. I am full of worries about my future. As for the reason, there is no wall that is completely airtight. Not long after, Zhang Chen was killed instantly. The news that Long Xiao's consciousness was wiped out spread like wildfire in both the immortal and demon realms. Damn it, is this news true or not? You know, my wife just slept with a vampire. They also just promised to give me a city defense chief position. If this is true, then I'm being taken advantage of. Which idiot made up this rumor? We won't talk about Long Xiao, after all, we know him. But can't we still kill Chen? He's an unrivaled expert who's lived for over 10,000 years and received 2 gifts from heaven and earth. How could such a person be killed in one blow? What's going on? Has Wu Yu been resurrected? You're the idiot. This news was told by the young master of the Niu family himself. Do you think he would be so careless with his status and position? It's over, it's over. I once fought against the Cao family for the Dragon Clan. What should I do now? Just dig a hole and bury yourself. This way you'll suffer less. After all, if a vampire loses a general, their strength will only decline, but they won't suffer any serious damage. But if the Dragon Clan loses Long Xiao, the noise is getting louder and louder. But the vampires are terrifyingly silent. Of course, this is just the surface. In secret, Zhang Chen's original wife took action as soon as the news came out. A man with a hoe walked straight to the back mountain. She didn't waste any time talking to the 2 supreme beings in public. After all, she knew very well that they were just 2 idiots. The realm of emptiness. But I don't have the courage. Ever since entering the supreme realm, he has been eating, drinking and having fun all day long. Never care about it. Otherwise, with the strength of the 3 supreme vampires, how could they always be suppressed by the demon family? So, bang, bang, the sounds of hoes digging the ground rang out one after another. The first grave yielded nothing. Apart from the dry bones, there are only burial objects. The second one is the same. The third, 5 graves in a row, all with the same result. However, she didn't show any sign of frustration. Soon, she set her sights on the 6th grave mound. The 8th ancestor of the blood clan, Zhong Lingxi. It's you. As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly raised the hoe again. Actually, she didn't want to dig like this. But she had to do it. After all, no one knows which ancestor is still alive. Because only a supreme being whose time is up would bury himself in the ground. Thus, they rely on the power of the earth to survive. And in this process, most of the supreme beings will actually slowly die out. Only a very small number of people with great luck and talent will break through themselves and then wait for the call of the younger generation. It is for this reason that any immortal force with some background will have the tradition of digging graves. Once it comes to a life or death situation, start digging immediately. As for whether there will be any results, we can only do our best and leave the rest to fate. But it is obvious that the vampires are lucky. This is not. Chapter 370, Zhuoyang Formation. Bang. As soon as the hoe was used, Zhang Chen's wife Guo Wenwen immediately felt a difference. The land here is obviously harder than before. As a result, her expression immediately became excited. The speed of swinging the hoe has also obviously increased a lot. Bang, bang. But as the saying goes, the greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. Look, she has already dug up the coffin, but there is still no other movement. According to ancient records, this is clearly a sign of failure. Never mind. Since we're already here, let's open the coffin and take a look. It doesn't matter if I shudder a bit. Thinking of this, she immediately placed her hands on the coffin lid. As she exerted force, the situation inside the coffin suddenly appeared before her eyes. This, confused, because the expected dry bones did not appear. The person lying in the coffin was actually a person. And she's a great beauty. An ice blue dress. The black hair is like a waterfall. Apart from his extremely pale face, he was no different from an ordinary person. However, her confused state did not last long. Soon, she showed her joy. As for the reason, I don't know if he sensed her despair or was stimulated by the fierce midday sun. In short, the eyelashes of the person in the coffin moved. Even if it's slight. But it did move. At first, Guo Wenwen thought it was an illusion. After all, she didn't feel any breath from beginning to end. But as her eyelashes moved more and more frequently, she realized that all this was true. She really succeeded. God bless you. He swung his fist hard. And her action seemed like a signal. The next moment. Boom. The light blue eyes opened completely. At the same time, a destructive aura suddenly spread out. Explain your purpose. Also, what year and month is it now? Who is the head of the blood clan? Just like her appearance, Zhong Lingxi's voice is also perfect. Extremely light. However, Guo Wenwen did not dare to be negligent. His knees went weak and he immediately knelt on the ground. Junior Guo Wenwen, greetings to the 8th ancestor. The reason we came here to disturb you today is because the vampire race is facing a life or death situation. A few days ago, my husband, Zhong Chen, the head of this generation's family, was killed by a powerful force. The death was extremely tragic. And my blood clan has no other pillars, so this is the only option left. As for what year it is now, the 76,322 years of the demonic calendar. Zhang Lingxi was obviously stunned for a moment. Then he muttered to himself, is it already the 70,000th year of the magic calendar? Before I knew it, I had been talking for a full 30,000 years. It seems that I am destined not to see my old friends again. It's not hard to see that she is a little sad. But she quickly adjusted herself. You said the blood clan no longer has a pillar, but why do I perceive that there are still two supremes within the family? Without any hesitation, Guo Wenwen immediately complained, Ancestor, these two don't care about anything else except eating, drinking and having fun. The head of the family was killed, but they didn't even say a word. Do you think such people can be called the pillars of the family? Hearing this, Zhang Lingxi's eyes narrowed immediately. Immediately afterwards, she didn't make any movement, but a few minutes later, two crisp slaps suddenly came from the distance. You're such a waste. Your vigilance is so low. Being alive is a waste of resources. But having said that, there wasn't much blame on her face. Obviously, those two slaps just now were just for Guo Wenwen to see. But that's true. After all, one is an outsider and the other is a younger generation with a blood relationship. It is obvious who to support. Of course, Guo Wenwen had no intention of making a fuss about this. She has only one purpose. That is to avenge Zhong Chen. So soon, she began to introduce Lingxi to the Cao family. Young lady killer. The nemesis of all women. Even Wu Yu has been recruited by him. Will he be resurrected soon? The more Zhang Lingxi listened, the more shocked she became. Especially when she heard Wu Yu, her eyes widened. But after the shock, murderous intent also arose. Now that she has woken up, she will naturally make some achievements. Not to mention trampling on Baihua Valley, at least the two families should be on an equal footing. So Wu Yu must never wake up. Otherwise, she is simply not good enough. Guo Wenwen, right. From now on, you are the acting leader of the blood clan. And my first order to you is to find me 7 women born in the yin year, yin month, yin hour, yin minute, and yin second, at all costs. Remember, it must be accurate to the last digit. As long as we can find it, the Cao family will have nothing to fear. No matter how many supreme beings they have. Guo Wenwen was stunned. Obviously, she didn't expect that the old ancestor would appoint her as the acting clan leader. But she reacted quickly. Old ancestor, just wait and see. In a week at most, the person you want will appear before you. After she finished speaking, she turned and left. And with her departure, the mountain behind quickly returned to its former tranquility. As for Lingxi, from the beginning, her gaze has never left the north. Over there, it is the direction of the nameless island. Woman killer. It seems that you have a lot of yang energy. In that case, I will set up a Ju Yang formation for you. By then, I wonder who you can still defeat. The outside world is in turmoil, but Cao Wenbin, who is on the nameless island, lives a very comfortable life. At this moment, he was deploying troops for the construction of the city on the list. Money is not an issue, what I want is quality and speed. So whatever the craftsman can adjust, then give it to me. Ship as many high-end materials as possible here. By the way, can you please call Dai Yunyu and pay Luoxue over for me? Just say I found them for something. After finishing his instructions, Cao Wenbin did not stop, but turned around and walked into the completely unfolded holy scroll of heaven and earth. At the same time, the Tower of Ascension also appeared in his hands. This is the magic weapon he got from Rose. Now that everything has settled down, it's naturally time to release it to the public. After all, the main function of this thing is to assist in cultivation. So the sooner you arrange it, the better. Chapter 371 The Extremely Awesome Immortal Tower. Boom. Along with the sound, not far from the Golden Palace, a 7-storied pagoda suddenly appeared, shrouded in clouds and mist, looking extremely dreamy. To be honest, the shape of the Golden Temple is already grand enough. In Cao Wenbin's impression, there seems to be nothing in the realms of immortals and demons that can compare with it. But comparing people will make you die, and comparing goods will make you throw them away. As soon as the immortal tower appeared, the Golden Palace immediately seemed inferior. And the Golden Palace obviously also felt something. So before the sound dissipated, it floated directly into the air. The base of the temple is exactly level with the top of the tower. Unsurprisingly, Cao Wenbin was completely stunned by this sudden change. After a while, he rolled his eyes and muttered to himself, "How petty." Of course, he didn't intend to care. It's better to float. In the future, this place will most likely be used to receive foreign guests. In this case, it is natural to appear different. Otherwise, it would be so embarrassing. As luck would have it, he had just finished his work when Pei Luoxue and Dai Yunyu arrived. "Husband, you called us here, is there something wrong?" Nodded. Then, the three of them walked and talked. "I have a formation here. To form a formation, we need 4 people and 4 innate swords. Now the 4 swords have been found, but there is only 1 sword servant. So I want to ask, are you interested?" Without any surprise, the 2 women's eyes lit up immediately. They knew this was an opportunity. An opportunity to make a big leap forward. If it weren't for their past friendship, they would never have had this opportunity. But soon, they became entangled again. "Husband, we only have the strength of the Saint Realm. Will this hold you back? There is reason to worry." But before they could finish their words, Cao Wenbin waved his hand to interrupt them. "Don't worry about your strength. This tower in front of us can solve all problems. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have enough perseverance." After he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin, who had already walked to the front of the tower, pushed open the tower door. The same birdsong and flowers, the same abundant spiritual energy. The environment inside the tower is no worse than the world in the list. But the most attractive thing is not these. But it was a stone tablet not far from the door. A land of mountains and rivers. There are 5 trial sites in this realm. As long as you can go through all of them, you will definitely become an emperor. Note: those who have already become emperors, please do not waste time here, just go directly to the 2nd floor. They didn't say much, but the eyes of the 3 people, including Cao Wenbin, immediately widened into copper bells. Will he inevitably become an emperor? Is the emperor so worthless now? Can they all be mass-produced? At the same time, Cao Wenbin, who mastered the law of time, also keenly discovered the difference here. That's twice the time difference. 1 day outside, 2 days inside. His expression was shocked, and then Cao Wenbin took the 2 women upstairs quickly. At this moment, he was already full of curiosity about this place. And this immortal tower did not disappoint him. As I walked up the stairs, a smell of decay suddenly hit me in the face. Swampland. There are 3 trial sites in this realm. Those who successfully complete the journey will achieve the 3rd rank. Note: those with extraordinary strength, please do not linger here, and proceed directly to the 3rd floor. The joy on his face became even stronger. And the speed of time here. 3 times. It's 3 times that of the outside world. Let's go to the next floor. The realm of wind and sand. It can help people quickly become a 6th grade cultivator. 4 times the speed of time. This time, Cao Wenbin went crazy. His mind is full of fantasies. If only we could keep up this pace. Doesn't that mean that the 4th level can produce the 9th grade, and the 5th level can produce the 12th grade? As for the Supreme, his heart is not that big. So, full of excitement, he immediately stepped into the 4th floor. But the reality was that he was soon dealt a heavy blow. The entire 4th floor has returned to its original state, filled with birdsong and flowers. But the trial ground is gone. Obviously, even such an innate treasure can only be mass-produced in the 6th grade. Of course, although the environment is the same, there are still big differences between here and the 1st floor. First of all, it's time. The flow rate here is 5 times faster. Then comes the spiritual energy, which is several times that of the 1st level. The most important thing is that the power of the laws here is not hidden at all. Just any insight will bring you immediate gains. It seems I'm overthinking it. Shaked his head gently. But after just a few breaths, Cao Wenbin cheered up again. Then, he turned his attention to the 2 women who still had not come to their senses. "How about it, are you confident enough to conquer the first 3 floors?" The body shook. The next moment, the 2 of them nodded frantically. This is obviously a place to train people. The so-called trial ground is definitely not difficult. If that's the case, then there's naturally no reason for them to get away with it. Don't worry, we will definitely give you a satisfactory answer before you find the last sword servant. After saying that, the two of them turned around and went downstairs. Without hesitation, Cao Wenbin, who had finished his work, also did not hesitate. After casually strolling around the other 3 floors, he quickly left the secret realm on the list. There is still 1 sword missing from the 4, it's time to get the last one. Yao Ruqing, you never thought that the young master would come again. In the Mo family, inside a pavilion, Yao Ruqing, with a dark face, is feeding the fish madly. Even though several fish in the lake had died of starvation, she still didn't care. I was stuck at the exit on purpose. Then, Cao, you must die. Even the gods can't save you. Before, she just thought it was all a coincidence. So I'm not that angry. After all, I am not as skilled as others, so I deserve to pay a price. But after she came back, the more she thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. As the details slowly emerged in her mind, she finally confirmed that Cao Wenbin did it on purpose. The reason why I gave her hope. Just to satisfy my own bad taste. Of course, she was angry, but she also knew that a head-on confrontation would definitely not work. They were no match before. Now that the Cao family has another Ling Ruobing, they are no match for them. Looks like I need to find a military advisor. You, Cao Wenbin, don't like playing tricks. If that's the case, then I'll give you a tooth for a tooth. Do it when you think of it. The next moment, a stream of spiritual energy immediately flew out from her hand. As for the destination, it is the demon city not far from the Mo family. Chapter 372 Brain Teasers. From today on, this demon queen will be looking for someone with a clear mind. Anyone who has insights into strategies can come to the demon palace and try it out. As long as you can catch my eye, you will immediately have the same status as the city lord. Under 1 man, above 10,000 men. A scroll condensed from spiritual energy soon slowly unfolded in the sky above the demon city. Not many words, but the sensation it caused was quite big. This is not. As long as I'm chosen, I can be on equal footing with the city lord. Oh my god, this is a chance to reach the top in 1 step. No, I have to give it a try no matter what. What if a blind cat encounters a dead mouse? Looking for someone with wisdom and strategy. Isn't that what I'm talking about? How could I be left out of this kind of thing? Not for status, not for money, just to get a close look at the demon queen. You guys chat first, I'll go ahead. Everyone is excited. Among them is Cao Wenbin who just arrived. Is it such a coincidence? I just dozed off, and Yao Ruqing is already offering me a pillow. The more he thought about it, the bigger the smile on Cao Wenbin's face became. The next moment, his figure disappeared from the spot. When he appeared, he had already arrived at the square in front of the Mo family. Then, fuck. Cao Wenbin's face was full of horror. It's not that there is any ambush here. But the number of people was beyond his imagination. How long has it been since the emperor's decree appeared? All in all, it's less than a quarter of an hour. But at this time the square was already crowded with people. And there are people pouring in all the time. If this continues, the people in the middle will be turned into meat patties. Fortunately, the people from the Mo family also noticed this situation. Therefore, very quickly, a 10th rank emperor stepped forward to take charge of the situation. Those below the 2nd rank, please return the way you came. Of course, we don't underestimate the wisdom of these people. But there is no way to distinguish friend from foe. If you want to blame someone, blame Cao Wenbin, who allowed him to have a technique that can transform into someone else's at will. I'm not afraid of losing face. The only countermeasure we can think of right now is to increase the level. After all, even with the Niu's disguise technique, it can only conceal the aura but cannot increase it. So, I'm sorry. Originally, Cao Wenbin still had a smile on his face. But as he listened, he could no longer laugh. He would never have thought that one day he would end up eating the melon himself. But it's still unhappy. But he was not panicked at all. After all, he is no longer a 2nd-grade cultivator at this moment. But it's the peak of the 3rd level. The extremely yin energy obtained from Rose is nothing to be underestimated. So, everyone, please come in. Various selections are already waiting for you all. As soon as he finished speaking, a barrier suddenly appeared on the gate of the Mo family. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be to prevent someone from taking advantage of the situation. And the fact is, it is indeed so. Look, the first person who rushed forward was stopped. Is this door broken? It's not hard to see that he wants to make some excuses. But the next moment, he turned into a pool of meat paste. As for the one who took action, it was the 10th rank emperor who had been smiling and extremely polite just now. Idiot. Cao Wenbin rolled his eyes speechlessly. The reason why people are polite is to maintain the image of the Mo family. You really take yourself too seriously. And there was such an episode. The people in the square immediately became obedient. The quality is getting higher and higher. If you didn't know what was going on in that line, you would think it was the army from some kingdom. Sir, please come in. Not long after, Cao Wenbin walked through the barrier. And soon, under the guidance of the maid, they arrived in front of a stone tablet. What is written above is not the rules. It's a math problem. Of course, it can also be called a brain teaser. 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 equals. There are many people in front of the stone tablet. The answer sheets were also stacked very neatly. But everyone at the scene had frowns on their faces. No one dared to answer for a long time. After all, this question seems simple, with a total of 16 ones. Even a fool can count them using his fingers and toes. But everyone knew it clearly. If they really answered 16, it would definitely become a joke. Where the hell is the trap? The more they looked, the more confused they became. And since there are cautious people, there are naturally reckless ones. Soon, a strong man with arms thicker than Cao Wenbin's legs came to the scene. You guys are so cowardly. This is obviously an empty city plan. Open your eyes and watch carefully. I'm going to teach you how to break the deadlock. As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up the pen and wrote a big number 16 on the paper. Then he looked at the old man at the table with anticipation. As for the ending, brother, you can go back the way you came. By the way, if anyone wants to answer the question next, please make sure to cover up the numbers when you write them down. So that others won't copy it. I don't think you would want to create more opponents for yourselves. The old man's first words were addressed to the strong man. The last two sentences are said to other people. So the strong man immediately refused to do it. Senior, why did you wait until I finished answering such an important question? He glanced at the strong man lightly. After a few breaths, the old man said in a very infuriating tone, because in my opinion, your answer must be wrong. No exceptions. By the way, I want to ask you something. Isn't the Demon Queen's decree written very clearly? What we want to recruit is a military advisor who can give us advice. Not a thug, and certainly not a security guard. So why did you come? You don't think that with your brain, which is no bigger than a walnut, you can be competent for the job of military advisor, do you? The old man's bearded face instantly turned the color of liver. But in the end, the strong man didn't say a single harsh word. There's nothing he can do, it's his fault that he's not as skilled as others. As soon as these words were spoken, the size of the crowd immediately shrank by 1/3. Without exception, all the contestants who walked were as strong men. It was obvious that the old man did it on purpose. The purpose is to reduce your workload. This guy is really not afraid of being beaten to death. Shaking his head, Cao Wenbin then quickly walked to the table. Then, he picked up a pen and wrote the number 43 on a piece of white paper. Senior, this is my answer. Chapter 373 Yao Ruqing's backup plan. Young people nowadays are so impetuous. You only have one chance, and yet you don't cherish it. Looking at the paper handed to him, the old man shook his head subconsciously. In his opinion, even a smart person would need to spend at least 10 minutes looking at this question. Otherwise, you will never find the way. But what about this guy in front of me? I was only here for less than 5 minutes. If this can give the correct answer, it would be really weird. But I think so. But in the end, he still took a look at the answer. There's nothing he can do about it, since he can't make any mistakes. This was something the Demon Queen had instructed personally, so he had to be responsible for his 9 clans. And it was this one glance that made him break out in a cold sweat. 43. He actually got the answer right. How is this possible? The old man's face was full of horror. Of course, what I feel more is fear. If I hadn't seen this just now. It's okay, it's okay. Shake your head vigorously. The next moment, his expression changed. Although it can't be said to be flattering, he still has a smile on his face. Boy, you're pretty good. Follow the maid to the next level. The people behind have been waiting for a long time. As soon as she finished speaking, a woman quickly came to Cao Wenbin's side. The collar is very low. As long as you tilt your head slightly, you can easily see what you should and shouldn't see. If the top is like this, the skirt is naturally no less. Below the knees, nothing is covered. Of course, stockings don't count. Sir, please come this way. Cao Wenbin nodded. But before he could turn around, one voice message after another suddenly penetrated into his mind. As for the content, without exception, all of them are asking for answers. Some use their power to oppress others. Some use benefits to lure them. It's really like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing their magical powers. But it is obvious that they are just doing useless work. Cao Wenbin didn't even stop. He left with such determination. Moon Viewing Pavilion. This is the tallest building in the Mo family. Sitting on the top floor, you can not only drink with the moon, but also overlook the entire Mo family. In the past, this place was always bustling with people. After all, young people like this tune. But today, there was only Yao Ruqing and a very charming maid. And the two of them were obviously not paying attention to the scenery. Yuan, have you arranged everything I asked you to do? Remember, everyone who passes the test must have a maid by their side. Until he was eliminated and left. Of course, if it's a woman, then there's no need for that. Without any hesitation, the maid named Yuan immediately replied confidently, "Don't worry, madam, everything has been arranged. I can definitely help you test the character of these guys." Yao Ruqing nodded slightly, seemingly satisfied. But a hint of disappointment flashed across her eyes. It seems that this move was the right one. Those people around me are loyal and can accomplish anything I assign them. But when it comes to understanding someone's feelings, you're still a long way off. Testing one's character. What kind of character does a counselor need? To achieve the goal, you must do whatever it takes. That's the quality we should have. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She arranged low-necked clothes and seductive stockings, all for the purpose of testing whether Cao Wenbin was among them. After all, according to her experience, Cao Wenbin has no resistance to these. Once encountered, I will definitely take action. In this way, she can catch the turtle in the jar. At the very least, it can ensure that the people who are recruited can use it with confidence. The reason why she entrusted this matter to Yuan, besides trust, was because this personal maid who had been with her for thousands of years was the only one who knew that she was. Even though she never said it explicitly, this guy was always there to serve her every time she washed herself. Therefore, it should be easy to figure out what she is thinking. But I didn't expect. Never mind, at least she's loyal. She sighed subconsciously, and then turned her attention back to the person who was trying to break through. And quickly locked onto Cao Wenbin in the front. Who is this guy? Do you have his basic information? Without any hesitation, Yuan, who had been prepared, immediately started to tell everything like she knew it all. This guy's name is Examen Qing. It's someone from the Examen family in the immortal realm. The strength is barely 3rd rank. But it's made of drugs. According to the assessment, if he were to fight someone to the death, he might not even be able to defeat a 2nd-grade warrior. Although this guy's strength is not good, he has inherited the wisdom and intelligence of the Examen family. Every time I encounter danger, I can turn it into safety. He came to the Magic City 5 months ago. I have been trying to contact the top leaders of my Mo family, in order to achieve the goal of uniting to resist Cao. But it never worked. Yao Ruqing's beautiful eyes lit up instantly. Especially when she heard that this person also had a grudge against the Cao family, she was so happy that the corners of her mouth curled up. Talent. A talent indeed. As a personal maid, Yuan soon discovered something was wrong with her master. So, madam, do we need to open a back door for this guy? Yao Ruqing was stunned. Open the back door. Can it be opened easily? So quickly, she shook her head gently. There's no need for the back door, just follow the normal route. But in the next level, you have to replace him with a more beautiful maid. And let them take the initiative. In short, there is only one principle, and that is to use every possible means to find out his true strength. Let's see if his true situation is different from the intelligence. Unlike her previous willingness, this time Yuan did not agree immediately. Instead, he showed helplessness. Why, are you having trouble? There was no hiding, madam, the maids of Armo family are all pretty much the same in appearance. There's no one who stands out. So, Yao Ruqing smiled. Then he didn't say anything. But his eyes never left her face. As for the intention, it is naturally self-evident. Ma'am, you want to. The smile on his face became even bigger. The next moment, Yao Ruqing held her hand extremely intimately. Yuan, this person is very important to me. So you have to do it yourself. You should know my situation. I really can't afford to make any more mistakes. If I let the wolf into the house again and get played with, I will really go crazy. That's true. At the same time, a tear quickly fell from the corner of Yao Ruqing's eye. Silent. But it was shocking. Look, Yuan, who was just struggling, suddenly panicked. While frantically wiping the corners of Yao Ruqing's eyes, he didn't forget to swear, Madam, what are you doing? I'll go, can't I go? Don't worry, I can definitely find out everything about this person. Nothing is left out. Chapter 374 I have stories and you have wine. Sir, please come this way. The maid who just led you here suddenly developed some health problems, so I'll be taking over her job. If you need anything, just tell me. If I can satisfy you, I will definitely satisfy you. If you can't satisfy me, I will do my best to satisfy you. The words are very ambiguous. But a hint of amusement flashed across Cao Wenbin's eyes. Others may not recognize this woman, but as someone who possesses all of Yao Yukai's memories, how could he not recognize Yao Yuan? Are you here to find out my true strength? It seems that Yao Ruqing is already paying attention to me. A faint smile. Cao Wenbin then said politely, You're welcome, young lady. I'm here to apply for a job, but I don't dare ask for anything. By the way, it's getting dark soon. I wonder how many levels are left. As soon as these words were spoken, a look of admiration immediately appeared on Yao Yuan's face. Not bad, very polite. What a good guy. Hey, if Cao Wenbin had this kind of character, how could Madame have suffered so much? Of course, while she was daydreaming, she did not forget to answer Cao Wenbin's words. Due to your speed, there are no more checkpoints today. I am leading you to the residence prepared for you now. Next, just take a good rest. After all, the Demon Queen will set the questions herself tomorrow. That's the real highlight. Stay here. Cao Wenbin almost laughed out loud. He never thought that things would go so smoothly. Where is a family's strongest defense? That's naturally the periphery. In other words, as long as you come in, everything will be easy. After all, for privacy reasons, no one would use spiritual sense to scan randomly. It seems that if I can operate it well, I can get the scabbard tonight. What a pity, although the idea is good. But reality soon gave him a blow. Because after sending him to his destination, Yao Yuan had no intention of leaving at all. Judging from the look of it, it's obvious that he wants to stay here. Depend on. Isn't this going to kill me? You can't eat it, and you can't look at it. Depressed. But this feeling did not last long. Soon, he thought of a solution. Since it's not possible to do it openly, then I'll give you a drunken. This way, I can not only gain an advantage, but also give Yao Ruqing a handle. Let her feel I have flaws so she can be more easily controlled. The more Cao Wenbin thought about it, the more he felt that this plan was feasible. So, Miss Yuan, could you find some wine for me? I'm used to having a few drinks before bed. Otherwise, I really won't be able to sleep. Don't talk much. But it was exactly what Yao Yuan wanted. After all, truth comes out when drunk. And she is also very confident in her physique. My aunt is a 6th rank aunt. I don't believe I can't drink more than a 3rd-rate guy like you. Think of this. Without any hesitation, she asked, wait a moment, and immediately flew to the wine cellar. Very fast. And on the way, she had already made up her mind that this time she would get drunk with the gods. Although this thing is expensive. But the effect is excellent. It only takes 3 altars, and those below the 6th rank will definitely start talking nonsense. I really didn't expect that this mission would be so easy. I originally thought that I would be taken advantage of in some way. After all, as the saying goes, as long as a man is not hung on the wall, he is lustful. The only bit of dark cloud in my heart immediately dissipated. Once your mood improves, your efficiency will naturally improve. Look, In just 5 or 6 minutes, she had already returned to Cao Wenbin, dragging 10 jars of shenxianzui. You are 3 points of shock, 7 points of panic. At this moment, Cao Wenbin portrayed the expression of wanting to drink but being afraid of getting drunk so vividly. But Yao Yuanyuan, who had already made up her mind, didn't care about that at all. Pa! With a wave of his right hand, he opened a jar of divine wine on the spot. In an instant, the aroma of wine filled the air. Not to mention drinking it, if you are a person with a weak constitution, just smelling it will most likely make you fall under the table. If you're a man, don't be so nagging. You have stories and I have wine, why don't we chat all night? Now that things have come to this, what else can Cao Wenbin say? So, the two of them started drinking immediately. And just as Yao Yuanyuan said, Cao Wenbin really has a story. This is not. I once saw a woman. Very young. It's even more beautiful. But in the end, she married an old man. Well, it's nothing. When it comes to love, age is never a problem. But after worshipping heaven and earth, the woman realized that this man actually had more than one woman in his life. So, she got angry. To get revenge, she turned around and got together with the old man's brother. And she got pregnant soon. What a pity, fate plays tricks on us. What she didn't expect was that this brother wasn't a good person either. Not long after, he disappeared. So, with no other options left, the woman had no choice but to go back to find that old man. The story is exciting. So soon, Yao Yuanyuan became fascinated by it. And under Cao Wenbin's intentional guidance, he drank more and more. In less than an hour, 10 jars of immortal drunk were consumed. Madam, are you still not going home tonight? The familiar questioning voice sounded again. This is what Moro has been saying every night since the house stealing incident. And the results are extremely similar. Well, I'm not going back tonight. I can't get over the hurdle in my heart. But don't worry, my husband. As long as that Cao dies, everything will return to normal. Without any extra words, Moro's figure quickly disappeared. Yao Ruqing feels uncomfortable. Doesn't he have it? It is no exaggeration to say that the knot in his heart is even bigger. After all, he is a man. After finishing this daily routine, Yao Ruqing immediately looked in the direction of Cao Wenbin. I wonder how Yuanyuan is handling things. Forget it, there's nothing to do anyway. In that case, let's go and take a look. Do it when you think of it. The next moment, her figure disappeared from the spot. Chapter 375 Confidence. The Mo family is huge. Moon Viewing Pavilion is also very far away from Cao Wenbin's residence. But with Yao Ruqing's speed, all this is nothing. In the blink of an eye, she was already outside the yard. I was already in a bad mood. This time I came here mostly to relax. But I didn't expect. How is this possible? Hearing the noise in the yard, Yao Ruqing's little face turned dark. At the same time, a murderous atmosphere gradually spread. Because he felt that the person who could have such means must be Cao Wenbin. Okay. It's true that if there's a road to heaven but you don't take it, then there's no door to hell but you'll find it. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately prepared to gather experts. Even with her supreme cultivation, she was already able to crush Cao Wenbin. But she still felt it was not enough. After all, this opportunity is rare, and she doesn't want to make any mistakes. But just when the summoning spell was about to be completed, she suddenly stopped. Because, no, Cao Wenbin wouldn't be so rigid. And they were both obviously drunk. He's not even in his right mind. Although Yao Ruqing is not the one who knows Cao Wenbin best. But she still had a deep understanding of some of her enemy's habits. So after sensing it carefully again, she immediately gained the energy in her hands. Immediately afterwards, her figure disappeared from the spot. It can be said that we come and go in a hurry. I really didn't expect that Yuanyuan has this side to her. Before, I couldn't live or die. So he's just trying to save face. The night passed quickly. But when Yao Ruqing woke up, she was surprised to find that Yao Yuanyuan had been waiting by her bed. So she laughed quickly. Okay, stop holding on there. Come and sit down. Look at your little face, it's all pale. This is the truth. But as soon as these words were spoken, the situation took a shocking turn. Yao Yuanyuan's originally silly white face instantly turned wine red. And the color is deepening rapidly. However, she didn't hesitate and took small steps, and soon came to Yao Ruqing's side. As for why it's small steps. Ma'am, I disappoint you. I had a good opportunity last night, but I let it slip right away. The guilt is beyond words. There is also a hint of uneasiness in it. But what she didn't expect was that Yao Ruqing not only didn't blame her. Instead, he laughed even more happily. Don't underestimate yourself. You seem to have asked nothing, but in fact, your mouth has already found out everything for me. And it's all extremely real. Okay, get along with him however you want from now on. I can confirm 100% that he is Examen Qing, not Cao Wenbin. Yao Yuanyuan was confused. Did she lose her memory? Otherwise, why would the master's attitude change so drastically within just one night? But before she could figure it out, Yao Ruqing, who had already put on her clothes, suddenly changed the subject. Yuanyuan, I'm going to give questions to those candidates who passed the exam. Well, do you want to go? Of course I'll go. Although very tired, Yao Yuanyuan answered with a firm voice. There's no way around it, she has to make sure that Guy can advance smoothly. Otherwise, wouldn't last night have been a swan song? Then let's go. As soon as they finished speaking, the master and servant disappeared from the spot. When he appeared, he had already arrived at a tea house. There aren't many people inside. At most, there are only 8. And Cao Wenbin, who transformed into Examen Qing, is among them. I have to say, the questions asked by the Mo family are really tricky. At least hundreds of thousands of people came yesterday. But the result was that only less than 10 people were admitted. You little bastard, come here. I have something to tell you. Originally, Cao Wenbin wanted to pretend that he didn't know the 2 women. After all, we are in the enemy camp, so it's better to keep a low profile. Besides, women's hearts are as unpredictable as the sea. Who knows what these 2 women are thinking? But I didn't expect. Are you trying to get me through the back door? Looks like I played pretty well last night. And the fact was pretty much as he expected. So, after arriving at an empty corner, Yao Yuanyuan immediately took out a crystal ball. What's recorded here is the topic for this time. Take a look first. Don't worry, you will be the last one to appear. That's plenty of time. Cao Wenbin smiled. The next moment, he hugged Yao Yuanyuan in his arms. Are you so afraid that I'll be eliminated? By the way, why did you leave without saying goodbye this morning? Did you know? Obviously, he wanted to tell you something secret. But as soon as he opened his mouth, Yao Yuanyuan became anxious. There's an outsider here. Behave yourself. After saying that, she began to struggle. But that's strength. But he is not even as good as a 3-year-old child. So, Cao Wenbin immediately understood. And time passed quickly amidst waves of sweet words. Until the last contestant can take the stage. You only have 5 minutes to prepare. If you don't show up, it will be regarded as a waiver. The sound is not loud. But Yao Yuanyuan, who had been fooled to the point that she didn't even know her own last name, woke up in an instant. This is a habit she has developed over the years. As long as Yao Ruqing's voice sounded, no matter what state she was in, she would immediately become extremely energetic. Broken. You forgot the important thing. Looking at the crystal ball in her hand, Yao Yuanyuan felt like crying but had no tears. But Cao Wenbin looked indifferent about this. Because he had long realized that the position of military advisor belonged to him. Otherwise, Yao Yuanyuan would never appear here. Don't worry. Whether there's a back door or not, it's all the same to me. After he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin first straightened his clothes, and then walked towards Yao Ruqing with a confident look on his face. Supreme Lord, please ask the questions. I am ready. Very respectful attitude. However, Cao Wenbin's eyes were full of amusement. In the eyes of others, Yao Ruqing is dignified, cold as ice, and supreme. But in his eyes, it was a completely different scene. There's nothing I can do about it, he's so knowledgeable. This woman has no secrets from him. Not at all. Chapter 376 2 Extremely Insidious Moves. Good. Not only does it look like that. His character is really beyond reproach. Much better than Cao Wenbin. Looking at the polite and handsome young man not far away, Yao Ruqing was full of admiration. But although she was satisfied, she didn't say anything. After all, you can't overdo it. Otherwise it will damage your reputation. Therefore, a crystal ball soon floated up. The next moment, a grand war appeared before everyone's eyes. One side has strong soldiers and horses. The food and fodder are piled up like mountains. On the other hand, it's just the opposite. Not only are people tired and horses exhausted, there is even a plague raging. The most important thing is that food and grass are almost cut off. Judging from the empty granary, there will be no food available in a day at most. It's a desperate situation. Cao Wenbin was inspired. At the same time, he also guessed what the question was. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be a strategy to help this troop escape from danger. The other 7 people who heard his sigh also nodded subconsciously. This is their topic as well, so it's hard to disagree. Immediately afterwards, they were ready to continue speaking what Cao Wenbin said, thus forcing Yao Ruqing to change the topic. But just as they were about to open their mouths. But there is still a way. Don't talk much. But it almost knocked the other 7 people down. Is there any way? You will die if you don't brag. The more they think about it, the angrier they get. So soon. Brother, you shouldn't be so popular. If you're not careful, someone could die. Young people these days are so outspoken. Come on, tell me the answer. If it works, I'll piss myself to death. My friend, you didn't see clearly. These are all mortals, not a single cultivator. Every unfavorable factor would be fatal to them. Full of irony. But Cao Wenbin's next words simply shut them up. Based on the situation in the picture, the biggest difficulty for the weaker side should be the difference in numbers. To be honest, they are really unlucky. Under such circumstances, they were actually infected with the plague. But it is precisely this plague that gives them a glimmer of hope. I see some intact catapults in their ranks. In that case, they can just use catapults to surrender those infected with the plague to the enemy camp. As long as the plague spreads completely, it won't be long before the numbers on both sides are completely even. Besides, the plague can affect the morale of the army. It's very difficult for a side with an advantage to maintain morale when suddenly encountering such a disaster. Silence. The more Cao Wenbin spoke, the quieter the scene became. The faces of those 7 people were filled with disbelief. Throwing catapults at people infected with the plague. Is this a scheme that humans can come up with? Don't you have any conscience? However, unlike them who looked as if they had seen a ghost, Yao Ruqing, who saw everything, became happier and happier the more she listened. The butt determines the head. In her position, she wouldn't even consider conscience. Everything is based on profit. Whoever gives you milk is your mother. No milk, no dad. Besides, the purpose of her hiring this person was to deal with Cao Wenbin. We are not dealing with ordinary people. So naturally the more poisonous the better. Her expression of true feelings immediately made the other 7 people nervous. We must suppress this kid. Otherwise, we can get out. In an instant, the 7 people reached a consensus. And very quickly, a backbone was selected. It was none other than the old man who threatened to choke himself to death with urine. Young Master Examen's character and personality truly amaze me. If we do as you say, the party with the advantage will indeed encounter some trouble. But that's all. As for a complete defeat, that's simply a fantasy. After all, it takes time for a plague to break out. I won't say more, but it will take 3 days at least. But do you think they can hold out until the plague strikes with their inferior supplies? Ordinary people can't stand being hungry for a day, let alone these soldiers. Well-reasoned and well-founded. So, as soon as he finished speaking, the other 6 people immediately cheered. At the same time, a sense of superiority once again emerged in their eyes when they looked at Cao Wenbin. The left path is the left path after all. Doesn't stand up to scrutiny. There are loopholes everywhere. But as they watched, they found something wrong. Because Examen Qing was not panicked. Instead, he laughed. Then, old man, it seems that you didn't observe carefully just now. Didn't you notice? There is a small town south of the battlefield. Although the population inside is small, there are still 1,800 households. The old man was stunned. Obviously, he really didn't observe this. Or maybe he didn't take it seriously. But after just a few breaths, he reacted. Are you planning to allow your soldiers to seize food? Having said that, he paused. Then he laughed disdainfully. Same thing. Good idea. But the chance of success is 0. You said it too, it's a small town with 1,800 households. With such a small area, even if we disregard the lives of the people, it is impossible to raise the food and fodder needed for tens of thousands of troops. Under normal circumstances, there is nothing wrong with this statement. Tens of thousands of troops. Even a smaller city can't afford it, let alone a small town. But if it's not normal. I told you, it's a small town with a population of 1,800 households. After that, Cao Wenbin stopped talking. After bowing to Yao Ruqing, he stepped aside in a leisurely manner. Of course, this is just the surface. Secretly, Cao Wenbin's stomach had already begun to churn. Damn, that person who can make homemade side dishes is really awesome. How could they come up with such a tactic that is so detrimental to the harmony of nature? I just repeated it once and I'm about to throw up. But he doesn't care at all. According to records, he could even laugh. Sure enough, I am still too kind. While Cao Wenbin was daydreaming, the others were lost in confusion. Because they couldn't understand Cao Wenbin's intention of repeating that sentence. What happened to 1,800 households? Any questions? But they are not that stupid. I didn't react for a minute. 2 minutes later, still no response. But by the 3rd minute. Chapter 377 I deal with me. Scumbag, this is the real scumbag. This kind of thing must be destroyed humanely, otherwise it will bring disaster to the people. So I'm a good person. After understanding the meaning of Cao Wenbin's words, everyone present was instantly shocked. The old man who had been confronting Cao Wenbin jumped up immediately. You actually want to. Pointing at Cao Wenbin's face, the old man was trembling all over. In the end, he couldn't even utter a complete sentence. It's always there you're. But Cao Wenbin looked indifferent about this. It's no big deal. Are you really that excited? Forget it, I'll help you sober up myself. After all, it takes the person who tied the belt to untie it. As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin flashed and came directly in front of the old man. Very fast. The ground he stepped on was covered with frost. It is the Resumen family's life-saving magic skill, walking in the snow to find plum blossoms. The next moment, crack, the crisp sound of fracture was heard instantly. Then, there was a wailing sound. Ah, boy, you are looking for death. It is not difficult to see that the old man is really angry. And his 6th grade cultivation is enough to defeat Cao Wenbin at this time. But before he could turn his thoughts into actions, a great force from heaven and earth suddenly descended upon everyone. Shut up, everyone. This is just a selection question. Everything is an illusion. It will never appear in reality. So what are you guys arguing about? As expected, the tea house, which was originally as quiet as a vegetable market, suddenly became quiet. Only the old man was still standing there, puffing his beard and glaring. He felt like he was being targeted. Why didn't you say a word when Resumen Qing took action? And as soon as I want to fight back, you immediately come out to take charge of the situation. Of course, although he thought so, he would never dare to refute it even if he had 2 more courage. After all, that is Yao Ruqing. A great figure who can be ranked among the top in both the immortal and demon realms. Sing against her. Don't want the 9 clans anymore. But, everything has a critical point. Look, after just a few breaths, he couldn't help it anymore. Because, alright, all of you go away. I already have an idea in my mind. The old man was stunned. Then he subconsciously roared, Supreme Lord, you can't choose this person as your military advisor. He has a very vicious heart and is definitely a wolf that can never be tamed. Even if you don't consider the people of the world, you should at least consider the Mo family. Also, this guy was alone with your maid for quite a long time just now. Therefore, I have reason to suspect that the test questions may have been leaked in advance. True feelings revealed. Although there are selfish motives, every word he says makes sense. But in response to his boom, Yao Ruqing didn't make any movement, but the old man exploded directly. Not even the soul was left behind. What a noise. When did I need outsiders to tell me what to do? The test questions were leaked. How big is this place? Could it be that my divine sense cannot even monitor such a small area? The voice is eerie. After she finished speaking, she no longer hid her thoughts. After a glance, he took Cao Wenbin and Yao Yuanyuan away. Moon Viewing Pavilion, top floor. Yuanyuan, you must keep an eye on this guy from now on. Although that old man was annoying, what he said was quite right. He really is a double-edged sword. If used well, it can harm others by 1,000, but if used poorly, it will definitely harm yourself by 800. Looking at Cao Wenbin who was enjoying the scenery alone by the railing, Yao Ruqing looked very serious. Since the master is like this, Yao Yuanyuan naturally dare not neglect it. He nodded heavily. Don't worry, madam. He can't escape from my grasp. He will surely become the sharpest knife in your hand. You can stab anyone you want. Confidence. But Yao Ruqing was skeptical about this. After all, from what she observed these 2 times, Yao Yuanyuan seemed to have always been at a disadvantage. I'm completely at the mercy of others. Never mind. No matter who controls whom, there is always someone inside. If it doesn't work, I'm still here. Thinking of this, Yao Ruqing no longer worried. Then he turned his attention to Cao Wenbin. Boy, it's time to show your true worth. I have an enemy. A very difficult enemy. As long as you can kill him. No need to kill him. Just make him suffer a great loss. You can choose whatever the Mo family has. The more he talked, the more excited Yao Ruqing became. In order to allow Cao Wenbin to give full play to his abilities, she quickly revealed the whole story. Even the alliance with Rose and others was not let go. Of course, she didn't say how she became enemies with Cao Wenbin. It was just brushed aside lightly. But what she didn't notice was that the more she spoke, the more amused Cao Wenbin's eyes became. As for the undercover agent she had high hopes for, Yao Yuanyuan, who has already tasted the sweetness of Cao Wenbin's manliness, has long been fascinated by him. Eyes. What's wrong with this look? How clear and charming. And it was precisely because of this that Cao Wenbin became more and more unscrupulous. Let me deal with myself. This Yao Ruqing is so damn creative. But the promise of being able to choose whatever you want is really good. This way, I won't have to risk breaking into that heavily guarded treasure house. Just put on a show, and you can easily get the scabbard. In an instant, Cao Wenbin made up his mind. At the same time, Yao Ruqing finally finished speaking. Well, do you have any ideas? His eyes were full of anticipation. And Cao Wenbin did not disappoint her. He quickly came up with a strategy that made her eyes light up. According to what you said, that guy must be very lustful. In that case, let's start from this aspect. Let's just use a honey trap on him. I don't believe he can bring a bunch of bodyguards with him when he's doing things. And once he's alone, with his second-grade cultivation, he'll be at our mercy. I don't even need anyone else, I can easily suppress him. Originally, Yao Ruqing was nodding frequently. But as soon as she said the last sentence, she rolled her eyes. There's no need to do it yourself. You should be in charge of the command. This is said very seriously. There is no way. Who told her not to lose this think tank? From the moment she snapped her fingers in the tea house, she had already realized that this extremely cruel and ruthless man in front of her really didn't know how to fight. There is nothing to do except escape. If I really have to face off against Cao Wenbin, I will be considered to have done my best unless I get beaten out of my shit. As for the next level up, since Cao Wenbin was born, when has he ever fought with people of the same level? Isn't Bai Yuchu a living example? That's still 2 levels higher. But what is the result? Being taken away in public. He returned home the next day leaning against the wall. Chapter 378 Old Monster. Well, you are the boss, you have the final say. It's just right that I can save some energy. By the way, who are you going to send to perform the honey trap? Yao Ruqing was stunned. Then I was completely numb. Yes, who should we send? Ordinary ones, that definitely won't work. After all, if you are not the most beautiful woman in the world, you will never be able to get close to that guy. The previous beauty list has already given the answer to this question. The top 3 are all other people's. The only one who could get close to her was Yao Yuanyuan. But this woman is now. Do you want me to do it myself? This thought subconsciously popped up in her mind. It comes quickly, but it goes just as fast. Especially when she recalled the methods Cao Wenbin had used on her, she shook her head like a rattle. Even if she was beaten to death, she didn't want to send her off thousands of miles away. Besides, it's a holiday for both sides. If she really went, Cao Wenbin's vigilance would definitely reach its peak in an instant. Who should we send? Confused. And it's getting more and more tangled. Intel. That's not right. That guy's area is already crowded with people. For newcomers, no matter how pretty they are, they will most likely have to wait in line. If I'm excluded again, then. His brows frowned instantly. And she didn't hide it. He quickly expressed his concerns. Originally, she thought Cao Wenbin would be stumped by her question. But I didn't expect. My lady demon queen, you don't think that the so-called honey trap is just sending any beauty over, do you? Yao Ruqing was stunned. Is there something else going on here? Isn't this how beauty traps have been used throughout history? As soon as she showed this expression, Cao Wenbin immediately knew what was going on. So he immediately shrugged helplessly. Alas, you have wasted everything our ancestors passed down. In fact, the essence of the honey trap lies in the person, not the beauty. Just as you said, Cao Wenbin has no shortage of women. Even if you go beautifully, you can only wait and see. But what if this person is Cao Wenbin's first love, or a regret from the past? In that case, do you think she still needs to wait? No surprises. After hearing these words, Yao Ruqing's pupils shrank unconsciously. In people, not in beauty. This guy's grasp of people's hearts is really scary. Fortunately he was of use to me. If someone else gets this. Thinking of that scene, she shuddered unconsciously. Then, she subconsciously asked, do you know where the person who meets the requirements is now? Cao Wenbin rolled his eyes speechlessly. Supreme Lord, I am just a counselor. Not a warlock. Fortune-telling isn't my strong point. If you think this plan is feasible, then the best way is to send someone to the immortal realm and spend a lot of money to inquire. I believe that as long as the resources are in place, nothing is impossible. Yao Ruqing smiled embarrassedly. Really? The right thing to do is to let the intelligence agencies investigate. Instead of interrogating a down-and-out kid here. Okay, I'll arrange it later. By the way, do you have anything else to add? It's just a polite remark. After saying that, she looked directly at Yao Yuanyuan. Judging from the look of it, it's obvious that he's about to leave. But she had just raised her legs, which she had been able to play with for a year, when Cao Wenbin's words immediately froze her in place. Don't tell me, I actually have something to add. Look back suddenly. Cao Wenbin didn't let her wait long. Supreme Lord, from now on, you'd better not contact Rose and the others. Otherwise, you might be sold out by them and still be counting money for them. Frowning, his expression was full of confusion. After all, in her opinion, those women are definitely not bad people. Otherwise, I wouldn't have concealed the matter from her in the first place. But soon, her pupils contracted unconsciously again. Because, if I'm not mistaken, they're probably trying to use a honey trap to win you over. And the reason they chose to ally with you is simply because you are so beautiful. The 10th most beautiful woman on the list. Plus you are the wife of Mara. That's enough to keep Cao Wenbin from reaching the Tao. Shock. Immediately afterwards, a feeling of anger emerged in her heart. At this moment, she suddenly felt like she was being made a fool of. At the same time, she suddenly realized that she had underestimated the value of Examen Ching. This thing can not only be used to trick people. It can even be used for defense. With him around, there's no need to worry about being plotted against. Looks like I have to teach Yuanyuan a lesson. I have to say, that Cao guy is abominable. But there are quite a few who can. Of course, although she thought so, she didn't show it. After nodding at Cao Wenbin to show that she understood, she walked towards the door again. But the interesting thing is, God doesn't seem to want her to leave. Look, I just raised my leg. The next moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Daughter-in-law, are you in there? Don't talk much. But Cao Wenbin was almost knocked down by lightning. Daughter-in-law, are you sure you're not kidding? That demon was already half buried in the ground, but his mother was still alive. What's the matter? Did you take the longevity elixir? As for whether this daughter-in-law is referring to Yao Yuanyuan. With his experience, if he can't even tell the difference between two hands, then he really deserves to find a piece of tofu and kill himself. So, driven by curiosity, he immediately came to Yao Yuanyuan's side. Yuanyuan, could the person coming here really be the mother of the supreme demon Luo? Oh my god, if this is true, how big would it be? It should be at least the second beginning. This is not a blind guess. But it is based on facts. In this world, it is quite difficult for a monk to have children. Without external intervention, having the next generation thousands of years later is considered early. So adding the two together, the number of people coming here must be 2. Chapter 379, Plotting Against Each Other. You really have no control over your mouth. As soon as Cao Wenbin asked this question, Yao Yuanyuan rolled her eyes. Then she was ready to teach this little man a lesson. After all, in a big family, etiquette is essential. Otherwise, disaster will happen sooner or later. But what she didn't expect was, "You're still talking about me, but you can't control your mouth." Yao Yuanyuan was stunned. No door. Why didn't she guard the door? But soon, she reacted. "You want to die." The little face turned red instantly. In order to prevent the topic from continuing, she subconsciously changed the subject. "You guessed right. The person who came is indeed the Demon Lord's mother. My name is Tang Mayer. I just celebrated my 20,000th birthday 5 years ago. As for why the old lady has been able to survive for so long." Having said that, Yao Yuanyuan paused. After making sure no one was paying attention, she said in a lower voice, "She has a mysterious yin pearl in her body. This is the supreme treasure that the Demon Lord's father exchanged his life for. Once a woman swallows it, it will continuously emit innate yin energy, greatly delaying aging and enhancing the holder's strength. Someone has privately calculated that given the old lady's condition, the bead can at least keep her alive for 30,000 years. What a pity. Although the old lady is extremely beautiful, her talent is too low. The Mo family has used a vast amount of natural treasures for 20,000 years, and they have only managed to raise her to the 12th level. No matter what you say, you can never become a master. Otherwise, her lifespan would definitely be greatly increased." The more he listened, the harder it was for Cao Wenbin to suppress the corners of his mouth. It looked like he had encountered a top-notch prey. "Can you generate infinite innate yin energy? What a superb shelf. It's a perfect match with my god and demon Joy Zen. If we can take it down. Mara, ah Mara, you have caused me so much trouble. In that case, it shouldn't be too much for me to collect some interest from your mother. As for this woman's appearance, Cao Wenbin has never worried about this. After all, how bad can a woman be who can make a man fight for her life? But I think so." But when the words came to his lips, they immediately changed to, "The world is really so big, there are so many wonders." Coincidentally, just as he finished sighing, the door of the room was pushed open by Yao Ruqing. Immediately afterwards, that voice that was so sensual that it penetrated into his bones entered Cao Wenbin's ears again. "Daughter-in-law, you are here. By the way, I heard you were selecting a military advisor. Tell me quickly, how is the selection going? Suddenly look up." Then, a hint of excitement flashed across Cao Wenbin's eyes. Sound waves. People are more wild. Wearing all black makes people unconsciously want to explore. Actually, she is more suitable for white. After all, if you want to be pretty, you have to be in mourning. Of course, these are not what excites Cao Wenbin the most. What really made him tremble all over was that Wan Mailu moved. And the flipping time is not long. At most, it's only 15 pages. It's on par with the armor he's wearing. This Mo family is getting more and more interesting. Just as he was thinking about how to start, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law finally finished their greetings. Then, everyone's eyes fell on him again. He's a nice guy. By the way, after you finish your work here, please take some time to come visit me. I also have something I need you to plan. Without any hesitation, Cao Wenbin nodded immediately. One-on-one contact. Just what he wanted. However, from these few words, he also understood that this woman did not come out of curiosity at all. But it was intentional. As for the purpose, most likely, he is here to monitor his daughter-in-law Yao Ruqing. How interesting. It seems that Mo Luo has begun to distrust this daughter-in-law. He even invited his own mother out. A playful smile. And the facts were almost as he expected. Look, the chair isn't even warm yet. Tang Mayer actually left without even looking back. So, this bitch is really going too far. My aunt isn't even worried about her yet, and she's already worried about me. Obviously, Cao Wenbin was not the only one who understood everything. Yao Ruqing also has a heart as clear as a mirror. Once a woman becomes cruel, it can be really deadly. The next moment, Shi Men Qing, with your intelligence and talent, you should know who to follow in order to maximize your benefits. Forcing the emperor to abdicate. Cao Wenbin smiled. Then he said calmly, "Don't worry, Demon Queen. Although the person just now is of higher seniority, his strength is not up to par. And in my eyes, seniority is bullshit. No guarantees are given." But Yao Ruqing smiled. His face was full of satisfaction. "But as I laughed, everything changed. Very good. You are worthy of being the one I have my eyes on." It means being able to clearly grasp the situation. In that case, then you can give me a plan. Don't overdo it. But I have to make sure that Vixen never dares to bother me again. After saying that, Yao Ruqing took the opportunity to introduce Tang Meier's past. It's basically the same as what Yao Yuanyuan said. Just more detailed. It was so detailed that he even told her exactly what the other person liked to eat. At the end, it was emphasized that her mother-in-law had been idle for more than 15,000 years. Damn, this woman is killing someone with a borrowed knife. She must have had a plan in mind. Now you just want to use my mouth to say it. In an instant, Cao Wenbin saw through everything again. To be honest, if this was an ordinary strategist, he would never get involved in this mess even if he was beaten to death. After all, even if people's heads are beaten into dog heads, we are still a family. But if outsiders get involved, it will be completely different. No matter what the outcome is, you will definitely be the one to take the blame. However, Cao Wenbin doesn't care at all. Too many lice won't bite, too many debts won't worry. Therefore, there are many ways to make people honest. And the simplest thing is to get hold of the other party's weakness. We just need to set a trap and then have her. That way, you only need to show up at the critical moment, and everything will be fine. Of course, I don't think it would be easy to find someone who would dare to carry out this plan. After all, this is a job that could cost you your life. If you fail, you will die. If you succeed, you'll probably die. The only chance of survival is if you have truly superb skills. One time and you'll never want to leave. Chapter 380, Scheming Against Each Other. Part 2. Cao Wenbin said it very seriously. After all, this is a rare opportunity for him. If Yao Ruqing is willing to send him, it will definitely save him a lot of trouble. So he is trying his best to guide. Yao Ruqing was also listening very attentively. And just a few breaths later, a candidate emerged in her mind. It was none other than Cao Wenbin, who had attacked her repeatedly. However, this thought appeared quickly, but disappeared just as quickly. There was no way. The two sides had been holding grudges for a long time, and she couldn't do anything about it. Besides, she was really afraid that this 20,000-year-old old man would be tortured to death by that Cao. No, Cao Wenbin absolutely cannot do this. Ever since that night, Tang Meier has been displeased with me. He even provoked me with words. But it's not a crime punishable by death. Thinking of this, her head suddenly started to hurt. As I said, the plan is a good one. But where can we find the person to carry out the execution? Subconsciously, she looked at Cao Wenbin. The person who tied the bell must untie it. She wanted to see if this boy could give her a surprise. But she didn't say the words that were on the tip of her tongue. Because the moment she saw Cao Wenbin, a flash of inspiration suddenly came to her mind. Yes, isn't this the best candidate? He's so handsome. That's enough IQ. As for the means of coaxing women, judging from Yuanyuan's condition, he must be quite capable. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that this plan was feasible. So, Yuanyuan, go to the kitchen and tell them. Just say I had lunch here. Just ask them to deliver the food directly here. By the way, I'm preparing 2 bottles of good wine. After all, this is Mr. Examen's first visit today, so I plan to personally welcome him. Yao Yuanyuan was stunned. Then a look of confusion appeared on the little face. She didn't understand why she had to go there in person for such a thing. Just send a message and the problem will be solved, right? However, although she was confused, she still carried out it faithfully in the end. As soon as she left, Cao Wenbin immediately began to smile bitterly. My lady demon queen, it seems you want me to go on a mission. Please be kind and let me go. I have old people and young children at home. I really can't afford the gamble. Yao Ruqing, who was wondering how to start the conversation, was stunned. What's wrong with this kid? She didn't say anything. Could it be that he can read minds? But before she could ask, Cao Wenbin interrupted her. Isn't this obvious? If you don't want me to go, then why bother sending Yuanyuan away? An expression of admiration immediately appeared on his face. However, she did not change her mind. After all, apart from the one in front of her, she really has no one else to use. A man can't say no. And I don't believe you're not moved. This is a peerless wine that has been sealed in the jar for 10,000 years. Don't you want to taste it? Besides, if this really happens, your identity will be completely different. Next time we meet, maybe I'll have to call you something. As for failure, don't worry, as long as you are not caught on the spot. Then I will definitely protect you. If all else fails, we can fake our own death. Then come back and continue to work for me after a complete makeover. At this moment, Cao Wenbin almost laughed out loud. He never thought that the fish would take the bait so quickly. Of course, the play still has to be performed in full. Therefore, the more Yao Ruqing spoke, the more conflicted the look on his face became. Until the last word falls. Yao Ruqing, who saw everything, became more and more delighted. It's good to be entangled. I'm not afraid that you will be entangled. Let's not worry about it. So, she quickly added, do you have any concerns? Don't worry, no matter what it is, I can help you solve it. Don't talk much. But it was the last straw that broke the camel's back. The next moment, I can go, but you have to help me hide it from Yuan. We must not let her find any clues. This time, Yao Ruqing laughed even more happily. It seems Yuan wasn't bragging. This guy really can't live without her. Otherwise, I would never say such a thing at this time. Without any hesitation, while laughing, she was also nodding rapidly. Don't worry. Even if you don't tell me, I won't let Yuan know. She's been with me for thousands of years. I don't want to see her crying. By the way, when are you going to take action? Since others are so happy, Cao Wenbin will naturally stop being so reserved. Otherwise, if you get it wrong, it will be a lot of fun. So, there's no time to lose. Didn't that slutty fox want to treat me just now? In that case, I'll use this as an excuse to go see her first. As long as you can leave a good impression, success is not far away. After he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin first bowed his hands in a salute. Then he disappeared right where he was. Hey, where did that guy go? Oh, the old lady just sent someone to urge us. I think she seems to be in a hurry, so I let Mr. Examen go first. Okay, let's eat first, no need to wait for him. Leisurely residence. The most luxurious house in the Mo family. For 20,000 years, it has always belonged to Tang Mayer. Never changed owners. Of course, there are always a lot of troubles around a widow. Therefore, although this place is gorgeous, few people visit. As for the men, it is no exaggeration to say that apart from Mara, no other man has ever set foot here. However, this situation was broken today. This is not. As the old lady here. Junior Examen Ching, I am invited to visit you. No reply. But just a few breaths later, the gate suddenly opened by itself. The next moment, the scene in the courtyard appeared before his eyes. Rockeries, pavilions, terraces and waterside pavilions. Everywhere is filled with birdsong and flowers. Come in. I'm in the gazebo. My body shook subconsciously. There's nothing we can do, the waves are too big. Come in. Is this a hint to me? Of course, although the idea is unhealthy, his actions are not slow. He immediately flew towards the pavilion. Chapter 381, Scheming Against Each Other. Part 2. Senior, you are in such a refined mood that you can even have a drink yourself. Soon, Cao Wenbin walked into the pavilion. Surrounded by water on three sides. The scenery is beautiful, but compared with others, it's nothing. Still wearing the same black clothes. There is no change in makeup. The only difference is that she took off her shoes. She was just reclining on a bench. Hold the wine jug in one hand and the wine glass in the other. Drink with the scenery. Even when Cao Wenbin came, she still didn't get up. It wasn't until Cao Wenbin tried to approach her that she turned around. The next moment, boom, a mysterious energy that seemed to be able to freeze anyone into an ice sculpture suddenly formed a wall of air. Cao Wenbin was directly isolated 5 steps away. The mysterious yin energy. What a profound background. A hint of solemnity immediately flashed across Cao Wenbin's eyes. He discovered that this woman had spent 20,000 years but still hadn't been able to break through to the supreme level. But the strength is definitely not weak. Even if she lacks attack power, if it is a war of attrition, she can definitely kill many people of the same level. Of course, while he was secretly pondering, his body was not idle either. He bowed slightly and saluted immediately. Senior, what do you mean? Didn't you ask me to come? Why are you keeping people at a distance now? Tang Mayer was stunned. Then he shook his head and laughed. Keeping people at a distance. Please, there's only one table between us. If you're close, then you're going to lie on top of me, right? Cao Wenbin really wanted to say the 4 words, it's not a bad idea. But when the words came to his lips, he swallowed them back. There's nothing he can do about it, since this isn't his Cao family. The woman in front of him was not someone he could manipulate at will. Therefore, Senior, you must be joking. Even if you give me a few more courage, I will never dare to lie on you. But you should at least let me sit down first. After all. Cao Wenbin did not say the following words. But he pointed at Tang Meier's collar. What's the problem? At the beginning, Tang Meier was still very confused. It was not until she slowly lowered her head along Cao Wenbin's finger that she was shocked. Oh my god. Tidying up in a hurry. Her distraction immediately caused a huge flaw to appear in the originally strong barrier. Swish. How can we miss such an opportunity? So, when she thought there was no problem, Cao Wenbin was already sitting on the same bench with her. And he was sitting right at her feet. Originally, Tang Meier wanted to scold him. After all, Cao Wenbin's actions were too reckless. But as soon as she opened her mouth, Cao Wenbin interrupted her with a wave of his hand. Don't even give her a chance to speak. This is the experience Cao Wenbin has summed up after years of being in the ant circle. That is, when appropriate, you must act more masculine. You must never be timid. These women who have been in high positions for many years and are used to giving orders just fall for this. Sure enough, Tang Meier's momentum immediately wilted when she was hit by the masculine energy. And Cao Wenbin immediately took the opportunity to change the subject. Senior, let's talk business first. What is the purpose of you calling me here? His expression was shocked. The next moment, Tang Meier no longer had time to pay attention to anything else. She even chose to ignore the hand that was slowly approaching her. I want you to come up with an idea that can force that demon Ruching to give up her position as the legal wife. Don't talk much. But it almost scared Cao Wenbin to the point of jumping up. Why? The demon queen wants beauty and looks. You need to have a good figure. His strength has long since entered the supreme realm. Isn't this the perfect candidate for a daughter-in-law? Subconsciously curled his lips. Then, Tang Meier said with disdain on her face, everything you said really exists. But what's the use? What our Mo family really needs is to continue our family line. She's been an initiate for thousands of years, yet she hasn't given birth to a single child. If this continues, then after my son dies, what will happen to our Mo family? Could it be possible to hand over the power to the side branch? The more she talked, the angrier Tang Meier became. At the end, she even revealed some shocking news. Well, given my situation, there's no need to be so anxious. It wouldn't be a bad idea to give her another 2,000 years. But just a few months ago, this woman was actually played by my Mo family's enemies in broad daylight. I don't know what she was thinking afterwards, but she actually chose to separate from my son. If it continues like this, when will I be able to hold my grandson? And if there is one, won't there be a second? Even if there really is one in the future, who would know who it belongs to? A look of understanding immediately appeared in Cao Wenbin's eyes. He understood. Although Tang Meier always claims to be thinking about the Mo family. But in fact, he was thinking about himself. After all, she can live for a long time. Not to mention Mara, even if it was Yao Ruching, he would definitely not survive her. And her strength of the 12th rank is not enough to protect herself. Once Moro is gone and power falls into someone else's hands, she won't be able to continue to live as leisurely as she does now. If that happens, with her beauty and wildness, she will probably have to lie in bed all day. Interesting. Looks like I'm going to play the role of a double agent. Moro, just wait for me. I'm not just going to give you a hat. Soon I'll be wearing your dad's hat too. Thinking of this, the corners of Cao Wenbin's mouth curled up unconsciously. He really wanted to know what would happen when Moro found out that his 2 closest relatives were. I hope he doesn't go crazy. However, although the picture in his mind was beautiful, he did not indulge in it for too long. Soon, he slowly spoke as Tang Meier expected. Senior, I do have a solution. And there are 3 strategies: best, middle, and worst. Having said that, Cao Wenbin paused. And Tang Meier's beautiful eyes really lit up as he expected. Then tell me quickly. The voice was full of urgency. But what she didn't expect was, Senior, I really can't figure out why I should help you. Comparing strength, he is the supreme, while you are only the 12th rank. I don't think I need to explain the difference between them. When it comes to feelings, Yao Ruqing is my mentor. But you and I have only met twice. Even more than that, Yao Ruqing even gave me her personal maid. And you ordered me around. I just bumped into you accidentally. But you, as if you were guarding against a thief, simply retracted your leg. Ask yourself, if you were in this situation, would you take action? Chapter 382 Two undercover agents in a row. Cao Wenbin's words were truly heartbreaking. So, Tang Meier fell silent immediately. Yes, why should people help her? Just because she's so extravagant? Or is it because she can show off? However, this emotion did not last long. Soon, a hint of murderous intent appeared in her eyes. If it can't be used by me, then no one else can use it. She even thought of a reason. That is, during their conversation, Cao Wenbin attempted to do something inappropriate to her. Anyway, there is no third person here, so no matter what she says, Yao Ruqing has to hold on. Although the idea was good, just when she was about to implement it. Looking at what the senior is saying, it seems like he wants to attack me. But it seems to me that you can't afford the consequences of doing so. First, if I really die, Yao Ruqing will immediately stand against you. There will be no room for easing the relationship between the two of you. Secondly, although I am not talented, I have come to the demon family alone. But the Examen family behind me is not someone who can be manipulated by others. When Senior Mo Luo was here, my family was really not good enough. But once Senior Moro is gone. At this moment, Tang Meier became even more silent. After a long while, she spoke again. Tell me what I need to pay, then you will help me. Remember, don't overdo it. After all, I'm still Mara's mother. Even if you weren't there, as long as I'm given enough time, I can definitely ruin their relationship by relying on my own experience of losing my virginity. This time Cao Wenbin squinted his eyes. Originally, he wanted to use this incident to make this woman open up her heart. But now it seems, anyone who can live this long is definitely not an easy person to deal with. After shaking his head, Cao Wenbin slowly extended a finger. My request is simple. That means, when necessary, Senior, you must help me 3 times. And let me come and go here as I please. I can't help it. The place where I live is so far away from here. When I have nothing to do, I want to come here to improve myself. As expected, as soon as Cao Wenbin finished speaking, a hint of amusement flashed across Tang Meier's eyes. Obviously, she already knew what Cao Wenbin was thinking. But I don't know whether Cao Wenbin is really handsome enough or she really needs a strategy. Anyway, she didn't refuse. After a moment of thought, he nodded directly. Can. As long as your plan works, none of this will matter. Cao Wenbin was overjoyed. Then, without even hesitating, he moved directly towards Tang Meier. And this time, there was indeed no obstacle. Tang Meier even put her legs on his legs. What a great progress. The corners of his mouth curled up. However, he did not get carried away. He knew that now was the time to demonstrate his worth. Otherwise, he would most likely be kicked out. Therefore, I just said, I have 3 volumes. Sister Meier, which one do you want to hear first? Tang Meier was stunned. Then he rolled his eyes speechlessly. This kid is really getting more and more unreasonable. But her legs were already on someone else's, so why would she care about a name? Never mind. There are no outsiders here anyway. Mara is a younger generation, so he's a younger generation. After making up her mind, she didn't hesitate. Let's start with the worst plan. Gradual progress is conducive to thinking. As if he had guessed she would say that, Cao Wenbin spoke quickly and clearly. The worst option is to let Yao Ruqing fall directly into the abyss. The facts prove that if it's just a hat, then Mo Luo can endure it for the sake of their years of relationship. But what if I have to wear a hat all the time? Can he still bear it? I think it should be tough enough. Tang Meier's eyes lit up. She never thought that this was just a bad idea, but it could be so constructive. Originally, she thought it would be good if one of the 3 strategies could be used. But now it seems that she was wrong. And it is so wrong. However, although she was excited, she did not make any noise to disturb them. And Cao Wenbin didn't stop. As for the middle strategy, then you can have another one yourself. After all, how can a grandson be as close as a son? With Mo Luo's strength, as long as nothing major happens, he will have no problem holding on for another 3 to 5,000 years. And this time is enough for you to train a new successor. And this strategy has many benefits. At least the conflict between you and Yao Ruqing ceased to exist the moment the child appeared. There was no surprise at all, Tang Meier was completely stunned. Will she have another child? The old clam returns the pearl. Are you sure you're not kidding? But this negative thought did not stay in her mind for too long. Soon, they were all replaced by the phrase, grandsons are closer than sons. And the more she thought about it, the more it made sense. Of course, although her heart was in turmoil, she remained calm on the surface. No words, no expression. But what she didn't know was that Cao Wenbin, who had been observing her, had already read everything from her eyes. There's hope, but he didn't expose it. Who can't act? So, and the best strategy is for you to work even harder. After all, Sister Meier, what you're afraid of is nothing more than power falling into someone else's hands. If you go with Mo Luo, you'll have no protection. But once you enter the realm of supremacy, everything will no longer be a problem. By then, you'll be a Thai. Why bother about anything else? Every word makes sense, but Tang Meier subconsciously rolled her eyes. Practice hard. If hard work is useful, how could she be stuck in this state for tens of thousands of years? It's really easy to talk without any pain in the waist. Forget it, let's use the worst option. After all, this is the best operation. If that doesn't work, soon, she made a decision. But the good times didn't last long. Just a few breaths later, the thing that made Yao Ruqing numb happened to her. That means no one is available. Put a hat on Mara. In the two realms of immortals and demons, who else dares to do that except Cao Wenbin, who is fearless? Chapter 383 The Confused Moro. If you are not from the same family, you won't enter the same door. This is absolutely true. Look, after having a headache for a while, Tang Meier made the same choice as Yao Ruqing. Boy, what do you think of that demon Ruqing? Are you interested in sleeping with her? Don't talk much. But Cao Wenbin was completely numb after hearing it. What kind of vicious words are these? Are women nowadays so direct? To be honest, he was really moved. But if you're putting on a show, you have to do it completely. So after he came to his senses, he shook his head very firmly. Sister Meier, this is not the time to joke around. You know, that's the demon lord's wife. Even if you give me some courage, I still wouldn't dare to think about her. For me, a personal maid is enough. This is said so seriously. But Tang Meier immediately rolled her eyes. Would you please take your hands off my legs while you're saying this? Otherwise, don't you think it's very unconvincing? Cao Wenbin smiled awkwardly. It's not hard to see that he is a little embarrassed. But from beginning to end, his hands did not move. You say yours, and I do mine. Tang Meier, who had already gotten used to it, didn't worry about it. After a moment of thought, a porcelain bottle suddenly appeared in her hand. This thing is called the heart-confusing water. Colorless and tasteless. Even the Supreme Being can't find it. It doesn't do much. But it can slowly make that demon Ruqing become dependent on you. The longer you spend together, the deeper your dependence will become. Until I can't help myself. How about it, do you dare to go now? Without any hesitation, Cao Wenbin snatched it away directly. Then he quickly opened the cork. Swish. His original intention was to give it to Tang Meier directly. After all, he has plenty of opportunities on Yao Ruqing's side. But it's completely different here. Although the fox in front of me is cowardly, it is extremely vigilant. Unfortunately, although he was fast, Tang Meier was even faster. Look, before he could make any follow-up move, Tang Meier, who had just been lying on her side, was already 5 meters away. That's enough, you little brat. If you dare to have any evil thoughts again, I will make sure you have no descendants. This is said very seriously. But Cao Wenbin didn't take it seriously at all. But just as he was about to move forward, a deep voice suddenly rang out from outside the courtyard. Mother, are you there? Tang Meier was stunned. Then, a look of obvious panic appeared on her beautiful face. At the same time, she subconsciously began to scan her entire body. Only after she realized that there was nothing wrong did she breathe a sigh of relief. Just as she finished her work, Moro, who was at the door just now, suddenly appeared in the pavilion. Who are you? Obviously, Moro didn't expect that there would be outsiders here. And he's a man. But after being stunned, his tiger eyes narrowed unconsciously. His intuition told him that something must have happened here before he came. Oh my God, mother, are you going to? The more he thought about it, the more numb his scalp became. Then his momentum unconsciously became less powerful. There's nothing I can do about it, since he's older than me. Even though all this is just speculation at the moment. And just as he was daydreaming, a scene that made him explode appeared. The two people in front of him actually exchanged glances in front of him. And judging from their appearance, they obviously have a very good understanding of each other. Look, after just one look, the man left tactfully. No nonsense said. No one saluted him. The glance he gave him when he turned around was also quite strange. It seems that there is no mistake. With the confirmation again, Moro became more convinced of his guess. And it's not over yet. The next moment, Luor, when will you be willing to give me a grandson? I'm telling you, if you don't give me some more strength, I'm going to practice my trumpet. This is clearly a complaint. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. In an instant, the last bit of hope that Moro had left was thrown out of his mind. However, there was one thing that puzzled him greatly. That's my mother, why would she look for such a guy? He is really handsome, but he is too young. Even the smallest one in the family seems to be bigger than that guy. So after rolling his eyes a few times, he began to ask in a roundabout way. Mother, there's no rush for our grandson. You also know that something happened to Ruqing. So you're giving us some time. Oh, I almost forgot something important. I came here today because someone asked me to do something for you. Our Mo family has a 10th rank female emperor who wants to remarry in a few years. The target is a little brat who is hundreds of years old. And in order to save some face, she came to me for help. She wants you to be the witness. To be honest, I'm really confused. When a person is lonely, he wants to find a companion, which is understandable. But even if we have to find one, we should find someone stronger. Wouldn't the resources we have at our disposal be doubled this way? Why would you look for someone who hasn't even grown all his hair? The intention of testing is very obvious. But what mother would have such wicked thoughts when facing her own son? Therefore, Tang Mayer didn't even hesitate and rolled her eyes immediately. You know shit. Find someone who's strong, but he might not give you his resources. But if you find someone younger, then as long as he has the strength, he will definitely use it for you. Okay, I agree to this. Now let's continue talking about our grandchildren. The corner of Moro's mouth twitched. This statement was really beyond his expectations. It seems that this is why my mother got together with that guy. No, I have to make this area more spacious. Do it when you think of it. Then Moro fled from here in a panic. Just over 10 minutes later, several people living near Zhongzhou were forced to move out. Of course, after finishing all this, Moluo was not idle either. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at Yao Ruqing's residence. The Mo family has always been a place where women stay at home and men stay outside. So he wanted his wife to contribute as well. Help provide cover as much as possible. But as soon as he opened the door, the words that were on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back. Because he suddenly discovered that the guy who was suspected of sleeping with his mother actually ran to his wife again. This guy doesn't mean to. In an instant, a murderous aura spread out from his body. Chapter 384. The medicine is pretty effective. How dare this guy? The more he thought about it, the angrier Mara became. But just when he was about to explode, Yao Ruqing's words completely confused him. Husband, you've arrived just in time. Look at the military advisor I found. How is it, isn't it very elegant? The murderous aura dissipated instantly. Moro is in a bad state. Military advisor. Doesn't this mean that this guy has only been here for about a day? In such a short time, he completely dealt with his mother. Damn, is it because my mother is too wild, or is this guy too skilled? He shook his head, and then he drove Cao Wenbin out. Husband, you are. Looking at the mysterious Moluo, Yao Ruqing's face suddenly showed confusion. This is not an act. But I really don't understand. Because Cao Wenbin just arrived too. I haven't had time to tell her anything yet. However, she did not disobey Moruo. She believed that there must be a reason for the demon. And the facts proved that her guess was correct. After the room was clear of outsiders and the isolation array was opened, Moluo immediately said speechlessly, Madam, you may not know this yet. The military advisor you chose is quite capable. I've only been here for 1 day, and you've already given my mother. He hadn't finished speaking, but the meaning was self-evident. So, Yao Ruqing, who was sipping tea, spat out the tea. Then, a sense of absurdity emerged in her heart. As for others, she couldn't guarantee anything. But what Examen Ching said was absolutely impossible. After all, this kid has been under her nose since he entered the mansion. She admitted that this guy's methods were indeed sophisticated. Although not as good as Cao Wenbin, he can definitely be called unique. But even if you are very skilled, there is always time. There must be some misunderstanding. Thinking of this, she immediately became interested. And Mo Luo did not keep the secret and continued quickly, "Just now, I saw this guy at my mother's place. And the atmosphere between the two of them is obviously very ambiguous. Of course, if that's all, it doesn't mean anything. But when I turned around to leave, I saw a handprint on my mother's leg. Even though it's pretty bland. But I am sure that it must have been left by a man. And you know my mother's place, no man has been there for tens of thousands of years." So, Yao Ruqing was stunned. The little mouth opened wider and wider. At the same time, her heart began to be in turmoil. It was definitely her who sent Cao Wenbin. But in her opinion, it was their first meeting, and at most it was just a formality. At most, just have a great chat. There is no way you can just get started right away. But after the shock, all the confusion was replaced by joy. It seems that my plan will be successful in no time. Tang Mayor, Tang Mayor, I didn't expect you to be so wild. My aunt is still here because she was coerced. And you? Thinking of this, a look of disdain suddenly appeared on Yao Ruqing's face. Of course, this expression came quickly, but disappeared just as quickly. After returning to normal, she immediately asked back, "So what are you going to do? Should we drive Examen Ching away?" Moro narrowed his eyes. To be honest, he really had this idea. But now, he doesn't plan to do that. Because, I don't want my butt to be opened. After all, if it rains, it will rain, and if my mother gets married, there's nothing human power can do to stop it. I didn't come to you to ruin this ridiculous thing. I want you to cover for my mother. Try not to let anyone else know. Yao Ruqing breathed a sigh of relief. Just don't stop it. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome. So, without even hesitating, she nodded and agreed immediately. Rest assured, leave it to me. Even if the shouting in Zhongzhou is deafening, I'm sure no one else will hear it. Moro, who was already very depressed, became even more depressed now. And Yao Ruqing also discovered this very keenly. So, she asked again, "Husband, what's wrong with you?" He sighed softly, "What else can I do? I just feel unhappy. When I think about the road I came here on, it's about to be trampled on by others." Not finished speaking. The next moment, Moro waved and left. It is not difficult to see that a new knot has appeared in his heart. As soon as he left, Cao Wenbin came in. And he was holding a dinner plate in his hand. There is everything you need, including good wine and delicious food. Obviously, he was not idle during the time he was away. Well, the problem is solved. Senior Mo Luo won't yell at me to kill me again, will he? Yao Ruqing smiled. This kid's grasp of people's hearts is really fucking amazing. You guessed it. Not just this time, he won't dare to yell at you to kill you in the future. By the way, what methods did you use? It's amazing that we can get started right away after meeting for the first time. Yao Ruqing is really curious. And Cao Wenbin did not hide it. Of course, he wouldn't say anything that he shouldn't say. Just like that, the two of them ate and chatted. Soon, a pot of good wine was drunk. At the same time, Cao Wenbin's heart began to beat violently. Because Yao Ruqing's chopsticks finally reached the dish that he had added seasoning to. You should have asked Yuan. Otherwise, it's impossible for all the dishes on this table to be my favorites. Although it is a question, it is full of affirmation. But how could she know that all these came from Yao Yukai? It has nothing to do with Yao Yuan. But Cao Wenbin naturally wouldn't explain. After agreeing with this, he immersed his mind in Wanmei Lu. He wants to see the specific effect of the confusing water. The next moment, all of Yao Ruqing's attributes appeared before him. Nothing else has changed, but the number in the loyalty column changed from -99 to -98. Not much increase, but changes have indeed taken place. According to experience, 80 is enough to get started. 90 will be enough. It seems like success is not far away. Immediately afterwards, Cao Wenbin began to wait. And this wait lasted for a full hour. Chapter 385, Childhood Friend. Will spending an hour together improve your favorability? Although it's ordinary, it's good enough. Looking at the numbers changing again, Cao Wenbin smiled. In other words, as long as he could accumulate 200 hours, he could stay overnight openly in the place that should have belonged to Mara. Mara, ah Mara, I hope you won't go crazy by then. In an instant, Cao Wenbin's goal for this trip underwent a shocking reversal. Originally, his only target was the sword set. But now, he is preparing to plot against the entire Mo family. After all, once Yao Ruqing and Tang Meier fall into his hands, Mo Luo will immediately be isolated and helpless. If you do it right, you can even kill him. As for the other masters of the Mo family, if their backbone is shaken, what kind of trouble can they cause? The most likely outcome will be that the monkeys scatter when the tree falls. The only question now is how many immortals are left in the Mo family's ancestral tomb. If it's not much, then there's no need to worry at all. Then we'll just need to send experts to dig slowly. The men were directly besieged to death. As for women, keep the pretty ones by your side, and leave the ugly ones behind. The more he thought about it, the more excited Cao Wenbin became. What's interesting is that even God seems to be helping him create conditions. Just as he was daydreaming, Yao Yuanyuan suddenly appeared in the room. Madam, the intelligence agency has found someone who meets the requirements according to the military advisor's request. This person's name is Bai Ko. She was Cao Wenbin's maid when he was little. Almost 5 years older than Cao Wenbin. She's very beautiful. But his talent is very mediocre. That's why, as soon as Cao Wenbin showed any interest in her, she was immediately sent away by the Cao family. They're worried about affecting the talents of the next generation. After all, Cao Wenbin was already mediocre when he was little. If the woman is still mediocre, then there will be no hope for the Cao family. As soon as he finished speaking, a photo stone suddenly appeared in Yao Yuanyuan's hand. What is recorded in it is exactly a part of Bai Ko's life. I have to say, she is really beautiful. Her whole body is full of the aura of an older sister. Although the news was good, Yao Ruqing did not show any excitement. Instead, he looked very solemn. There was no way, she was really scared. Every time she confronts Cao Wenbin, she seems to be sure of victory. But in the end, she is always the one being played. Can you confirm the authenticity of this information? Also, what is the situation of this woman? Are you married? As if she had already guessed that Yao Ruqing would ask this question, Yao Yuanyuan answered very smoothly, it shouldn't be fake. Because according to the intelligence department, they have done a lot of verification. This includes visiting the surrounding neighbors. Inquiry into life trajectory. Everything matches up. As for her situation, she's not married yet, and I probably won't be able to get married in this lifetime. After all, she was the one who took care of Cao Wenbin. If Cao Wenbin remembers her one day and finds out there's someone else around her, he'll go crazy. That's why our people didn't just take her back. Afraid of alerting the enemy. The more he listened, the more satisfied Yao Ruqing looked. The more vigilant you feel, the less alert you become. In the end, she simply threw it out of her mind. So, after organizing her thoughts, she discussed with Yao Yuanyuan how to kidnap people. This time, she did not look for Cao Wenbin, the military advisor. It's not distrust, but she believes that women understand women better. Cao Wenbin's insidious tactics are not suitable for this kind of occasion. If Bai Ko is provoked to resist, then everything will be over. But what the two of them didn't notice was that while they were chatting heatedly, the corners of Cao Wenbin's mouth gradually curled up. Fish, it's hooked. Of course, no matter how proud he was still listening attentively. Don't dare to miss any details. Ma'am, I think we should outsmart them. That Bai Ko has seen the world. Therefore, it is impossible to be content with mediocrity. Especially now that Cao Wenbin is at the peak of his career. So all we need to do is appeal to her emotions and reason with her, and we'll definitely be able to make her work for us. Of course, to show our sincerity, our negotiation team must be strong enough. Let her know that we really value her. I'm not taking advantage of her. These words really touched Yao Ruqing's heart. Look, from the first sentence on, she hasn't stopped nodding. So, that's it. After she finished speaking, she walked straight towards the door. Judging from his appearance, he is obviously going to mobilize troops. At the same time, a voice suddenly entered Cao Wenbin's ears. Don't follow this operation. After all, you've just made some progress with Tang Mayor, so you must strike while the iron is hot. Anyway, the plan is set, let's just follow the steps. If anything goes wrong, I'll send someone back to get you. No reply, but the smile on Cao Wenbin's face became more and more intense. God is really helping me. If you really keep me with you all the time, then this play really won't be able to go on. Shook his head. The next moment, his figure disappeared from the spot. When he appeared, he had already arrived at the pavilion in Yorin residence. Not surprisingly, Tang Mayor, who was still enjoying the scenery, was stunned. This guy is sick. You just left for a few minutes, why are you back? Therefore, why are you coming to me instead of trying to improve your relationship with Yao Ruqing? Frowning, his face was full of dissatisfaction. But Cao Wenbin didn't care at all. Having seen countless women, he could tell at a glance that she was just pretending. And the fact is, it is indeed so. Just last time, when Cao Wenbin sat at her feet, she knew to hide. But this time, she had no intention of moving at all. Just let Cao Wenbin do what he wants. Do you think I don't want to improve my favorability? I really can't brush it even if I want to. Yao Ruqing went out for something, and she let me join her in 3 days. So I have nowhere else to go, so I have no choice but to come and sleep at your place. By the way, you may not know this, but your son has evacuated everyone nearby. I have to say, he is really filial. Everything has been considered. After saying that, Cao Wenbin's hands began to move. As for the destination, Chapter 386 agreed. Since it is very close to the Cao family's ancestral home, Lingxiao City can definitely be called the largest city in the fairyland. Talents of all kinds from the 9 continents are proud to practice here. But even in a great city, it is impossible for luxury to be everywhere. Look, the place where Bai Ko and her mother live is extremely inconspicuous. No high walls. There are no red bricks and green tiles. Everything looks so ordinary. Bang, bang, and in the courtyard, the sound of hoeing could be heard from time to time. Obviously, Bai Ko is busy farming. But as she was busy, the corners of her mouth suddenly curled up into a beautiful arc. Is it finally here? You really made me wait for so long. And her words seemed to be a signal. The next moment, the dilapidated courtyard gate was suddenly knocked. Is anyone there? Without any hesitation, Bai Ko immediately returned to her posture of facing the earth and back to the sky. Then he replied casually, the door is not closed, come in yourself. The voice is very soft and charming. It matches her temperament of the big sister next door very well. But soon, her expression changed. Because, this world is so unpredictable. No one would have thought that Cao Wenbin's personal maid would come to a place like this to farm. Suddenly looked up. Then, Bai Ko asked with a cold face, who are you? Why do you know about my past? What are you here for? While speaking, her hands began to make seals frantically. Obviously, she was going to call for help. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be the life-saving method left for her by the Cao family. But her strength is really too poor. The hand seal had just been formed halfway when Yao Ruqing, who was originally more than 10 meters away from her, suddenly appeared beside her. Then he grabbed her hand. Miss Bai, don't be anxious. I didn't come here to make an enemy of you. But I'm here to bring you wealth. As long as you are willing to cooperate with me, from now on, glory and wealth will be yours to choose from. These words are spoken with great sincerity. So, Bai Ko, who had been resisting fiercely just now, suddenly became quiet. Not long after, he even asked back, who are you? Yao Ruqing was overjoyed. If we can talk, then it proves there is hope. So soon, she revealed her true appearance. Can you recognize who I am now? That's right, she came here in disguise. There's no way, this is Cao family's territory. If she didn't cover herself up, with her appearance, she would definitely be discovered within half an hour. She is not afraid. After all, even if you can't beat them, you can always run away. But once it is exposed, all the efforts will be wasted. With the Cao family's methods, it is impossible to give her a second chance. When she revealed her true appearance, Bai Ko was indeed stunned. After a long while, he finally stammered, You are the demon queen ranked 10th on the beauty list. The wife of the demon lord, Mara. A proud smile. At this moment, Yao Ruqing truly realized the benefits of being on the list. This boost to her reputation is truly enormous. If this hadn't happened, how could a mortal recognize her on the spot? Now, can we talk about this in detail? No words. Bai Ko just nodded slightly. And Yao Ruqing didn't care about whether it was rude or not. After organizing his words a little, he revealed part of the plan. We need you to find an opportunity to get close to Cao Wenbin. Then take him to a sparsely populated area as we requested. Well, this shouldn't be difficult for you. After this is done, I can give you a city. You can do whatever you want there. And you don't have to worry about external enemies. I swear to heaven that as long as I, Yao Ruqing, am alive, I will never allow anyone to attack you or your city. Excitement immediately appeared on the little face. Obviously, Bai Ko was moved. But in the end, she still endured it. You know, I watched Wenbin grow up. Slightly stunned. Yao Ruqing then asked in confusion, So you have to pay more. Bai Ko said these 5 words quickly and urgently. Then, outside the city, you must provide me with enough resources to cultivate to the great emperor realm. After so many years, I've had enough of living without strength. Yao Ruqing smiled. She thought it was something else. It turns out they are just some resources. Make a deal. Once it's done, all of this will appear right in front of you. After she finished speaking, she waved her hand lightly. A disguise artist immediately came in from outside. As for the purpose, that is of course to change the image of several people. Only in this way can we evacuate calmly. By the way, madam, please come back to the Mo family with me later. After all, Miss Bai will be homeless for a while. It's really too much for the old man to follow you. Take hostages. But Bai Ko didn't say anything. Just acquiesce. The Mo family, outside the leisurely residence. 3 days. That guy has been in there for 3 whole days. No, I have to scare them. Although I can't control my mother's marriage. But I have to take care of my brother's affairs. Looking at the courtyard in the distance, Moro looked conflicted. Although no sound was heard, he was not a fool. What will happen if a man and a woman are alone in a room? Even if you use your toes to think, you can get the correct answer. Damn, this is so awkward. It's like I've lost something important. Shook his head. The next moment, he arrived at the main entrance of the courtyard. Buzz. No surprises. The courtyard protection formation has been activated. But this is not a problem for Mara. Because this formation was set up by him. But just when he was about to dismantle the formation, it suddenly disbanded on its own. Immediately afterwards, the man who made him both disgusted and helpless walked out with a smug look on his face. Demon Lord, what a coincidence. By the way, are you here to see your mother? If that's the case, then I advise you to go in later. She's changing her stockings. Not very convenient. Arrogant. But human pessimism has never been mutually intelligible. Looking at Cao Wenbin's departing back, Moluo's face became gloomy. But in the end, he still endured it. And he is also very obedient. I really waited outside for a while before going in. Luor, you're here. Hey, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so bad? Chapter 387 The Ups and Downs of Moro. Looking at Tang Meier's bright face, as if she was thousands of years younger, Moluo's face suddenly became even darker. How dare you ask me this? Don't you know what you have done? Because of you, an ant dares to show off in front of me. Of course, that's what I think. But when the words came to his lips, he turned directly into, Mom, I want to discuss my brother's matter with you. I mean, could you please delay it? Not much, 500 years will be enough. After all, if my child is born with your child. Moro is too embarrassed to say the rest. At the same time, Tang Meier was also confused. Younger brother. Where did this brother come from? What is this kid talking about? So, she immediately prepared to ask what exactly was going on. But before she could open her mouth, Moro spoke again. Mom, don't hide it. For the past 3 days, I was afraid that outsiders would notice something strange here, so I have been guarding outside the whole time. So I know everything that happened here. And I ran into that little brat when I came in just now. He told me you were changing. No surprises. Tang Meier's little face turned red immediately. Then, what nonsense are you talking about? How many days have we known each other? How could something like what you think is possible? The reason he's been here for 3 days is simply because we have something we want to talk about. As for changing stockings, after all, she is still very powerful. But when she said this, a look of guilt suddenly appeared on her face. But women are always the ones who never argue. Look, just a few breaths later, she found a new excuse. If you don't believe me, do you think I have any masculine energy? As soon as she finished speaking, she completely exposed her aura. Not a trace of impurities. From the inside to the outside, it is full of mysterious yin energy. As a result, Moro was completely confused. Was it all just his imagination? In fact, nothing happened. Damn it, how dare that kid? He's not even my father, yet he dares to glare at me. He's really rebelling. The more he thought about it, the angrier Mara became. And soon, he couldn't bear it anymore. But just when he was about to go find Cao Wenbin to talk, Tang Mayer suddenly called him. Where are you going? There was no hiding. Of course, it's to make that X-Men guy keep a low profile. He dares to act so recklessly in front of me, how can he handle this with outsiders? A hint of guilt suddenly appeared on Tang Mayer's little face. Don't be fooled by the weird talk he just did. But family members know their own business. She knows better than anyone how she got through the past 3 days. So what if my breath is not disordered? This only proves that she has kept her bottom line. Therefore, no need for warning, just pretend this never happened. After all, both I and Ruqing can use him now. And I believe he wouldn't say anything nonsense. Moro was stunned again. The joy of regaining what was lost also disappeared without a trace in an instant. He is not stupid. He naturally knew what this obstruction meant. It seems that my son's matter really needs to be put on the agenda. Otherwise, Kishan City. This is the closest city to the nameless island. Originally, it is a little transparent. Many people in the demon realm may not even have heard of it. But since the Cao family established a branch here, this little transparent place has suddenly become out of control. There's nothing we can do, Cao Wenbin is so strong. Play by Yuchu first. Destroying the Tibetans. Not long ago, he even killed Zhong Chen. If you don't follow a master like this, are you going to follow those men who have their wives played with by others but don't even dare to fart? Of course, although the city developed well, its drawbacks soon emerged. The most obvious thing is that there are good and bad people mixed together. There are all kinds of people in there. Look, Yao Ruqing and the others didn't even change their appearance, they just wore a veil and sneaked in easily. Sister Ruqing, are you sure that Cao Wenbin comes to the tea house across the street to drink tea every day? Instead of going to the brothel across the street to pick up girls. The one who spoke was none other than Rose. Of course, she wasn't the only one there. Bai Yuya and Narcissus are here too. As for why they got involved. There are so many masters in the Cao family. If Yao Ruqing only relies on herself, it would not be a trap, but a way to get food. But because I was invited, so. Don't worry. Although my Mo family's intelligence organization can't claim to be the best in the 2 regions, it's definitely not bad. It's such a small matter, we can still find out. That's very polite. It was as if Cao Wenbin had never said anything to her. In reality also makes him proud. As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin's figure really appeared at the end of the street. And very quickly, he walked into the tea house. The fish is hooked. The corners of his mouth curled up. The next moment, the spiritual consciousness of the 4 people quickly penetrated into the tea house at an extremely tricky angle. At the same time, Bai Ko, who received the signal, immediately took action. Ouch! She was serving tea to the customers when she was tripped by something. In short, the 2 bowls of tea she was holding on the tray flew out very quickly. A bowl of tea spilled on a tea drinker. The other bowl fell into Cao Wenbin's arms with extraordinary precision. Stinky woman. Don't you have any fucking eyes? First of all, the tea drinkers who were affected were immediately angry. The huge body suddenly stood up. Then he glared at Bai Ko angrily. But this expression, as if he was choosing whom to eat, did not last long. After just a few glances, he turned into a lustful look. Then, girl, come over here and have a drink with me. If you behave well, I'll let you go. Otherwise. Do you know how expensive my clothes are? That's enough to buy your life. As he said yes, his big hand directly touched Bai Ko's face. The speed is neither fast nor slow. Judging from his appearance, he seems to be enjoying the teasing process. But Cao Wenbin, who saw everything, was extremely speechless. In his opinion, this acting is too exaggerated. The plot is also quite stiff. After all, who would come to drink tea if they live on the edge of a knife? People like this should be in a pub. Chapter 388 Everything is a game. Although I am very disdainful of this plot. But in the end, Cao Wenbin still took action. After holding the strong man's wrist, he quickly started to show off his acting skills. Beauty, do we know each other? Why do I have a very familiar feeling about you? Not much talk, but a look of panic immediately flashed across Bai Ko's face. Obviously, she seemed to be worried about something. But before she could say no, the burly man whose wrist was grabbed laughed first. Boy, your way of picking up girls is really too old-fashioned. The trend now is to use force. Okay, since you're also a victim, I'll give you a chance to queue up. When I'm done, I'll give her to you. No looking back. But a black flame suddenly appeared in Cao Wenbin's hand. As black as ink. Very weird. It was none other than the chaos golden flame used to resurrect the first phoenix. As for the power of this thing, that's of course beyond doubt. In the blink of an eye, this strong man with the cultivation level of a quasi-saint was turned into an ice sculpture. You're really looking for death. With a cold snort, Cao Wenbin withdrew his hand. And the ice sculpture didn't exist for long. As a breeze blew, it quickly turned into ice crystals. Fuck. In an instant, the tea house, which was just filled with faint discussions, turned into a dead zone. For Cao Wenbin, quasi-saint may not be a big deal. Almost like an ant. But for ordinary cultivators, a quasi-saint is already a rare master. There can't be even one such person among thousands of people. But that's the kind of person he is. But he was killed in seconds. Can't even resist. You have to be so exaggerated. My scalp is tingling. At the same time, their eyes changed. Before, when they looked at Bai Ko, they felt a little pity and a little bit of lust. But now, it's all jealousy. This woman is going to soar to the sky. Damn, it's good to be pretty. You might be noticed by a big shot at any time. Then it will only take one leg. But just as they were daydreaming, something unexpected happened. Master, you may have recognized the wrong person. There's a huge disparity in our status, it's impossible for us to know each other. Okay, I'm going to work. As for your clothes, I'll compensate you later. I feel pity for her. However, as soon as the word, young master, came out, Cao Wenbin's body trembled suddenly. The next moment, he exerted force with his arms and hugged Bai Ko directly in his arms. I remember now. Your sister Ko. When I was little, you were the one who played with me all the time. The more he talked, the more excited Cao Wenbin became. Of course, he wasn't the only one excited. Yao Ruqing and others who were secretly observing jumped up. It's done. Look at each other. Then the figures of several people disappeared from the spot. When he appeared, he had already arrived in a valley. This is a tourist attraction near Kishan City. Surrounded by mountains and rivers, it is very popular among young people. Some of the braver ones would even go to the nearby woods. This is the agreed ambush location. The means to isolate those seeking help have also been arranged. The only problem now is how can we capture Cao Wenbin as quickly as possible.